You could have floodgates or even a custom engineered seawall if you live by a body of water and have the dough. If you live somewhere with wildfires, you could get ember resistant vents, fire resistant siding, or roof shingles. If you're somewhere with earthquakes, you could get a seismic retrofit for your house or a base isolation system, which could really cost you a pretty penny. All of this stuff would increase the value of your home, and some of it—
This isn't an apocalypse. This isn't an apocalypse prepping. This is a natural disaster prepping, which could lead to an apocalypse. But like, I'm gonna install floodgates on my fucking house? What are you doing?
could even reduce your insurance premiums. So some of the prepping in this tier blends right into home improvement or fortifying your home. But if we're talking about the worst case scenario, end of days, the collapse of normal day-to-day life, the prepping subreddits refer to this as shit if hits the fan, or Teotwaki, the end of the world as we know it. In that—
Bro, why do we have a fucking abbreviation? Teotwaki? Oh, you prepared for Teotwaki? Bro, just say the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know
Why as we know it? Because the world's not ending, but the modern society is.
it. In that situation, most of these things wouldn't necessarily be helpful. A whole house generator is tied to propane or natural gas. In an apocalypse, you'll eventually run out of fuel. So you have to buy bigger and more robust solar and battery systems than we saw in the previous tier.
If nuclear war breaks out, the sun's blocked! If the fucking Yellowstone fucking geyser volcano explodes, there's no sun! The sun's gone! Where are we gathering solar energy?
And your local water treatment facility isn't going to be up and running, so your whole house water filtration system is going to be useless. If you're prepping at this level, you probably have very little trust left in the government, infrastructure, or even your neighbors. And that can send you even further down the rabbit hole to the point where you want to isolate. I've read that Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Mark Andreessen, Steve Huffman, and Reid Hoffman all allegedly have doomsday bunkers, which definitely pushes us to the next price tier. These days, digital preparedness can be just as morning brew, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to prepping for the apocalypse. If you Google—
Joe's being pessimistic. This is a video that is about people that are pessimistic. This is literally the actual raw example of pessimism. People that think the world is actually going to end.
doomsday bunker, the top result is— and so that's where we are right now. We're at Atlas Survival.
Atlas Survival Shelters. Just shipping containers. I need to see how thick— if that shit ain't 3 fucking feet thick of steel, I'm thinking that that's breaking.
Shelters in Sulphur Springs, Texas to meet Ron Hubbard. These bunkers can range anywhere from $25,000 up to $25 million. The question I have is, what are these bunkers—
Bro, $25 million for a bunker, bro.
protecting me from that the lower cost products weren't? We're gonna go find out. Ron, pleasure to meet you finally. I'm James.
Yeah, hey.
Good to meet you. What's that for?
I'm gonna have my own line of swords. It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that
He's building a zombie sword?
through zombies. Line of swords. It's a zombie sword.
Bomb shelter business is booming. This guy's literally the fucking head. What's the dude that in Vegas that prepared for the end of the world in the Fallout show? That's this guy, Ron Hubbard. Not Burger in Vegas, Mr. House.
It's a zombie sword
Robert
for
House.
chopping your way out
This is Robert House.
through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that you are going to be a survivor. Imagine being on the Titanic and you know that one boat is designated for you and your family.
What types of events would these bunkers protect you from?
We emphasize that our bunkers are built to be NBC proof, which
Chat, if you're on the Titanic, I think this is a question for the men. If you're on the Titanic, are you staying off the ship till the end? I'm not gonna take a woman or child's place on a boat. However, I'm getting off that fucking boat. I'm getting off that fucking boat. I don't know how, but I'm getting off that boat. I'm a minor, I would go first. Okay, let me say this. If in the Titanic, when the boats were sinking, I'm assuming the chatter that just said that you're probably like a 16-year-old man. You're not getting on the boat. They're kicking your ass off. right? If you walk up to the lead guy that's shuffling women and children onto the boat, and you go, "Well, I'm 17. Can I?" They're kicking your ass off, bitch. You got to find your own way off that fucking boat. You know what I mean? Like when they say, I think when they say like women and children first, they mean women and like toddlers. Like you got to be like, you got to be young for them to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let you off.
It means nuclear, biological, and chemical. So you could go in there for any reason, including tornadoes, hurricanes, or even a civil unrest or people driving around trying to shoot holes into your house.
And now it was time to go see one.
A builder is building 86 houses. He's decided every single house will automatically have a movie theater in it that will also be a bomb shelter.
I mean, now we're just living in luxury. This isn't even a fucking... We got a movie theater. We got a movie theater in the shelter. I feel like if you're going to spend millions of dollars on the shelter, just make the shelter your house. So in that sense, I kind of get it. Like, just have a piece of property and have your house be the bunker.
Ron's bunkers have become popular because
Like, live underground.
they're dual use. Everyday luxury on the surface, doomsday bunker when shit hits the fan.
Let's go.
Okay, so Ron had told me we were going to see a finished $700,000 bunker, but unfortunately, that's not the case. He brought me to a new construction, though, that's apparently going to sell for $1.6 million. And part of this construction, right by that dirt mound over there, is a $700,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Can I say, shouldn't you put it a little more underground? Like, we're right on the dirt surface, you know? Is this the roof? I feel like it should be like, 8-10 feet under, like a little over the water table.
$100,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Now, remember, I'm going to give you footage of a finished one that you
Oh,
can
it's pretty deep.
edit it in, okay? This one's got 9-foot ceilings. This is the stage that will go back in that corner. This is a gun cabinet. It's a remote control gun cabinet. This will come down. It's got a roll shutter. So this is a bunker man cave movie theater. This is the escape tunnel. This way, if the person in the bunker feels like they're worried about being trapped in the bunker, it gives them a secondary means of egress. What we have here is a full kitchen. You got room for a full-size fridge. You got granite counters, stainless steel microwave, stainless steel sink, plenty of cupboards, and overhead shelving. Okay, so this is the one and only bedroom in here. There will be the NBC air filtration system will be mounted in this room. There's also a closet with access to the plumbing and all the water tanks.
Custom built.
Where's the room where they start eating each other after they run out of food? Is that also part of the man cave where they're watching Home Alone for the 15th time during the apocalypse? And there's no real relevance to those movies anymore because the world's ended.
Bunkers like the one we just saw is only one part of
So watching Kevin McAllister try to stop the two thieves that are breaking into his house on Christmas no longer really has the same oomph that it used to.
Ron's business. He also sells prefab bunkers that are made at his headquarters and then installed on site.
Okay, this is a 72,000 square foot factory that does all the welding, fabrication, finishes out the interiors of the bomb shelters.
They do look sturdy. I will say that.
All right, this is a prefabbed bunker here at the Atlas facility. Not too bad. How would you describe your customer?
I get a lot of people that are 55, 60 years old. They just sold their company. They want to
Near the end days anyway, buddy. I mean, why are we even prepping?
buy a ranch in Texas. And
60 years old? I mean, dude, the world ends. It's already, I'm just calling it quits there. If I'm 60 years old and the nukes start dropping, it's just, whatever. It was a good run.
they want to have a secret bunker with a secret passage. Whoever's sitting in the White House affects the
For their family? True. Valid point.
sales. So Trump is absolutely horrible for business because the customers that buy the bunkers, a lot of them are Trump supporters, and they feel safe with Trump in office.
And he's not afraid to name drop.
For Zuckerberg, for an example, it's not really any bigger than what I'm doing for the Tate brothers right now. I'm building them a 2,000.
He's building a fucking bunker for Andrew and Tristan Tate.
300 square foot bunker in Romania. I just sold a bunker to one of Trump's right-hand people. I did 2 bunkers for one of his cabinet members.
That's bad news. That's bad news. That's bad news. Pause. Why are we glancing past that? Hold up. Somebody that personally is a right-hand man to Trump's buying a bunker right now from you? That's not good.
6 months ago.
Throughout this time that I've been here today, Ron's phone has been ringing off the hook. So clearly, he's very busy.
Yeah, hello? Hello? Atlas is Ron.
As the fucking supreme leader of Iran in the Ayatollah just got murdered.
We make
When was this video made? 9 days ago. Also, W Channel, by the way, Morning Brew. My God, this video is interesting.
bomb shelters. You go down there and make love in it. Yeah, Atlas. Atlas is Ron. But what I'm going to show you here is my magnets. Last year I did 340 days in hotels. So it means I spent 25 nights in my own bed. But that is what the job calls for. So my clients call, I travel.
Overall, this is a very impressive business that Ron has built. He might be a little out there, but whatever he's doing is working. Beyond bunkers, there are a slew of other very expensive doomsday solutions in this price tier. High security compounds, remote land with airstrips, armored vehicles, $25 million bunker membership.
This is what I see as a foolproof bunker, okay? When I see somebody prepping, I think it's this or nothing. Like an actual Fallout Warzone base shelter in the middle of nowhere.
There's a company called Safe that engineers some of the most impressive stuff you'll see in this space. Like a fortress in America that has a moat with cannons that can shoot flammable liquid onto the moat to light it on fire. The compound has multiple tunnels leading in and out, and one of them can be activated to basically act like a giant microwave. Wild stuff. All right, well, that's the end of the day with Ron, and that was quite the experience. Let's just say I'm not surprised the guy that's the king of luxury doomsday bunkers operates the way he does. It's hard for me to say what my takeaways are. I'm kind of torn, to be honest. Obviously, Ron makes a compelling case for bunkers, but Scott sees things differently.
I'm not a pro bunker guy unless they are for tornado shelters. They require constant attention, maintenance, intervention. Bunkers are easy to disable as well. If somebody finds your bunker, you're not getting out of it. They're not where you should
Oh,
spend
what? Like they'll just block you in. You'll never be out. You'll never be able to leave.
your money when it comes to preparedness.
So why do you think people buy them and spend ridiculous amounts of money on them?
Because they have ridiculous amounts of money to begin with. You've opened up a big can of worms here, Jim.
Yeah, like why do they have like cubicles in this shelter? What are we doing on a fucking Mac on a Mac computer right now?
To begin with. You've opened up a big can of worms here, James. There's that.
So to bring it back to my core question, how much do you think it would realistically cost me to survive the apocalypse?
About $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. So I don't think I could throw a dollar amount at surviving the apocalypse. So let's come up with a realistic scenario on how much it would cost to mitigate against that. Can we do that?
My follow-up was, is that even a fair question?
Okay. I do believe that you should prepare, that everybody should prepare for the scenarios that you've already seen happen in your life, the likely scenarios.
So it looks like no amount of money will truly save me or you in an apocalypse or doomsday scenario. It might buy you time, it might make things a little more comfortable, but there's no product, bunker, or system that guarantees survival when everything completely falls apart. If I got everything I wanted,
that one guy, not Ron Hubbard, the other dude, seemed a lot more about like natural disaster preparedness versus actually getting ready to fucking survive a nuclear blast.
plus a bunker, this is how much I would have spent. Overall,
$739,000.
which I would have spent. Overall, I think the industry has seen so much growth because there's been a convergence of disaster preparedness and doomsday prepping. Disaster preparedness is backed by governments, insurers, and utilities. It's boring, practical. Doomsday prepping has always been culturally fringe. It's individualized, but climate disasters are more frequent, power grids are less reliable, insurance is retreating in certain areas, the pandemic was a wake-up call, and governments are increasingly telling people to be more self-sufficient in an emergency. Now there's a middle ground made up of average people like you and I who don't want to rely entirely on institutions, but still want to be prepared for when something goes wrong. How far someone goes and how much they're willing to spend is defined by how likely they think that disaster they're prepping for is, or how paranoid they are about it, if it's more on the extreme side. And yes, there are definitely companies and products that take advantage of escalating fear and paranoia. Like I said before, we have been through a lot, and we're all just a little bit more uncertain. So, in my opinion, prepping didn't really go mainstream. It just got rebranded. Ron, what do you...
Yeah, I think that, like, a lot of these businesses are obviously going to be like, oh, you need... Like, you can't really take Ron's word alone. Because obviously he has a financial incentive to go, hey, the apocalypse could happen at any moment. You need to have a fucking bunker. Because, like, he makes money on bunkers. Like, if they're making money from the business, you have to take, like, what they say, you know, in some level of validity, but also, like, recognize there's an incentive for them to give you that information.
Couple questions, including a crucial daily double on the alphabetically first of the 7 hills of Rome. Thank God I had this flashcard.
Since there are 7 hills of Rome and only 2 seem to be notable, go ahead and name all 7 hills of Rome. Oh my God.
Hills I don't want to die on. Alphabetically
First of the fabled 7 hills of Rome. Yo, the second he sees that shit, he goes, yes.
First of the fabled 7 hills of Rome, it boasts the Basilica of Santa Sabina, which dates to the 5th century.
What is the Aventine?
Aventine is correct, yes. You had $6,000. Well done.
But there were also a number
Yo, I love, dude, when they do that and then they pan back and there's just the chud with negative $5,000.
of times I saw a question and thought, oh, I have a flashcard on this. And that was about as far
And then they get so many wrong that they just stop answering them.
as my brain got. So they're not perfect, but they will help you eventually remember things that you don't know and aren't particularly interested in.
What? Oh my God, you have to jump the buzzer. Oh my God, you have to get, I didn't even think about that. It's not just studying, you have to get good at being like.
As the ancient philosopher G.I. Joe
Do you think they're testing for PEDs at Jeopardy? Dude, I would take so much Adderall before I walked in. Where your eye, you don't blink and you're just like.
once said, knowing
What's a PED? Performance enhancing drug.
is half the battle. The other half of
You just start taking steroids for Jeopardy.
the battle is the buzzer. In your average Jeopardy game, all three contestants are going to know around a third of the questions. So whoever is fastest on the buzzer is going to get those questions, regardless
That is not that is not what I've seen. Every contestant's going to know a third of the questions. I feel like is just not true. I feel maybe not a different third, maybe the same third, because every episode, bro, there's one guy that just knows nothing.
of who knows more about a subject. This means that being fast on the buzzer is just as important as knowing a lot of things. For a brief explainer on how Jeopardy's buzzers work, contestants can't ring in during a clue. When Jeopardy was rebooted in 1984, contestants could ring in whenever they felt like it, which led to chaotic gameplay and a not particularly fun viewing experience. In 1985, the current rules were introduced, where contestants have to wait for the host to finish reading the clue before they can buzz in. This rule change surprised the hell out of my father when he showed up to tape his episode in early 1985. The giant game board in front of contestants has two vertical white lights on either side of it that light up when the buzzers are cleared and contestants are able to ring in. Generally, this happens precisely as Ken finishes his last word, so contestants are theoretically able to time this and anticipate when to buzz in. Not me though, I just use the lights. I surveyed everyone else in the Tournament of Champions, and apparently I was the only person who just used the lights. Everyone else went off of sound. so maybe you should do that. Either way you choose to do it, timing is crucial. I attributed my decent buzzer skills to years of playing video games, and other contestants have said similar things. You can try practicing at home by watching along with a clicky pen, or by playing rhythm games like Guitar Hero. The principle is the same. I'm aware I'm showing how old I am by using Guitar Hero as an example. Some people have said that you should buy a buzzer to practice with at home. Because I was worried about embarrassing myself in the Tournament of Champions, I am ashamed to admit that I did this.
This is why I quit. Too many sweats. Too many Jeopardy sweats, dude. Timing the button. What are we, fucking track sprinters, dude? Trying to time the gun on a 100-meter. Just buzz in when you know the answer.
I do not think it is any better than a clicky pen or video games, and it's kind of expensive. However, if you want to buy one, it is reasonably close to the buzzers used on the show, though not exactly the same. This one's from Delcom. There are varying schools of thought on how to hold the buzzer. I've seen contestants use...
Yo, we're getting into the tech of how you hold the buzzer. Bro, I thought he was going to tell me how to study for this shit. Half of preparing for Jeopardy is being able to press the button faster than everybody else. I feel like I ain't need training for that, though. Like, I'm not trying to be cocky, but, like, my lack of Jeopardy winning capability is that I don't know any of the fucking answers. I feel like the easiest thing is just going... I mean, bro, you're going against, like, 40-year-olds. They're unk compared to you, right? Their brain's slow, right? Their neuroconnections aren't firing as fast as yours. They're on the first half sentence of the question when you're already done.
One hand, two hands, gripping onto it for dear life. I've heard of a contestant who just left the buzzer in the...
I'd be white-knuckling that shit. Your hand just starts turning purple. Ken's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, next question.
Holster on the podium because his hands were shaking too bad to actually hold it.
What?
I've heard of a contestant who just left the buzzer in the holster on the podium because his hands were shaking too bad to actually hold it. Ultimately, I don't think it matters that much. Do whatever is most comfortable for you and will allow you to press the button as quickly as possible. The button is...
I love their stories, too. Be like, next, we're meeting Ryan, who comes all the way from Denver, Colorado. Nice to see you, Ryan. So it says here that you shat yourself in the 3rd grade. Can you tell us more about that? Yeah, Ken. So it was actually just, and they go on like some random story that makes no, dude, and it gets really funny when they have to do the intro for a guy that's won 15 times. So they actually make up shit. Like Ken himself said that, who's the current host because Alex Trebek is dead now, rip in the chat. Ken said because he won like 20 times in a row that like the latter half of his interviews were just fake stories. Like they weren't real. He was just making shit up because what else are you, how many cool stories are you going to tell the audience from your childhood or adulthood before getting on the show?
Pretty sensitive, and you do not need to press it hard. One finger or thumb will do. So practice the buzzer, but also be prepared to not get in. At some point in your show, you're going to know some things, buzz in, and not be the first person in. This is extremely disappointing. Every time it happened to me on the show, I looked like I had received a mild electric shock. So be prepared for the disappointment, but also be prepared to move on quickly from it. I really want to emphasize this. At some point, something bad is going to happen, and you're not going to have time to sit and mentally process it.
Dude, but I kind of want them to drop this professional facade, you know, of like Jeopardy as a whole. Like, I would love if he pressed the button, he doesn't get it first, and he just like audibly gasps. Just like, fuck. They talk shit. They do like a halftime. Like, you know, after in like Ink Master, when after they tattoo, they go back to the room and they just talk shit to each other and they're like, your tattoo fucking sucks. Dude, the creasing on that shit was terrible, dude. Oh, by the way, you're fucking ugly. Like some shit like that. That would be TV. Be like, Mark doesn't really know the answers, but he gets in the opponent's head.
It is fair to say that I'm close to the...
What the fuck is Ink Master? A show where they tattoo people. That's it.
last guy you should listen to when it comes to wagering strategy. I blundered hard on wagering in the game that I lost, both miscalculating my wager mathematically and even still wagering way too large an amount. In preparation for the Tournament of Champions, I studied wagering strategy much more intensely, and then immediately came out and wagered an incorrect amount in Final Jeopardy again. Ken Jennings after the game asked me if I had meant to wager that amount, which is his nice way of saying, you really have no idea what you're doing, huh? So believe me when I say, wagering is hard. Let's talk about daily doubles first. Over the past decade, Jeopardy contestants...
Yo, I'm going all in on all of them. Daily double, max. Max out. Sir, you're at negative $5,000. Max out. Max out. You're only allowed to wager $2,000 because you're negative? All right, whatever, I'm allowed.
...have gotten hip to the idea that daily doubles are inherently much more valuable than any of the other questions. This explains...
Let it ride! You somehow, even though all the questions are round numbers, you somehow have like $45.50. Let it ride. I use some of it to order pizza mid-game, sorry.
...of Jeopardy now, as contestants jump around the board hunting for daily doubles, infuriating your grandmother at home. Unfortunately for Grandma, you should also do this.
See, bro, shit. I love that. I love that when you just see somebody in the negative, bro. Just getting everyone wrong.
Keep in mind that even if you get a daily double in a category you don't like, you're denying your other two competitors a chance to get it. As we've already established, I am not a strategic genius, so my general strategy was dumbed down to a level where even I couldn't screw it up too bad. I would start from the third clue in the category I liked the most, work my way down the category, and then select the third clue in the category I liked the second most. Repeat until all those clues are gone. And if there are still daily doubles out there, go through all the second row clues. Daily doubles are basically never in the first row. One mistake I'll see even good Jeopardy players make is they'll only hunt for daily doubles in categories they're comfortable with. Once the high-value clues are gone in those categories, they'll start to select low-value clues in those categories rather than hunt for daily doubles in the other categories. You want to find the daily double even if it's in a category you don't like, because you're denying your opponents the chance to get it. You don't have...
Oh my god, and then you could only put like $100 on that shit. Like you could put as little as possible if you're not confident, and then they just can't get it. Wow, there's so much strategy that I never thought about. I always thought it was just the winner was always the smartest guy.
You don't have to wager much. The minimum bet is $5, symbolically chosen because it's what contestants could buy a house for in 1984.
It was a joke.
As to what you should wager on daily doubles, it's way too situational for me to be able to give you any real guide. I will say that I think the internet is obsessed with James Holzhauer-style aggressive wagering on daily doubles to a degree that I don't think is helpful for your average Jeopardy player. If you're 90% accurate on daily doubles, go nuts, wager everything every time. But most of us are closer to 50% accurate on daily doubles, and going all in constantly is not a winning proposition. It's also just not that necessary
That's what you think.
for most Jeopardy players. Be smart. Consider the score, how close you are to first, if it's close to being a runaway game, etc. But for regular Jeopardy play, constantly spamming the all-in button is just not necessary. If you are interested in doing a true daily double, you definitely want to do it in single Jeopardy because it's way easier to come back from a failed true daily double in the first round. Finally, there's my nemesis, Final Jeopardy wagering. They make you do math on television. It's a horrible deal. Some are calling it the worst deal. But there are things you can do to prepare. First of all, do math on paper. One thing that ended up kind of being an issue for me is that it had been over a decade since I had done subtraction on paper, and I just kind of forgot how to do it. So practice that. Wagering from first place in Final Jeopardy is actually the easiest because it generally follows the axiom that it's better to lose.
Damn, bro. I don't really do subtraction on paper anymore. Chat, give me two numbers that aren't 6, 7. Like a long number, bruh. Not 45. 5,843 minus, let's not make it a negative number, 4,780. So don't you go like, oh fuck. Wait, damn, bro. Like I would just do this in my head. Like in reality, I'm going 220. 220 makes this 5,000, and so just I have to add 220 to 843. So it would be 1,063. But I don't know how to do this on paper anymore. I know you would go like this. So I would go this would become 7, this would become 14. And then, so that would be, oh, fuck. Wait, no, right? Yeah. Am I doing it right? How do you fucking subtract on paper? No, I know the answer, chat. I know the answer. That's right. Yeah. And so, because you need this number to be higher. So 3 minus 0 is still 3. 14 minus 8 is 6. This is 0 and this is 1. 1063. That's how you do math on paper. Yeah. Is that not how you guys do math? That's how I was taught. If I'm like multiplying, like say it's like 85 times 43. Ooh, wow. I know you multiply these two first and then add, you do like, you have to multiply them like that, like that, like that. So it'd be like 85, 8 times 4, 8, 16, 24, 32. So it'd be 32, 0, 0, plus 20 with a 0, plus 6, 8, 16, 24 with a 0. So it'd be wait, it'd be that, and then 15. So it'd be 5, 5, 6, 3. Is that right? Yeah, you do like 8 times 4 plus 2 zeros, 4 times 5 plus a 0, 8 times 3. That's right. I know that's right. That's not right? No? What? 85 times 43 is 3,655. I was right. You guys are just dead wrong.
By getting final wrong than it is to lose by getting final right. That way you control your own destiny. Mathematically, this means your wager should be second place's score times 2 plus 1 minus your score. This is what's known as a cover bet. Even easier is if you already have more than double what second place has. Congratulations, you've already won the game. Try not to mess that up. Wagering in Final Jeopardy from second place is where things get...
Oh my god, did that guy bet everything and then lose? Oh, because he was so confident?
Wagering in Final Jeopardy from second place is where things get difficult. 99% of the time, first place is going to make the standard cover bet, meaning the only way you can win is if first place gets final wrong. This is a really important principle to keep in mind. It means that going all in, or nearly going all in, is rarely a good move unless first has almost double what you do. There's a lot of math involved based on what proportion of first place's score you have, and we're not going to go into that right now. But I want to assure you that I definitely know and understand all of it, and the only reason we're not covering it is time constraints. It's actually easy for me, and I definitely understand it now. As for wagering from third place...
No, because that shit is complicated as fuck. Because if you're in third, second, or... If you're in third place, you just go all in. But if you're in second, you have to know what the first has. If you're in first, you have to know what second has. And then you have to bet based off what you think they're going to bet. And then still try and put yourself in a winning position even if you get it wrong.
I wasn't sure where else to put this, but you should probably practice quickly reading and understanding Jeopardy questions. It's an advantage to immediately figure out what a question is asking for, so you can spend the rest of the time remembering the answer and focusing on buzzing in. Typically, questions will use words like this or these to point you to what they're asking for, so look at lots of questions and practice quickly parsing them. There is the matter of actually being selected to appear on the show. This is no easy thing to do, not least because...
Yeah, and they're always smart. I'm assuming there's some, like, prerequisite rounds, right? Like, do you have to win something before going on Jeopardy? Because there's never just, like, a straight-up dumbass on Jeopardy.
Because there's a huge element of randomness to it. Jeopardy allows you to take their online test, aptly named the Anytime Test, at any time. There's some mystery qualifying score that will pass the test for you. Nobody is sure of what that score is, but whatever it is, it must be higher than what Emma Stone keeps getting. If you pass the test, you can be randomly selected.
Wait, did she say she applies
higher
every
than what
night? Emma Stone applies to Jeopardy every year.
Stone keeps getting. If you pass the test, you can be randomly selected for the next round of auditions. I want to stress this. You can nail the online test and not go through to the next round. They only take a small percentage of qualifying people through, and it's random, so don't be discouraged if you have to take the test multiple times. I did. My appearance on the show was the result of an increasingly rare in-person audition. I think most of these are done over Zoom now, and the next step is an audition where they do a more proctored online test with you, just to make sure you didn't blatantly cheat on the first one. If you pass the mystery qualifying threshold on that test, you can be selected for the final audition, where they simulate gameplay with
Oh my god, dude, that sucks. Imagine getting through like 3 rounds of auditions and then not making it.
you and do a brief interview.
Or imagine getting through 3 rounds of auditions, making it, and then ending the game with negative $6,000.
The purpose of this final audition is not to see if you're the greatest Jeopardy player who's ever lived. It is to make sure that you won't look like a psycho on television. I did a couple of auditions, and I saw a number of people, okay, let's be honest, they were all men, come in trying to prove they were the smartest guy in the room. This audition is not for that. You have already passed
Oh my god, so if you come in cocky, they just won't let you in?
both tests, so they know you're reasonably smart. Just seem friendly and approachable, and that will go a long way.
Wow, so if they don't like your personality, you could be better than everybody else on the show, and it doesn't matter.
Do not try to crush your opponents in the simulated game. For one thing, the people running the audition choose who wins on the buzzer, so you can't crush your opponents. Assuming you're selected to appear on the show, you'll go to the studio and tape. If you can, try and get a good night's sleep the night before. Just know that when your time comes, the taping will literally fly by, and it will be over before you know it, so try and enjoy it.
I mean, it's only like a half hour, right?
You're on Jeopardy! That's pretty fucking cool. If you win, be ready to play again almost immediately. They tape 5 episodes of Jeopardy in a day, and the mental strain of that much—
Wait, what? So if you, that makes sense. So they're not just like spending a half hour each day on a set. So when he won, he played 5 games in a row.
Jeopardy is something you should also prepare
And then they just make him change shirts?
for. Watch multiple episodes in a row, or play multiple games of J-Archive in a row. Be sure to change your shirt in between games for the full experience.
Wow, so it makes it seem like it's a different day. You literally finish, and then 10 minutes later, you're on the next day's episode. Damn, so even the longest running winners are only on Jeopardy for like a week in like real time.
This barely scratches the surface of how to prepare for Jeopardy, because the boring answer is to just be an intellectually curious information sponge that retains just a little about everything. There are a lot of great resources that I haven't mentioned, which I'll include in the description below. Also, I guess I should tell you to like this video and subscribe in case I ever decide to do this again.
Yeah, dude, fucking love this guy. Isaac Hirsch, goat of Jeopardy. When I was 13, my parents took me to opera for my birthday, hated it, didn't know to tell them. Spent a fair amount of money on the tickets, so I had a great time for the next 4 years. We went to opera for my birthday. I'm always cleaning up on opera questions when I'm watching with my friends now. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a 30-second snippet of an opera.
More than anything, I encourage you to take the Anytime test if you're the least bit interested. It was a great experience for me. I met some wonderful people, played some fun games, and most
Should we take the Anytime test? Dude, I'd fail that. How long would that test be? Anytime test Jeopardy. I just want to see the... Dude, you're probably going to have to fill a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'm not taking this right now. Maybe one day. All right, I got to piss real quick, then we're hopping to the next video. Yell me down! Apocalypse has a VIP section now.
This is me, New Year's Eve 1999. Hopped up on Shirley Temples, waving at my uncle's camcorder like a little
Yo, Shirley Temples were the equivalent of what weed is for me now when I was 8. Like the hype that I felt in my body, in my mind, when somebody said we have, like, if I was at a restaurant and they were like, we have Shirley Temples, I was like, really? And then the lady would go, yeah, I could also give you some maraschino cherries. I'd go, really? What about a root beer float? Ooh. Oh, you said just root beer. No, root beer float, actually. Root beer float was like crack.
maniac. But behind this wholesome family moment, I heard a lot of the adults whispering about
Y2K.
Y2K.
Y2K. Will the Y2K computer bug bring about Armageddon?
Yeah, all the smooth brains. All the smooth brains. In 1999. Yeah, dude. The year 2000, all the PCs. What's going to happen? We've never... all the computers are going to glitch out. They're not going to know what to do.
Flashlights, batteries, sleeping bags were flying off the shelves.
The end of the world as we know it.
I remember thinking, why are we here if the
I would have felt, well, I mean, I was alive. I wasn't alive for Y2K, but I was alive for the Mayan calendar. If I was older, I would have been a little suspicious about the Mayan calendar, I must say. That would have been, wasn't that 2012? was when the Mayan calendar ended.
The world is supposed to end. It introduced me to a thought I think we've all had. If it really fell apart, what would we even do? What's the plan? Y2K reintroduced a Cold War era prepping mindset to a lot of people. But prepping was
Yeah, and actual, dude, literally, you know what I hate about people that, like, whenever there's a natural disaster coming, everybody just go, natural disaster or, like, threat of doom or war, the first thing people go is, I gotta go buy milk. I gotta go buy milk. I got milk and eggs. That's what, I gotta go to the grocery store.
still looked at as something
I gotta go to the grocery store. We're gonna eat what are we gonna do without whole milk? Yeah, and toilet paper. Toilet paper I get more, because I don't want to wipe my ass with some other shit. But, like, bro, I feel like if you're worried about, like, the apocalypse, you gotta buy shit that's gonna last, like, 10 years on a shelf.
for the fringe. It was niche, conspiratorial, DIY, kind of a punchline.
We are facing a communist overthrow.
Fast forward to today, and we've been through a lot. Today, 1 in 3 Americans are prepping for some kind of disaster or apocalypse, which is
That's just not, there's just no way that's true. There's just no way that's true. Over 300 million people. Chat, who here's preparing? Who here's parents are preparing for the apocalypse? Take it out of somebody. Actually be honest here. One in the chat if your parents are actually preparing for the apocalypse. I know you're not. Why is everybody saying me? What are you guys doing to prepare for the apocalypse? Actually, nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Buying a can of corn. It's gonna help you. I just think, like, doomsday prepping is all or nothing. If you're a doomsday prepper and you don't have an actual bunker, why are you prepping? What are you prepping for? We're fucked, right? Because it maybe the apocalypse you're prepping on, like, if you think the fucking zombie apocalypse is gonna happen, you don't need a bunker, sure. But, like, if you're prepping for nuclear war and you don't have a 300-foot deep nuclear bunker, give it a rest, buddy. I'm fucking staring up at the nukes as they come down before I die, you know? I'm not sitting here saying I want that to happen, but what are you prepping for, bro? You're cooked. You're cooked. Unless you live in Iowa, hundreds of miles away from fucking, nuclear warhead center, you're dead, right? Like, what do you mean, I have a whole basement full of non-perishable goods. Yeah, for the fucking rats to eat when you're dead. And the cockroaches, because you're not going to fucking be here. You're going to be incinerated.
what is now an $11 billion industry.
I'll hide in a fridge. Myth. I know it's in the Fallout show, and that's how the one guy survives a nuke. Not true. You actually die quicker. If you're in a house fire or anything where there's a large amount of heat or blast radius, you die faster in a fridge.
I spent a lot of time in the different prepping subreddits, discords.
It's like a pressure cooker. Grandparents have a ton of meals ready to eat. Guns, ammo, no homes in town I live in have basements. I wouldn't call them doomsday preppers, but they want to be prepared. That's different, right? Like, having MREs and guns, that, like, I feel like that you're preparing for, like, a government overthrow. Right? Like, the way that you're describing it is like you're preparing for, like, a home defense situation in a scenario where there's going to be people that are, overthrowing the government and there's full collapse and now it's like every man for themselves. But, like, I feel like the most likely doomsday is nuclear war. And in that sense, it's just like, why even prepare? Unless you're Mark Zuckerberg and you have a fucking $1 billion vault. Like, what are you doing? Especially depending on the state you live. I think there's a point for preparing for the apocalypse if you're far from a military base in, like, the Midwest. But, like, if you live in anywhere in the Northeast, you're dead. If you live anywhere near a big city, you're dead. You know? Like, if you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper and you're 50 miles away from Philly, New York City, Miami, Austin, Dallas, fucking anywhere like that, Denver, dead. You're dead.
And blogs to learn about the community.
Because they're bombing those places. DC, yeah, dead.
And their mindset that's really driving this industry. There's a product for almost every imaginable scenario, from relatively affordable basics.
What about Maine? Is there a military base near you? If so, dead. Dead. Not living. I'm saying in the actual, like, scenario where nuclear fallout causes a doomsday scenario where, like, the entirety of the world is, like, trying to survive and we go into like a nuclear winter, you're fucked. You're fucked. I have a gas mask. I have a gas mask. Oh, great. Oh, great. That's awesome.
All the way to this. And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
That'll keep you alive. That's what. But see, yo, look. Hold on.
Affordable basics all the way to this.
That motherfucker's a multimillionaire, right? If you live in a house like this, okay, you know, now we're getting somewhere. You know, but now already you have a net worth of $100 million, you know, and you live in the middle of nowhere in fucking like whatever state this is.
And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
Yeah.
How much does that bunker go for?
This one's about $600,000-700,000.
Change the price for the meme, bro. Come on.
We build bunkers
700 grand
for when the whole world falls apart. Bill Gates has 11 bunkers. He put one at every property he has.
Basically, I want to know, and 8-year-old me definitely wants to know. What would I need, and how much would it cost me to survive the apocalypse?
Yeah, when you're starting off, you definitely want to keep preparedness simple. A lot of people just gravitate towards guns and ammo, but the focus should be on water, food, and electricity.
Bro, the way that I'm seeing it is I feel like most people prepare for like a 3-month stand, right? And then you're killing yourself in your bunker, right? Like that's how things are going. You know, like if nuclear fallout happens and you have water, yeah, you're focusing on a water supply, limited, food, limited. You have a 4-person family, cooked, right? Cooked, dead. At that point, you got to make the tough decision. I'm not like, you got to make the tough decision of either A, everybody's dying, or B, you're pulling some, what's that game that Queso played a bunch and I played for a little bit, and you're in the bunker and you send like little Timmy out to go find fucking rations? 60 seconds. Just like the thought, like if you're in a bunker with 4 people and you got, say, 6 months food supply for all 4 of you, you cut out 3 people and now you got 2 years, you know? I'm not saying you kill your family in this situation, but I'm saying, like, why prepare for the apocalypse if now you're putting yourself in the even worse situation? Because now you're trapped in a bunker with your family and you're starving to death versus just getting wiped out in the nuclear blast. I'm taking the nuclear blast. What did I join into? Yeah, or you just start eating each other. Like, oh, God, no.
Products fall between $0 and $100. For water, there are things like these 60-gallon bladders, water purification tablets, and personal.
You had your friend over. When the bombs hit. You guys are in the bunker together. You got to make the tough decision. Do you eat Timmy? You know, family first. So it's like you had your friend John. Now John's in the bunker with you. It's like, hey, John, we didn't really plan for you to be here.
Water filters.
You're also about $1.80 and pretty lean, man. That's a lot of calories.
Like this life straw.
Now, I could potentially chop an arm off, you know.
God damn. You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can, of course, buy...
On God, that's relatable.
You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can, of course, buy...
Vape's clogged, you suck really hard and put your tongue in it. Just press play. We're going to move on.
Buy big bags of rice, beans, grains, or other foods with a long shelf life. But we're sticking to products made specific.
that out of context, bro. That's actually what you do, though, to unclog it.
For disaster preparedness. And that means emergency food buckets. Okay, I feel entirely misled by ReadyWise and the marketing of this food bucket. The packaging says just add water. Bring to a boil, stirring often, and simmer for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yo, and you know that shit is straight gruel. Gruel. Have you ever seen the videos where people actually review these? I mean, I did an MRE video. That was different because that's like for military meals. These ones are meant to be like non-perishable for like 50, 100 years or some shit. I think it says 25-year shelf life. That's, yeah, up to 25 years right there. These ones are like so much worse than MREs. Like if regular food's a 10, MREs are a 7. These are like a 2.
So let's look at this.
Like it's actually just fucking it's literally just sustenance. It's just calories.
The lens of a apocalypse. How am I boiling water for 15 to 20 minutes Now I have to build a fire in my backyard. I think this is the perfect example of
Or in a bunker. Now you're building a fire in an open bunker because you don't have electricity.
misleading marketing in the doomsday prepping industry.
Could you eat it dry? Like you have like ramen, but like no water to like cook it in?
This is what we're living off of during the apocalypse. Powdered milk, orange drink mix, and vanilla pudding. Ready-wise, count your days, motherfuckers. Outside of food and water, there are a few other basic prep items you'll find in this price range. A solar rechargeable flashlight, an emergency radio with NOAA weather alerts, there's a reusable respirator, and a magnesium fire starter. So far, this is how much I've spent. There are also survival kits you can buy in this $0 to $100 price range. This one has a lot of the things we just went through, with some—
What are we prepping for? A fucking an expedition reset? Like, I don't understand. Like, all infrastructure to be wiped off the earth, now I'm going chopping down trees again? Brother, what's happening? There's still stuff, like, what are we preparing for? I don't understand. A respirator? Was The Last of Us?
additional stuff. It's a good amount of stuff for 41.
Are there mushroom spores fucking infecting me? I don't understand. What am I prepping for? World War III. We're dead.
$99, but the quality doesn't necessarily feel that great. Anyway, it turns out the stuff in this tier sells incredibly well. And since Ready.gov says I should have a 72-hour kit at home and a 24-hour kit at work, and a kit in my car, we can already see how all of this ends up costing a pretty penny for someone—
I mean, what life are we living if I'm carrying a fucking ready-to-go bag to my office job? You bring in a bag to work every day with a fucking Bowie knife and other— I mean, that's also a legality problem now because you have weaponry in your work bag.
who becomes obsessed with prepping. And we're at the low price tier. Overall, Scott feels most of these products are
Worth having for sure.
Does spending more money increase my odds of survival?
It depends on what you mean by more money.
So now we're looking at anything up to $5,000. With food, the cost scales depending on how long you're trying to be covered and how many people you need to feed. This site even has a bundle that gets us in the next price tier.
Or you pull one of those— did you see— oh wait, no, this is kind of a spoiler. Spoiler alert, the guy in the Fallout show that only bought a cryopod for himself and he killed the rest of his family. And he was like, the ticket's expensive.
For water, we start looking at larger scale and more sophisticated water filtration products. There are also larger water storage products. To communicate and stay informed, you can look at ham radios or satellite phones. Another category of products in this tier that you'll see a lot of sites selling is backup power.
We're so dependent on electrical, and the grid is kind of fragile. Most people don't do well after a few days without electricity.
A company called Jackery makes
Brother, I was doing bad with like 7 hours without electricity. I started to fucking tweak out. I was like, what do I do? Not only what do I do like with my time, I was like, bro, I'm gonna like freeze to death.
ton of different power stations, generators, battery packs, and solar panels to recharge them all. In this tier, you'll also
Joe ain't surviving. I'm not. I think I'd survive a zombie apocalypse. I don't need to prepare for that.
find a big market for higher-end 72.
No, I don't, because zombies are stupid, right? And I'm gonna fucking jab them in the eye with a spear.
Hour survival kits. Beautifully organized, I'll tell you that much. This is a multi-tool. First aid core. Air filtration mask. Is this another shovel? I don't know. I feel like buying some of these things individually might make more sense than dropping $229 on this kit. When I bring up my 72-hour kit to Scott, it becomes clear that I'm thinking like a beginner, just gravitating towards a simple one-size-fits-all solution that's been really well packaged and marketed.
I do not like the pre-made kits. I think people should build their own. I believe the 72 hours is a few years ago. It's really a week. Recently in our area, Hurricane Helene came through and just wiped a lot of people out. FEMA couldn't put a dent in it.
Once you start spending more than $5,000, things start to get a little hazy. And not like, oh shit, go get the gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house—
Like, what are they doing, bro? We have sheet metal. We have a sheet metal bunker, bro. What is this? This was probably during World War II, but I'm like, what are we— dude, you're dead.
gas masks hazy. Hazy as in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house generator, for example. Drive through suburbia and you'll see a lot of houses with them. Installing a Generac on your house could easily run you 15 grand. Or whole house water filtration. Something like a Culligan system could easily run you up to 10 grand. Depending on where you live, you could install motorized hurricane shutters or impact-resistant windows. If you're somewhere prone to flood,
How the Super Bowl really works. I'm excited for this video. I know the Super Bowl just happened, but I went, so I feel like I could give my own personal insight on it too, so it'd be really cool to, like, you know, converse about it.
The Super Bowl isn't just a football game. It's a logistical monster. Behind one kickoff is years of planning, billions of dollars, and one of the largest security operations in the country.
For the Super Bowl.
Entire cities compete for the right to host it. Thousands of workers.
Security's pretty lackluster, I'm not gonna lie. Snuck an edible into that bitch. Got in there with weed. Well, I don't know if they were searching for that. They did have drug dogs. They did have drug dogs, but I had that shit in my pocket. You walk through a metal detector and they wave you with a wand too. That's it. But they do have security guards everywhere. They had security guards, cops everywhere.
Volunteers, media members, and law enforcement agencies are involved.
They shut down all the roads outside of it. That was like part of my complaint was when I left through the west side, and I was supposed to go to the east side to get in my car so I could go back. Or not my car, get in the car. I had a driver. And we had to walk like 2 miles because every road was fucking closed. So I'm just walking on a highway all the way around the stadium, this big lap, because they close off every fucking road.
Private jets flood airports. Hotel rooms disappear.
Yeah, dude, booking a hotel was actually so painful in San Fran. The Super Bowl was in San Jose. There were about 0 hotels in San Jose. I didn't want to stay there anyway because everybody told me that was a dud city and there's nothing to fucking do there. And I was there for like a week. So I stayed in San Fran because it's only like an hour away. And even in San Fran, bro, the hotels were like $700 a night, $650 a night. It was horrible. And there was like 3 hotels that were open. Everything else was booked.
And for 1 week, everything in that city revolves around a single event. So how does the NFL actually pull it off? In this video, we're breaking down how the Super Bowl really works, from host city selection, Super Bowl week logistics, to broadcasting, commercials.
Bro, it was the perfect, I'm not gonna lie, like Levi Stadium in San Jose was the perfect fucking stadium for the Super Bowl. The amount of people that are showing up was not even a problem. Because there's San Jose Airport and San Fran Airport 45 minutes away from each other. 2 big-ass cities and Oakland across the water. You could, like, they had no problem holding that amount of people. Like, when they have the fucking World Cup in New Jersey. Cooked. C-O-O-K-E-D. Cooked. That shit's going to be terrible. Already overcrowded-ass state. And then on top of that, we're going to have millions of people flying in. You're on crack. Newark Airport, the worst airport in the fucking world. Newark Airport, worst airport in the fucking world, dude. We're going to have everybody flying in there. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Have fun getting to your fucking flight 9 hours early to stand in line for fucking 6. Hell no. But I will say, I was worried that on the way home from the Super Bowl, I was gonna, like, be in a line waiting to leave at the airport. Bro, we left the next day at noon. We walked through security. There was no line. I was like, where is everybody? What happened to the 70,000 people that showed up?
And everything that happens once the final whistle blows.
At SFO? Yeah, there's nobody there. After party? Well, I left on Monday. Yeah, they used private jets. I was a chud. No, I wasn't, because there was an Eagles player on the flight with me.
The planning for the Super Bowl start with the selection of a host city. To host the Super Bowl, you first have to place a bid, which normally starts about 4 years out, and the NFL considers a multitude of factors to select a host city. The NFL...
I thought if you're the host city, you can't be in the Super Bowl. Am I wrong? When was the last time the Super Bowl was held in the city of a competing team? Yeah, in 2022. Oh, no, it's 2022. When the LA Rams... Yeah, the LA Rams hosted at their own stadium. And then the Bucks. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Well, I haven't been paying attention.
considers stadium quality and capacity,
Sorry.
obviously, but also many other factors like hotel inventory, airport capacity, the climate of the city if the field is in a dome, security on hand, and corporate infrastructure. To get the game, host cities will come up with intricate plans that cost millions of dollars to prepare. This may seem backwards, but it's actually an investment. For example, Las Vegas spent roughly $60 million preparing for the Super Bowl. But the return was massive, with an estimated economic boost hovering around $600 to $700 million, a 10x.
They made $700 million in their city in the fucking, like, 2 days that the Super Bowl, like, shit took place there. I'm not gonna lie, they were hyping it up all over San Fran. Like, when I was in San Francisco, I was there, like, a week before, and every business, every restaurant had, like, Super Bowl specials, Super Bowl themed things, Super Bowl this, Super Bowl that. There was, like, special events that were being held at Pier 39. Like, they had stuff going on just trying to rake money in. And it was working, dude. Everyone was going to that shit.
Return. These investments are in a number of different things. Host cities will often renovate stadium locker rooms.
I didn't know the NFL doesn't pay for the halftime show. I knew that I learned that like 3 years ago, that the artist has to pay for it.
Improve
or their sponsors, but they get the money back. It's still, you're still in set. The idea is like, hey, we're not going to pay you to perform, but when you perform, your music's just going to fucking spike, you know? Like when Usher performed, I'm using Usher as an example because he's kind of like an older artist that, you know, regained popularity. When Usher performed, his music like tripled. Like motherfuckers start listening. Yeah, people start listening to you again. Like Ludacris and Lil Jon and all those people when he performed.
Broadcast capabilities by adding new cabling for cameras and a host of other things. Cities will tightly map out traffic plans, trying to find the most efficient ways for fans.
How much do you think Kid Rock got paid to do the All-American halftime show?
To reach the stadium. Another important
probably $10 and a wet napkin
consideration is airport availability. There are plenty of commercial flights that will be arriving for the big game.
And he went, oh yeah.
But an even bigger consideration is being able to house all of the private jets. The Super Bowl obviously is just as much a social event as
what a problem to have. We have too many private jets coming in.
It is a sporting one, with thousands of celebrities.
Suck a dick, fly Spirit, bitch.
Athletes and business moguls.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, we have too many private jets coming in. Some of our clients, all of our billionaires aren't able to come in. Fuck off.
Given this, a ton of private jets arrive every single year for the Super Bowl. For Super Bowl 58 in Vegas, approximately 882 private jets flew into the city for the big game. The year before that, in Phoenix, a record 931 private jets. Insane. Super Bowl is labeled as an NSSE, short for a National Security Special Event. This means that a multitude of different security groups need to work together to ensure a smooth, safe event for everyone. That means a group effort and collaboration between the Secret Service, FBI, Department of Homeland Security.
Yo, I don't know if they had to do with it. There were so many homeless people in San Fran the day before and the day of the Super Bowl. None. I'm telling you, I would walk down an alley where there would be 9 homeless people on the sidewalk. When it was the day before the day of the Super Bowl, they were gone. I don't know where they were, where they put them, if they moved out or something. I moved out. I don't know where they moved them.
State police and local law enforcement. The exact number is tough to pin down, but it is estimated that the FBI, DHS, and Secret Service contribute anywhere from 500 to 700. State and local law enforcement between 1,200 and 2,000. And roughly another 200 to 400 from the National Guard. All told, well over 3,000 plus security members help secure the Super Bowl. To house everyone visiting, hotels work overtime. In New Orleans, it was estimated that 43,000 hotel rooms were roughly 90.
Yeah, hotels working overtime. Meanwhile, my hotel has one plunger that they pass around for each person when a fucking toilet clogs. I mean, you gotta be goddamn kidding me. Oh, we're really hyping up the Super Bowl here. Why do we not have a plunger in every fucking hotel room? I mean, what type of stupid shit is that? I have to call you? I call the guy. You'll see it in the vlog. I was getting mad. Like, I clogged my toilet. I try unclogging it with my foot. It doesn't go, okay? It doesn't go. And this is like a 20-minute process, right? I'm giving the double flush, the triple flush. We're on the brim, right? Like the water's almost spilling over. So it goes down a little bit. And, you know, I end up getting a hanger and I try mushing it down with that. It does nothing. And chat, keep in mind, the poop's gone at this point. It's just toilet paper. It's just toilet paper. And I ended up washing my foot. It was fine. So I jam my foot in the toilet. Does nothing. So I end up calling them. And I go, hey, I clogged my toilet. There's no plunger in the room. And they go, oh, we'll bring up a plunger in a minute. I get a knock on the door. And this guy comes up. He's wearing a suit. He doesn't even look like a janitor. And he's holding the plunger in a trash bag. And he's like, can I come in? And I go, no. I don't say that. I go, I could do it. And he goes, are you sure? I'm like, what do you think? There's something alive in the fucking bathroom, dude? No. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't want you to fucking unclog my toilet. What the hell is this? So I go, give me the plunger. So I take the plunger, and I fucking shut the door in his face. I go unclog the toilet, and then I bring it back. I go, here you go. And he goes, thanks. I go, thanks. And then he walks away. I go, hey, this is an interaction we could avoid. All you got to do is put a plunger in the room. How much is a plunger? $5? $10? $12? And I tell Brooke this, and Brooke's standing there. She's listening to me talk to this guy. I go, who the fuck would want him to plunge their toilet? And she was like, you'd be surprised. And, you know, I ended up thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, there probably are some, like, really, like, richy people that are like, could you unclog my toilet for me? Fuck out of here. I want to unclog. I don't want somebody, like, you know how weird that would feel if I let this guy in my hotel room, and then he's just sitting there just mushing. I know that looked weird.
3% occupied.
Gross.
In Vegas, that number was tenfold. 413,000 hotel rooms were booked between Friday and Sunday, the week of the Super Bowl. Although, this is expected for a city like Las Vegas, where many people probably visited to enjoy everything Vegas has to offer during America's biggest sporting event. Who makes up many of the people attending the Super Bowl? Volunteers, of course. 10,000 plus volunteers help every single year with the Super Bowl. This includes everyone from airport greeters to fan experience staff and traffic coordinators. Concessions.
I don't think I saw a single person he just mentioned.
And traffic coordinators.
Nope. Traffic coordinators, yes. None of the airport greeters.
Concessions are also incredibly important for the Super Bowl experience. People need food to eat while enjoying the game. There are roughly between 2
chicken nuggets and French fries. That's what they had.
And 3,000 core food and beverage staff working the game. But given this is the Super Bowl, they need a little extra help. To handle this, an additional 1,000 to 2,000 workers are brought in to help serve people food and drink. Most interestingly, the revenue gained from concessions alone is astronomical. It is estimated that anywhere between $6 and $8 million is grossed on concessions alone. That is
I feel like that's majorly from alcohol too, bro. They were charging fucking 19. Dude, no, it was $20 for a 19-ounce beer. I was like, wow, I'm paying $1 an ounce. $1 an ounce for fucking piss. For piss water.
a lot of food and drinks. Lastly, the most important attendees of the big game are, of course, the coaches and players. This includes the 53-man roster, plus 2 to 4 additional reserves, 20 to 25 coaches, 15 to 20 medical/training staff, and another 25 to 30 operations personnel, totaling 115 to 130 people per team. And believe me when I tell you this, their schedules the week of the Super Bowl are crazy. Super Bowl week is hectic, to say the least. Teams normally arrive Sunday before the Super Bowl to get settled and have a lengthy week of activities ahead of them. On Monday, the festivities begin, most notably opening night. On opening night, individual players and coaches from both teams are at podiums. Thousands of media members gather around them to ask questions and record viral moments, like this interview between Deion Sanders and Marshawn Lynch several years back.
You look good. Shit, you do too.
The event is also commonly open to fans as a ticketed event. The host stadium.
Do that many people watch opening night? I think I've only seen clips of opening night like once or twice ever.
Will often play hype videos for each team.
Yeah, clip farming night. That's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm like, I don't think anybody taps into opening night the week before.
Music and entertain with team mascots. In total, it is about
Joe screening out. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, You just see me pass out.
90 minutes and gets most of the media obligations out of the way early, allowing teams to focus on football later in the week. Tuesday through Friday are much more football focused. Teams hold full practices and media events are limited. While coaches and players will still conduct individual interviews on these days are way more tame than opening night and allow players to focus on what's important. Saturday is when things really tighten up and calm down. The teams normally hold light walkthroughs and media sessions are at a minimum, with only key players and coaches holding brief interviews. Most of the players' time is spent in hotels, reviewing film and mental.
Bro, Joe Burrow be getting injured so often. I could so see Joe Burrow making it to the Super Bowl one day, and then the day before they're like, he has the stomach virus. Joe Burrow has contracted the Black Plague. And then every Cincinnati fan goes, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Prepping for the
But Joe Burrow somehow got a new case of Ebola.
next day.
He's going to be out for the rest of the season.
On Super Bowl Sunday, everything is tightly scheduled and feels like it is timed down to the minute. Players are required to be up and at breakfast around 7 hours before kickoff. Teams will often hold a few additional meetings for position groups and then head to the stadium 3 to 4 hours before kickoff. For travel to the game, teams obviously have police escorts and NFL security to ensure a safe arrival, and teams have a fixed window of arrival set by the league. Upon entering the stadium, players will get additional treatment needed and then begin warm-ups 90 minutes before kickoff. After warm-ups, players will head back to the locker room for some last-minute speeches by captains and coaches before being introduced for the big game.
I feel like that's not that different from a regular game, though, no? Like, he's talking about how the Super Bowl really works. I feel like how teams, obviously it's a lot more serious because it's the Super Bowl, but how teams are treating their Super Bowl game is like a playoff, like any playoff game. Like, I think there is a little bit more rest probably in between because you don't want to be, like, at all lethargic and then you're going to put it out all out on the field, you know, because it's the last game of the fucking season or the postseason, but still.
And then the show really starts. To showcase the spectacle for those not in attendance, a broadcast is needed, of course.
I will say, I think that they are getting more and more geared towards TV viewers than stadium viewers. And I think they have to kind of get a mix in between there. Like, Bad Bunny's halftime show, I really liked, but it was clearly made for TV, right? Similar to, you know, last year's or any of the years before. Like, most people say, like, Rihanna, I think, had one that was, like, really good for, like, the in-audience and TV people. But it's, like, all of it's around TV-focused TV stuff. So it's, like, they do, like, fan shit. But, like, if I'm being honest, outside of the halftime show, the Super Bowl felt like any regular season game. Obviously, there's more shit on the line, so it's more hype. But there's no different feeling. You're in a regular stadium. It's the Levi's Stadium. Maybe they decorate it a little bit more, but it's just it's just a football. It's a football game. Like, you're going to a big football game. That's what it is.
4 major broadcast channels that retain rights to host the Super Bowl, rotating every year. They are CBS, Fox, NBC, and ABC.
That game was ass. I will say the game was very lackluster the first half. The second half, I thought it got good, especially in person. It was pretty hype watching, like, an interception and shit. But yeah, no, it was just straight 4 field goals.
Under the most recent deal signed in 2021, the first 3 channels have the rights to 3 Super Bowls.
Worst offensive line I've ever seen from the Patriots. Yeah, Drake May was throwing the ball like he was pooping his pants. I really thought he was locked into when they were showing him at the start. I really thought I was kind of getting nervous, man. I had my bet placed. I was like, wow, the Patriots look pretty good. And then I saw them hike that first ball, and I went, never mind. Yeah, O-line. I mean, their whole offensive team did bad. They had no yards, no ball possession. Like, one of the things that I saw from a Patriots fan was, like, he was like, there's some solace or, like, some, I guess, closure in knowing that we got outclassed, is what he said, right? When you have a close game in the Super Bowl, it feels really bad because it's like, damn, we were right there. But, like, they got dogged, right? Like, they did not deserve to win. And that was, like, shown clearly. Like, there were no bad calls. It was just they played like shit.
The commentators for each are as follows: CBS's A-Team of Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, Fox's Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady, NBC's Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, and ABC/ESPN's Monday Night Football hosts Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. This year, we will get an extra dose of Tirico and Collinsworth, as it's NBC's Super Bowl to host. To make the broadcast happen, the hosts need cameras, and a lot of them.
All right, the complete supply chain of some generic consumer junk.
Precisely 5 minutes after the homeowner leaves for work in the morning, a package is gently delivered to their doorstep containing an impulse purchase from the night before. This box is just one of 36 million that will be delivered across
You ever watch an Amazon driver work when you're driving by them? Most stressed out people you will ever see. If you think you're having a bad day, drive past an Amazon delivery driver and they're just they're like, if I can deliver something, run back to their car, fucking get in, go to the next house, go to the next apartment. They gotta fucking deliver some shit 6 stories up. Oh my God, they're freaking out the whole time. It's terrible. Dude, they churn employees at Amazon like fucking butter, dude. So fast. 1 in, 1 out every 2 months.
America over the next 10 hours, serving a growing appetite for home-delivered consumption. But inside this particular package is a humble paper shredder purchased for $59.99 with free delivery. As far as modern products...
Next day delivery makes no fucking sense to me. I understand I live in New Jersey, so there's a lot of shit around. It's different from, like, if you live in, like, a rural Nebraska. Bro, how the I understand if I order, like, protein powder or some basic shit paper that comes in next day. I have ordered, like, random niche products, and it says next day shipping. They just have that in a warehouse. Like, my possum costume came in 2 days. 2 days. They just have a possum costume on hand? Why? Why? They're waiting. They know somebody's going to order that. That's what freaks me out. Them having a paper shredder next day, whatever. Now he's going to go into how the paper shredder's made, and it's going to mind fuck me. But that doesn't freak me out that it's, like, in a warehouse. Because, yeah, people are going to order a fucking paper shredder. People are going to order a Keurig or, like, a coffee pot or a mug. You know, I get that.
It's actually pretty basic. It only has 40 components in total, and they are each made from common generic materials. But even to assemble this cheap desktop appliance, those simple parts collectively traveled over 500,000 kilometers, went through...
Yeah, and a fucking lithium mine. There's some shit. The fucking battery, dude, literally any random product you have, part of that shit's from, like, fucking Australia, South Africa, Germany, Iceland, Norway. It's all just combined together.
Hundreds of industrial facilities in dozens of countries employed thousands of workers, and it all started right here.
Was this a fucking bomb test?
In the Northern Territory of Australia, the Alcongove mine extracts 12.5 million tons of bauxite every year.
What the fuck is bauxite? See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Everything you use on a day-to-day basis, you know nothing about. Bauxite? What is that? Plastic?
Australia is
for aluminum ore?
The largest producer of this raw material in the world, and this mine is one of its biggest. The operation is simultaneously so remote and massive that it's actually the 4th largest township in a region roughly twice the size of France. This is particularly impressive since the permanent population of the outpost is actually less than a few hundred people. Almost everybody here at a given time flies into work at this—
But you never meet a motherfucker with this job! You never meet a motherfucker who does that! That's what I'm saying, bro. No. Everybody I know, yeah, I work at Walmart. I'm an electrician. I'm a plumber. I work for an airline. I'm a nurse. I need to meet a motherfucker that's like, yeah, I work at a fucking carbon factory. Cause who the fuck works there? But there's so many, because why are you screaming? Bro, because that's like so many jobs in the world, but I know no one I don't even know somebody that knows somebody that works at a fucking, like, I know people that work at Amazon factories. I don't know anybody that works at like a fucking coal mine or some shit. Now I know a lot of that's like out of country, but even then, like other random niche things, I'm like, who the fuck, like like somebody that works at like a trash mill, or like a recyclable place or a water plant. I don't know anybody who works there. I don't know. Fucking random people.
Mine and then flies out back to
It's automated, bro. A lot of it's automated, but there's still people there.
civilization once their roster is complete. And if you
know less than 0.08% of the world, dude, I know less than 0.0000001% of the world. Even then, though, I'm saying like in your region, there are people that have jobs, not around mining in Australia, obviously, unless you live in Australia, but like, you know, people, or there's people in your area that work at like a nuclear fucking facility.
The mining process that takes place here is almost astonishingly simple. Most of the material that they're after is literally sitting on the surface, so instead of drilling deep into the earth, they just blow up the dirt and scoop it into giant trucks. This crude technique is highly effective and economical, but it does have one unintended side effect.
Bro, you want to know I need to meet somebody that runs one of these. What is that bucket? What is that bucket machine that's big as hell and it's a circle and it just goes roof, 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 and it picks stuff up. What's the name of that? It's like an excavator of sorts, but it works at like mines. Excavator, scoop, wheel, truck. But this on a bigger scale. I need to meet somebody that runs one of these. What a badass machine to fucking control. You own one of these diggers that just fucking picks up thousands of pounds of dirt and supplies.
Everything happens at the surface. The red dirt of this sprawling extraction site are easily visible from space. Either way, once it's collected, the raw material is moved along an 18-kilometer conveyor belt to a processing and storage yard at the very tip of the peninsula, where the alumina ore is separated from other impurities. It's kept here until a buyer sends a bulk carrier to dock at the mine's dedicated shipping port. And then it's back on another conveyor belt to a ship waiting almost a mile offshore. The vessels moving this material are some of the largest bulk freighters in the world. They're so large that they can't actually get that close to shore without a dedicated deep-water port, and those are expensive. The port only handles two particular products in bulk. Ships take out raw alumina and bring in heavy fuel oil, which is used in a self-contained electrical plant to power both the industrial mine site and the local township. Both raw ore and liquid fuel can be piped or moved on a conveyor, so it's easier to get the cargo out across the ocean to the ship than to bring the ship to the cargo at the shallow shore. Once loaded, this glorified pile of dirt will start a 3-week journey up the Malacca Strait, through the Indian Ocean, the Suez...
This stresses me out. Like, I understand this was all developed in specialized trade over generations and years, but this is the supply chain for one singular cog in a printer. One.
Canal and the Mediterranean to end up here on almost exactly the opposite side of the planet, in Iceland. This small country is blessed with almost unlimited...
Wait, they shipped it to Iceland?
Through the Indian Ocean, the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean to end up here on almost exactly the opposite side of the planet.
They're shipping aluminum from Australia to Iceland to probably go to somewhere else to make 1/50th of a printer. What? Dude, Iceland's literally on the opposite side of the world.
This small country...
What the fuck do they need to ship it to Iceland for?
...is blessed with almost unlimited geothermal power, which makes the energy-intensive process of turning raw alumina into refined aluminium very cost-effective and environmentally friendly compared to alternative plants that power their operations with...
Dude, deadass, imagine living right there. Is this a nuclear power plant? These are like smokestacks. Dude, imagine living... That house is 100 feet away from that.
Fossil fuels. Thousands of tons of raw alumina oxide.
They're safe? Bro, I know they're safe and they rarely explode, but imagine your outside view being a literal nuclear power plant.
Operations with fossil fuels. Thousands of tons of raw alumina oxide is loaded into massive furnaces and then electrolytically separated into pure aluminium. If you ever did an electrolysis experiment in science class separating out hydrogen and oxygen, the process is almost the same, only it's done with molten metal instead of water, and the energy requirements are an order of magnitude greater. To refine just 1 ton of aluminium takes approximately 15 megawatt hours of electricity. To put that into perspective, that would be enough energy to drive a standard Tesla Model 3 over 60,000 miles, or
How is it $50 for the fucking printer? How is it $50 for the fucking printer? Why is it not 35 grand? Enough energy to make 1 ton of this? 2,000 pounds? Just one part of this machine? Enough energy to fucking drive a goddamn Tesla around the world multiple times?
This plant, on the other hand, smelts more than 1,000 tons.
What is the circumference of the Earth? I know it's mass production. Bro, you could drive the Tesla around the Earth 3 times.
Every day. The reason it's worth it to ship this raw material halfway across the world is because the energy savings of refining aluminium in Iceland with its cheap electricity pay for the increased shipping costs more than 10 times over.
And somebody figured that out. Nah. Somebody figured that out, bro. Somebody was like, what if instead of making the aluminum here, we shipped it all the way across the entire world where they could use lava to do it and geothermal energy.
Once this process is completed, the molten aluminium is poured into ingot molds and then stacked into pallets, which can then be loaded back onto the same kind of bolt.
Yeah, and watch this motherfucker say they shipped that shit from Iceland back to China.
Carrier that delivered the raw materials in the first place. Normally these ships are loaded with loose dry goods, but they're effectively just big floating boxes. If they can safely store something in their holds, they can ship it. From there, the next destination, back through the Mediterranean and the Suez, is up to the Chinese city of Foshen.
Stop, dude, this is too much. This is too much. This is too fucking much. This is for one, dude, this is just aluminum.
This industrial city center across the bay from
pre-watch, bro, everything's made in China.
Hong Kong and Shenzhen has become a trade hub for raw materials like copper, steel, and aluminium.
Copper tubing.
Vendors like Henan Aluminium Industrial Company will buy these ingots directly from smelting plants and then ship them to their warehouse.
I think I need to invest in Henan Xinte Aluminum Industry Co. Ltd. I think I want to invest in this company in Henan, China.
Warehouses across the river. These businesses then wholesale these raw ingots, but also turn them
How do I buy stock in that company?
into alloyed sheets and plates to be sold at a slight markup to industrial customers throughout southern China. A lot of these products are sold through existing contact networks, but if you're inclined to buy industrial quantities of metal, they also post their wares on sites like Alibaba. Although
I can buy the aluminum sheets from Alibaba, what would I use? Minimum order 25 tons? What the fuck? Why would I ever order 25 tons of fucking aluminum sheets from Alibaba? Even if you're a business, there's no way they're ordering that from Alibaba.
Although you do need to buy 5 tons at a time, so
Bro.
It should last you a while. The 6061 grade aluminium alloy from Iceland can actually charge a slight premium over regular sheets because certain suppliers prefer the European manufacturer's quality control and green manufacturing process. Of course, most manufacturers simply don't care as long as the material gets the job done, so the marketplace between vendors and buyers is fierce. However, once a deal is made, 30 tons of cylindrical alloy beams are loaded onto a barge and floated another 1,000 kilometers up the Pearl River to a machining plant just on the outskirts of the city of Nanning. It's probably a city you've never heard of, but it's home to nearly...
Oh yeah, but there's 80 million fucking people there. Hey, this is a random city in China you've never heard of in your entire life, but look how many fucking skyscrapers there are. This is where 1% of the world lives.
9 million people, and is
That's like New York City. This is a New York City of people.
a major producer of the parts that make the products you interact with every day. Once the beams are unloaded into the factory warehouse, they're loaded into grinding machines to etch out a basic spoke pattern, and then they're sliced lengthwise to produce hundreds of basic standardized gears. Mechanical parts made out of aluminium are not nearly as strong as those made out of steel, but the lighter weight and easier machinability of this metal makes it very popular for low-stress applications in basic consumer machines. Once they're machined, the pallets of
Bro, this is like a hyper in-depth episode of how it's made. Because how it's made will start with the items used. They don't start with the production and manufacturing of said items. Because how it's made would start with the cog. This is an entire episode of how the cog's even made.
gears and then shipped back down the river to another buyer who ordered the parts in bulk a month before. At this point, the 1 ton of raw bauxite scraped out of the ground back in Australia has been turned into 5,000 little metal gears. The net material hasn't
Awesome.
actually changed that much, apart from a few trace metals thrown in to form an alloy. However, as unrefined ore, it would sell in China for around $75 a ton. These basic gears, on the other hand, are now going to be sold in exactly the same city for $5,000.
I need to invest in this Chinese company. How do I do it?
A markup of 600%, which has so far justified every
Aluminum gears, chat. That's the business I'm getting into now.
step in the process, but it's not done yet. These gears are actually being forwarded from Guangzhou to another buyer in Vietnam. They're loaded onto a 20-foot shipping container and then into a small cargo ship, which will make the short 2-day journey from the Ocean Gate shipping terminal. No, not
A 2-day journey short.
that Ocean Gate, to the port city of Haiphong. Over time, as China has developed, it's actually started outsourcing a lot of its basic manufacturing the same way that the West has outsourced their basic manufacturing to China. Chinese workers and businesses have developed an array of highly technical industrial skills and expertise. Cities like Guangzhou are also not cheap to operate in anymore, and workers in these cities demand wages enough to compensate for this cost of living. What this means is that basic hand assembly is far more economical in Vietnam than it is back in China. Major manufacturers like LG, Samsung, Bridgestone, Yazaki, and Foxconn all have massive manufacturing plants in this city because it's one of the most competitive places in the world to put stuff together. It's still close to China, so technical pieces can be imported and assembled components can be exported with very few barriers, while line workers here simply earn about 1/5 of what similar Chinese workers would make a few thousand miles up north.
Damn. So we're buying shit from China, but China's outsourcing that to Vietnam?
In this
Or
case,
Thailand?
the gears end up in a smaller factory that specializes in low-end consumer hardware. Here, the gears are attached by hand to an electrical motor, which is then combined with lower stress plastic gears, a rubber belt, a stack of steel teeth, all held together by an injection molded plastic case. None of these components were made in this factory, just being put together here. In fact, each and every one of them have all taken a similar journey from raw material extraction to refineries, machining, component manufacturing, and assembly, in addition to all the warehousing and shipping that comes with it. But the journey is still not over yet. The technical components have all been assembled, but that package back on the doorstep in America didn't contain an EC43515 MCD P4 crosscut electric shredder subassembly. It contained a user-ready paper shredder. Most manufacturers don't want to deal with the stress and persnickety requests that come from retail clients. So once this housing is assembled, it's shipped back to China to a warehouse that produces white-labeled consumer products for several retailers across the world. These generic internals will...
Dude, this is so much. I don't understand how they profit on that. You know what I mean? The 5,000 cogs are worth $5K, but like you're only using like fucking 10 of them in the printer. But then you have so many other products. How are they making money? Like, what do you think the profit margins on the printer are? Well, people are making money on the back end every time. Australia's making money shipping it to Iceland. Iceland's making money giving it to China. China's making money giving it back to itself in another city, giving it to Thailand, giving it back to China, assembling it, giving it to another company that then assembles that and gives it to the average consumer. But like, dude, why is it not more than $50? How is it $50? I understand its efficiency and mass production. That's what it is. It really just is mass production. Because those cogs are used, there's a standardized, like, set of, you know, rivets, nails, cogs, and they use a lot of the same things for, like, those cogs aren't just used for printers. They're used for a million things. So they're making fucking a million of them in a week. And then they're fucking putting those into a bunch of different products. But it's like the fact that there's one factory that just makes these cogs. There's one factory that just makes these things is insane to me.
Paper shredder, some of which will cost significantly more than others. The way it works is that a retailer from a country like America will design a plastic housing to go around the internal components and then sell their model to end users. In this case, the American retailer will work with the Chinese wholesaler to pick some injection molded shapes and colors which they think will work with their branding to best appeal to their target consumers in their home market. The Chinese factory produces large batches of these models for a fixed price and will also work with other suppliers on packaging. Additionally, a printed cardboard box and foam insulation is provided by a supplier in Thailand, and everything is put together and loaded onto specially compliant pallets which are then placed into a 40-foot shipping container. From there, the Chinese wholesaler and the American retailer use a third-party customs broker who specializes in booking slots on container ships and making sure everything gets through customs at each end with minimal headaches. Since the boxes containing the paper shredders are not particularly large,
I used to be upset at myself. Like, the next philosophy video I'm posting is how, like, specialized labor is kind of crazy, but also really good. But I'm fully okay with the fact that I know how nothing works now. Because there's no point in me learning. There's no point in me learning how my printer works because it's too much. But I don't even think that, like, from each individual perspective, like, of the Icelandic people that are making the aluminum, they're not going, I need to know how this works with a printer. They're just going, I need to know how to make an aluminum. The one factory goes, I need to know how to make cogs. The one factory goes, I need to know how to assemble these cogs. So it's like they all know minimal things.
Large, heavy, or dangerous, they can be forwarded straight from the port in Los Angeles to the Amazon inbound cross-dock a few miles up.
But isn't that a little scary too? How if like one end of this production line faults, everything fails. You know? Like, obviously, there's bigger ones further back. Like, if you don't make the aluminum, then obviously you can't make anything. But, like, if the cog factory blows up, there's none of these printers for a little bit. Unless they find a new supplier.
Trucks constantly drive this route 24 hours a day, taking containers from the dockside to this distribution warehouse in a process called dryage. From this, the containers are unpacked, and individual products are then organized and sent out across the country to strategically placed fulfillment centers where they'll await a midnight impulse purchase. This whole process was just one single branch of a very small basic product tree. Tracing the origin of every component in this shredder would literally take hours, and that's to say nothing of goods with thousands of far more technical parts. Even this cheap basic appliance.
Far more technical parts. I feel like I would love to see a video. I think the video of how an iPhone is made is probably 5 hours long. To go through every individual part of like a phone or a computer, like how your GPU is made, like how the fucking tablet you're watching me on, the fucking TV you're watching me on, a 4090 GPU. How the fuck is that made? The way CPUs are made is insane. Oh my god, dude, it's probably so technical. Yeah, CPUs, but aren't CPUs largely made... Is it CPUs or GPUs that are largely made in Taiwan?
Which will statistically...
I think it's CPUs, right?
...only be used about 12 times before being disposed of, traveled many times around the world, because that's the cheapest way to do things. Australia has resources.
I don't know. Chat's giving me different answers here. GPUs.
Iceland has practically unlimited energy. China has an
That's just Blue Lagoon in Iceland. This isn't even a... I don't think this is a factory. This is Blue Lagoon in Iceland. I've been here.
unlimited energy, China has an unrivaled industrial network, Vietnam has a large cheap workforce, and the
God, dude, driving in Iceland was fucking terrible. Their roads are so nice, but they constantly have to like refix them up and shit. And I was driving past like freshly paved asphalt, and I just hear just rocks hitting the bottom of the car, and I'm like, this is a fucking rental. This is a rental. And for like 5 minutes straight, just fucking slamming the bottom of the car. I'm like, dude, this shit's gonna explode.
USA has insatiable consumers. It's up to you to decide if you think this web of comparative advantage has really made the world a better place. But what it has done is made things cheaper and more convenient. Today, a paper shredder is an impulse purchase, but just 50 years ago, an electronic device like this would have been a family heirloom.
What the fuck is a paper shredder for? We haven't addressed that yet. What the fuck is a paper shredder for? Shredding paper, but why? Like important things, like documents and checks. Why not just rip it up like 15 times? It's like legal shit. Like if you're like a lawyer or something, or like a business, it's just easier to shred it. I guess that's why it's an impulse buy.
If there's one invention above all of that which has made this possible, it's the humble box. Most
why do more than 2 of you own a paper shredder?
of these parts have been ferried around in along the way. So if you liked this video, go and check out the next one on the
I loved that. I loved that video. It stressed me out, but I enjoyed it. Next video, chat. How are you even supposed to prepare for Jeopardy anyway?
In July of 2024, I appeared on the game show Jeopardy, fulfilling the kind of lifelong dream you'd expect the son of 2 librarians to have. All things considered, it went very well. I won 9 games before losing my 10th game on a tragic math error.
I haven't watched Jeopardy since 2018, maybe. Like that, Jeopardy's a show you watch with like your grandparents. And you never know the answer to any of the questions, and neither do they. So I never understand the appeal of Jeopardy as a show. Like, I think it's fascinating to see these people know just really obscure knowledge, right? Like, Brady said, I love watching Jeopardy. Very unsurprising, Brady. Very unsurprising. You telling me you like Jeopardy is like somebody telling me that the sky is blue. That's like very unsurprising. What I do want to say is in my years of watching Jeopardy, I have only known the answer to 3 of the questions. And it's always the questions that they don't know. Like Jeopardy contestants will know very obscure things, but get who won the last year's Super Bowl wrong. Like, they just read books, bro. They just know shit. Like, how are you just a thesaurus of knowledge? They don't teach them the topics. It's not scripted, chat. These guys are just geniuses. Like, this guy's a fucking smart-ass motherfucker. Like, somebody said autism. Maybe it's like a savant thing, but I doubt every contestant on Jeopardy is autistic. I think they just know stuff, bro. How? Like, they walk in, and the topic will be, like, random quotes from the 1300s. Who said this? Oh, I know. Bank. The son of the king in this time. Who the fuck would know that?
Well, tragic for me. I think Jay liked it. One of the most common questions...
Bro only won $1,799.
One of the most...
Yo, that's what sucks about Jeopardy. In Wheel of Fortune, even if you lose, you still win the amount of money you ended the game with. In Jeopardy, if you're not first place, you get like $1,000. Fucking wipe your ass with $1,000. In today's economy, you could give somebody $1,000. That's a lot of money. You're flying there, brother. Staying there. Yeah, they're probably paying for it. $1,000? It's taxable income.
Common questions I got after appearing on Jeopardy, other than why did they let you?
It's okay. $1,000 individually, not as bad. What pisses me off is shows like America Says, bruh. America Says prize. How much do they win? $15,000. Whoop-de-doo. 15 grand split amongst 4 people, bruh. Are you serious? A potential $15,000. Lame. That's not, bro, like, I think if you get on a game show and win, you should get, like, a year's salary. Like, I understand America Says isn't the most popping show of all time, but it's like any of these weird fucking knockoff game shows that are on the Game Show Network, bro. The prize is like 10 grand and there's like a team of 5. 2,000 a person, maybe. Like Family Feud, you could win and still not get 20 grand. You could win and still get $5 a point and walk home with $300 fucking dollars and your dick in your hand. Like, what the fuck? That's terrible. $4,000 is life-changing money. No, it's not. What? $4 grand is not life-changing money. Most people can't even pay off 10% of their student loans. $4,000 fucking dollars. $4,000. It helps you. It's helping you in the next 3-4 months. It's not life-changing money. What is life-changing money? A life-changing amount of money to win is like $100,000. That's life-changing. That's you pay off your student loans and you could put a down payment on a car or a house. Like 100 grand's like, damn, that's money. You know? No, it's not. I'm saying life-changing in the fact that it's changing your life. Not life-changing like, oh, it's going to make you rich, right? But like it helps, it changes your life and day-to-day finances significantly.
How do you prepare for Jeopardy? Jeopardy has been around for over 40 years, but one surprising thing to me is that there are a lot of people out there who seem to believe that Jeopardy will give you some kind of study guide for what will appear when you're on it. This is not true, which is fortunate for me because I hate studying. Until you step foot on the
And how do you just know that shit? Like, what? How do you just know stuff? Like, can we look up a random Jeopardy question? Like, I step up on the Jeopardy board, the IT guy, published first, state of emergency, TV, a bill in Congress, and unending. And TV isn't going to be like, which friend, what is the name of Monica's brother in Friends? It's not like pop culture quiz. It'll be like, who was the director of the original Bill Cosby show? And like, and they just know.
Whilst you're backstage, you have no idea what you're going to be asked about. Think of all those famous viral videos where contestants
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. And that's one that they don't know. What?
And struggle to
the Bills?
Identify basic things about
you just know that.
Rap music or sports. If they gave us a study guide ahead of time, don't you think somebody would be able to identify who the Dallas Cowboys are? So this raises a question.
Oh, you guys were just wrong. That's just throwing out fucking random shit. There was like 3 people that said the Cowboys. Everybody was saying the Bills.
How are you supposed to prepare for Jeopardy? I decided to make this video as a sort of guide for what I did. Keep in mind that I'm not an all-time great of the show, so take what I say with a grain of salt. With that
all-time great of the show, bro. You won how many games in a row? I think if you win Jeopardy one time, you have enough knowledge to be able to tell me how the game works.
In mind, I proudly present the definitive guide on how to win up to, but no more than, 9 games on Jeopardy.
How much money did he win? 9 games of Jeopardy? I feel like averagely they're winning like 10 to 20K an episode. Isaac Hirsch, winnings Jeopardy. He won more than 200K. He's one of Jeopardy's newest must-watch players. Yo, I wish there was like a fantasy league for Jeopardy where you could just bet on players. I feel like you could tell, bro. There's motherfuckers that step up there and you just know they're going to suck. And they're still geniuses. You ever see an episode of Jeopardy where like one guy answers one question and he gets it wrong? I love that. He's just standing up there 30 minutes of runtime. He's a placeholder. He's just... They end the round negative. You ever see that shit? Because you could go in the negative. Yo, they should make it like high risk, high reward. You have to pay Jeopardy if you end in the negative. That would be awesome. Like, everybody would be so scared to answer the questions. You're just like, And going into Double Jeopardy, we have Ryan with negative $10,000. He's just fucking shitting himself. There's like a 7-foot security guard standing behind him. He's just nervous.
Presumably, if you're interested in appearing on Jeopardy in the first place, you're at least a little interested in learning things and you know some stuff already. Although if you're not interested in learning things and you know nothing and you still want to appear on Jeopardy, I respect the hustle. It can be intimidating because Jeopardy can ask about literally anything. While Jeopardy can theoretically ask about everything, it can't literally ask about everything. There are certain things Jeopardy simply won't ask about because they're too obscure to reasonably expect contestants to know. For example, Jeopardy basically never asks about one of my favorite authors, the British spy novelist Eric Ambler, because not many people read his books nowadays and he's just not considered that important. So there's really only a limited...
Okay, like they're still asking such obscure things. What do you mean? They don't ask about Eric Ambler. Dude, they're asking about like random passages of Shakespeare. Like just, I know he's popular, but like who knows that?
Number of things that Jeopardy will expect people to know and therefore ask about, and that limited number of things we'll call the canon, with one N, not like a weapon. There's no definitive guide as to what's in the canon, but the more you watch Jeopardy, the more you get a general sense for what it is. There are certain things that come up so often that you must...
What's like a thing that you would really need to know? History. Historical knowledge is really important. What else? Like how law, but that's history. That like encompasses history. Sports, I feel like they don't really ask a lot about. Random pop culture stuff, but like really like artsy fartsy pop culture shit.
Must know them as a prerequisite for appearing on the show. World capitals, Shakespeare's plays, the presidents and where they're from, etc.
The presidents and where they're from. Yeah, where was Woodrow Wilson born?
One way to figure out what Jeopardy will ask about is to look at what they've asked about in the past. There's a wonderful website, j-archive.com, that has
recent Final Jeopardy. This author's wish to use different ink colors to represent multiple point of views was granted in 2012, 83 years after the novel's publication. Gun to my head, that's going off 1 million times before I get that. This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess. A heroine? What the fuck? This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess. A heroine who was a commonplace spinster. Heroine. Am I saying that wrong? That word is heroin. The drug. Heroine? A female hero. They should change the name of that. The spelling of a female hero is the same spelling of a drug that people inject in themselves with dirty needles. Why are they spelled the same? Heroin doesn't have an E. Well, maybe let's change the word a little bit more than one letter. Heroin. I would have read that shit as heroin. I did read it as heroin. First Ladies. In 1941, she served briefly as co-director of the Office of Civilian Defense. Who would know that? Who would know that? That's a $100 question. That's easy. That's easy. 500 hard. On June 3rd, 1948, the 200-inch Hale telescope was dedicated atop this mountain. That one actually seems more reasonable. Let's go to a recent episode. Current season. We're going to go to the most recent episode. Midnight's Adults in Children's Literature. I'm in Sephora without my glasses. A minor distraction, rock, rap, and remember. Nothing But a G Thang is a classic collab between Snoop Dogg and this man. Like that one, there's a world where I could guess it. Nothing But a G Thang, Dr. Dre. Okay, then let's go. Rosa Parks sued this duo for using her name on a 1998 hit, but it still made Rolling Stone's list of 50 greatest hip-hop songs. I don't know a rap song that used... What was the answer? Outkast and Cameron. Empire State of Mind by Nas was a hit for Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Is a classic by the three-letter man who feud with Jay. I got that shit! I got that shit! That's $1,000. Oh my God, wait, actually, I know some of these answers. All right, let's do one that I wouldn't know. Use your sixth sense. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution says the accused has the right to a trial that is both public and this. Private? Speedy. Fuck.
As basically every game of Jeopardy that has ever been played. If you want to know whether Jeopardy will ask about a thing, let history be your guide. It's worth mentioning that the people who currently make Jeopardy have stated that they don't want people to be able to prepare just by memorizing J-Archive, and thus they continue to include more wordplay and vocabulary categories, things that are harder to study for via rote memorization. Some of the most dreaded Jeopardy categories actually have the smallest canon. Think of opera. Have you ever seen an opera? I haven't. I'm a complete Philistine. But the number of important operas and opera composers Jeopardy can actually ask about is pretty small. It's under 100 in my estimation. And once you start to figure out what those operas are, you start to be able to tell your Madame Butterflies from your Carmens from your...
Bro, but then you're just learning stupid shit that you're never gonna get asked about. Like, you're just studying, bro, like, just walking into a library and reading shit. just to mind meld, dude. Just sponge information. I'm training for Jeopardy. I'm just gonna go sit in on a 3,000 level class in college.
Or Il Scagliati's, which isn't an opera but some gibberish I just made up. One thing that separates Jeopardy from other trivia game shows is that there's a general tilt in the question writing towards things that are academically important. This means that you could learn a lot of what Jeopardy asked about if you'd just been paying attention in school the whole time. Unfortunately for me, I was too busy drawing comics where Captain Falcon and Kirby were best friends, so I had to come by this knowledge some other way. That other way was Quiz Bowl. Quiz Bowl has often inadequately been described as Jeopardy, but with teams and longer questions, and sports for competitive children who can't run good. There's a considerable overlap between what Jeopardy will ask about and what Quiz Bowl asks about. And
this guy is such a nerd, bro. Yeah, and he won $200,000 for it.
Years of playing Quiz Bowl have stuck in my mind lots of facts that were very useful for Jeopardy. Finally, there's the matter of effectively learning things you didn't already know. Intellectual curiosity is only going to get you so far. Eventually, you're going to have to learn things you don't find particularly interesting, and for that, a lot of people turn to flashcards, especially apps like Anki. Jeopardy Masters Season 2 champion Victoria Gross has said
what about Quizlet?
That she has over 200,000 flashcards in Anki, which is wild.
Yo, y'all really have ChatGPT now, bro. Cheating on homework used to be so fucking hard, man. Like, having to look up shit or, like, make a Quizlet, bro, and you used to have to reach back to, like, a guy 3 states away from you that made a Quizlet in a similar class and only, like, 4 of the questions match. And then you got to go fucking find another one. And it was fucking so hard to, like, dude, cheating was so hard. Like, it used to be a struggle, bro. It was a grind. Yo, physics problems, yeah, you had to buy Chegg. You had to buy Chegg and talk to the fucking random guy that's trying to solve the problem in real time for you.
I did make a little over 1,000 flashcards in Anki in preparation for the Tournament of Champions on things I didn't already know. So did it work? Well, it got me a couple questions, including a crucial daily double on the alphabetically first of the 7 hills of Rome. Thank God I had this flashcard.
Since there are 7 hills of Rome and only 2 seem to be notable, go ahead and name all 7 hills of Rome. Oh my God.
Hills I don't want to die on. Alphabetically
first of the fabled 7 hills of Rome. Yo, the second he sees that shit, he goes, yes.
First of the fabled 7 hills of Rome, it boasts the Basilica of Santa Sabina, which dates to the 5th century.
What is the Aventine?
Aventine is correct, yes. You had $6,000. Well done.
But there were also a number...
Yo, I love, dude, when they do that and then they pan back and there's just the chud with negative $5,000.
Of times I saw a question and thought, oh, I have a flashcard on this. And that was about as far as...
And then they get so many wrong that they just stop answering them.
...my brain got. So they're not perfect, but they will help you eventually remember things that you don't know and aren't particularly interested in.
What? Oh my God, you have to jump the buzzer. Oh my God, you have to get... I didn't even think about that. It's not just studying. You have to get good at being like...
As the ancient philosopher G.I. Joe...
Do you think they're testing for PEDs at Jeopardy? Dude, I would take so much Adderall before I walked in. Where your eye, you don't blink and you're just like...
once said, knowing...
What's a PED? Performance-enhancing drug.
Knowing is half the battle. The other half of
you just start taking steroids for Jeopardy.
the battle is the buzzer. In your average Jeopardy game, all 3 contestants are going to know around a third of the questions. So whoever is fastest on the buzzer is going to get those questions, regardless...
that is not what I've seen. Every contestant's going to know a third of the questions. I feel like is just not true. I feel maybe not a different third, maybe the same third, because every episode, bro, there's one guy that just knows nothing.
...of who knows more about a subject. This means that being fast on the buzzer is just as important as knowing a lot of things. For a brief explainer on how Jeopardy's buzzers work, contestants can't ring in during a clue. When Jeopardy was rebooted in 1984, contestants could ring in whenever they felt like it, which led to chaotic gameplay and a not particularly fun viewing experience. In 1985, the current rules were introduced, where contestants have to wait for the host to finish reading the clue before they can buzz in. This rule change surprised the hell out of my father when he showed up to tape his episode in early 1985. The giant game board in front of contestants has 2 vertical white lights on either side of it that light up when the buzzers are cleared and contestants are able to ring in. Generally, this happens precisely as Ken finishes his last word, so contestants are theoretically able to time this and anticipate when to buzz in. Not me though, I just use the lights. I surveyed everyone else in the Tournament of Champions, and apparently I was the only person who just used the lights. Everyone else went off of sound. So maybe you should do that. Either way you choose to do it, timing is crucial. I attributed my decent buzzer skills to years of playing video games, and other contestants have said similar things. You can try practicing at home by watching along with a clicky pen, or by playing rhythm games like Guitar Hero. The principle is the same. I'm aware I'm showing how old I am by using Guitar Hero as an example. Some people have said that you should buy a buzzer to practice with at home. Because I was worried about embarrassing myself in the Tournament of Champions, I am ashamed to admit that I did this.
This is why I quit. Too many sweats. Too many Jeopardy sweats, dude. Timing the button. What are we, fucking track sprinters, dude? Trying to time the gun on a 100-meter. Just buzz in when you know the answer.
I do not think it is any better than a clicky pen or video games, and it's kind of expensive. However, if you want to buy one, it is reasonably close to the buzzers used on the show, though not exactly the same. This one's from Delcom. There are varying schools of thought on how to hold the buzzer. I've seen contestants use...
Yo, we're getting into the tech of how you hold the buzzer. Bro, I thought he was going to tell me how to study for this shit. Half of preparing for Jeopardy is being able to...
Nomo went to the LA Dodgers.
That doesn't really seem like much of a loophole, no? All right, I'm done playing baseball. I'm going to go move to the U.S. All right, I don't really want to play baseball anymore. I'm going to go move to the U.S. Actually, I kind of do. I got a second wind. I think I want to start playing baseball again.
His twisting windup flummoxed American batters, and he went on to win Rookie of the Year and start the All-Star game.
Waved at and missed. And down goes Martinez. And down goes Bell. And who would have figured Hideo Nomo, last year pitching in Japan.
Nomo also got more Japanese fans.
Yo, that's actually so much aura, too, to fucking move countries to go play in another team's fucking league and then just maul them. Like, I always wonder how, like, Jokic feels. Or, like, any foreign NBA player that just dominates in the U.S. just coming over and just fucking literally just dumpstering everybody.
To start paying attention to American baseball. But his loophole made NPB owners worried their best players would leave. So in 1998, it made a new system where a Japanese team could do what's called posting a player to allow MLB teams to bid on him. Then the Japanese team could send him in exchange for a fee. Finally, a pipeline existed between the 2 best baseball leagues. And over the next 20 years, a steady stream of talented pitchers and hitters developed in Japan.
I don't understand though why they can't just go pro in the MLB straight out of like high school or college. I know a lot of MLB players in the US sign right out of high school, but it's like, why even go into the Japanese pro league? Like, why go to the NPB if you could just go straight to the MLB?
Then went to the US. they won awards and World Series, broke records, and made the Hall of Fame, all along proving that the Japanese style could thrive in the US.
Ichiro is kind of the ultimate manifestation of this, where he hit often less than 10 home runs a year, but he would get 300 hits in a season. I think they completely changed the perception of what was possible if we brought over Japanese players to the United States.
But Shohei Ohtani was different. He threw nearly 100 miles an hour, smashed home runs, and he was only in high school.
Yo! Nah. Like, how are there people that are just that good? Like, he's throwing 100 miles an hour in high school, and he's pitching and batting. People, like, when I talk to my friends that love baseball, they always just glaze the shit out of him. They're like, he's 2 players in 1. So it doesn't matter that they're paying him fucking $800 million delayed. It's worth it because they're effectively getting 2 of the best players in both of the biggest positions.
Heard of Shohei Ohtani when he was 16 years old because I'm a baseball sicko and I was following what was happening in the Japanese baseball tournament Koshien.
The century-old tournament is watched by millions in Japan, and in 2012, everyone was watching Ohtani, including major league teams.
He was kind of unlike any player that...
Bro, imagine having an MLB team. Do you think, like, who's somebody in the NFL, NBA, or MLB right now that was, like, getting looked at when they were a senior in high school? Like, the first guy that comes to my mind, oh my God, what is his fucking name? I don't watch the NBA. Oh my God, what is his name, bro? He dunks like crazy. Not LeBron. Bronny also got looked at because it was like, you know, you're LeBron James' kid. Who's the guy? Zion Williamson, I feel like, is the equivalent. I remember when he was in high school, because I was in high school. I was like a freshman when he was like a senior. And he was like the fucking news. Everybody was like, this kid's gone pro. Like, in a high school game, he would just fucking hit a spin dunk on people like it was nothing.
They had ever come out of Japan.
Yeah, fucking windmill that shit. Literally in a finals game, these just fucking, 80 to fucking 10.
And
the Yankees, Red Sox, Rangers, and Dodgers wanted Ohtani to skip the NPB entirely and sign directly with them as a pitcher. Ohtani wanted that too. In 2012, he warned NPB teams not to draft him, but the Nippon Ham Fighters did anyway. It put Ohtani in a unique position. He could refuse to play for the Fighters, or use his leverage to pressure them into letting him do something no American team ever would. Two-way players are a thing of the past. That's someone who's both a pitcher and a position player, like Babe Ruth. But since the 1940s, no one in the major leagues really pulled it off, and today, no one's really allowed to try.
Being a pitcher and a batter is like playing 2 completely different sports. They require 2 completely different skill sets, 2 completely different approaches, and that wear and tear really, really adds up. A major league team, if they had gotten Ohtani at 18 years old, would have just forced him to become a pitcher.
But the Fighters were more willing to let him try both. So Ohtani made the
wow, so if he got signed when he was younger, he never would have been able to bat?
Decision to stay in Japan.
If Ohtani had grown up in Arkansas, he doesn't become the player that he is. He was this massive power hitter. There's a video of him hitting a baseball into the roof of the Tokyo Dome. And the fact that he was also doing it while being one of the...
Does that count as like out of play or something? If you hit the fucking ceiling in a stadium, so it's still in play. It falls down, they could catch it and it's out.
Best pitchers in NPB was kind of blowing everyone's mind.
But after 5 years in Japan, Ohtani still faced doubts in the US. So in 2017, when the Fighters posted him, Ohtani turned down bids from big market teams and instead went to the LA Angels, where he again used his leverage to be a two-way player. In his first at-bat in LA, Ohtani did this.
That's out toward right center field.
Dude, first at bat, another team, nuke it. Bang! Just fucking rips it out. Stop. You know, right there and then, too, the dude that was, like, responsible for getting him signed was just like, yes. Yes.
Big fly.
Just fucking so happy.
In 2021, he hit 46 home runs and went 9-2 on the mound, becoming the first player to be an all-star as a hitter and a pitcher. Ohtani was fast.
Oh my God, how much do you think that ball's worth? I feel like that's got to be on the market. Oh my God, Shohei Ohtani's first home run ball price. It's worth at least $100,000. Oh, Shohei Ohtani's first run ball as a Dodger is worth $100,000. It could be worth up to $3 million. First run ball price as Angel just says over 100K. Dude, I feel like there's somebody that would pay like $1 million for that.
Becoming the most exciting player baseball had seen in decades. And by 2024, he didn't need leverage anymore. The LA Dodgers signed him for $700 million, nearly double the next highest contract, because he really was two players in one. Actually, he was the two best players in one. Wins above replacement measures a player's total value, and in the last 5 years, Ohtani has the highest in the majors. And just last week, Ohtani played probably the greatest game in baseball history. He struck out 10 batters and gave up only 2 hits over 6 innings. And
I'm not a baseball expert, but in the beginning, somebody was like recency bias. And I will say, yeah, like recency bias is true of a lot of things. But like people will still be like, well, Babe Ruth. I'm like, well, Babe Ruth was like a 50-year-old fucking chronic cigarette smoker that played in like what, the fucking 1920s or some shit. Expert. When did Babe Ruth play? Like, it's the same premise. Dude, yeah, he was born in 1895. Like, it's the idea of, like, yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges of, like, dude, the game's entirely different now. Ohtani is undeniably the best player of all time. That's what I would even say in, like, basketball, people still argue about that. About, like, MJ. And I feel like that's an easier argument to have where you're, like, trying to compare, like, MJ to LeBron or something. But some people, where it's like, dude, there's so many, I don't want to say unks, but there's people that like hardcore defend like old like MVP players. But I'm like, dude, they were also good in a time where everybody else was ass or much worse.
And hit not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs to send the Dodgers to the World Series. Ohtani's a new kind of baseball player, mixing
Barry Bonds. Wasn't Barry Bonds also on a drastic amount of steroids?
American style.
Or am I wrong? I'm not a baseball expert. Wasn't Barry Bonds like fucking juiced to the gills? Like at that point you could be like, yeah, okay, Barry Bonds, let's put Shohei Ohtani on steroids and he would be fucking insane. Like he would be even more good, even crazier.
Power and Japanese style consistency on both sides of the ball. But he only got the chance to do it because he started playing baseball in Japan.
Shohei Ohtani is America's
So do you think that Shohei Ohtani is going to change how the MLB recruits and places players, even not in Japan? Like, do you think the training regimen that like high school and college football team, or not football, baseball teams are going to do is like they're more open to two-way players?
Packed, reimagined, and then repackaged back to itself.
Yeah, they're going to want the next two-way player because that carries the teams.
Now Ohtani's bringing the two best baseball leagues closer together than ever.
Impossible.
Imagine getting force walked 10 times in the World Series because other teams know you'll beat them single-handedly. Yeah, no, didn't they just, they would just keep purposefully walking him. Like, I didn't watch any of the World Series, but I did hear that he was able to pitch, but they wanted to cut out his capability of play. So they would just walk him, give him a base, which is much better than them potentially giving up a home run.
Theater. And in a one-run game, the dream matchup.
Now, why was this moment so important? It's because it was the first moment.
I understand that's like a needed part of the game and it is a strategy, but isn't that a little lame, like that you're able to just walk players? I mean, in the same sense, it's like kneeling the ball in football. If like you're up and there's, you know, a minute left on the clock, you could just run the timer down. Like, I feel like every sport has some lame ass, you know, loophole where you could just fucking nerf people.
That Japanese baseball and American baseball shared a superstar.
You're giving them a base? Yeah, but you're giving them a base because you know that if you don't, they're going to fuck on you. like, if you don't give them the base, they're just going to maul you.
In the US, it was the most watched WBC game ever. But in Japan, 42% of households tuned in. Even though
42%? Oh my God, dude. What is that's the equivalent of like the Super Bowl for the US. What percentage of households watch the Super Bowl? 41 to 43%. It's bigger. In Japan, this was larger than the Super Bowl or just about the same?
It was 8 in the morning there. In 2025, MLB saw higher viewership across US TV and a 20% increase on Japanese TV, making it the most watched season ever there. Ohtani's also getting more Japanese fans to come to Major League games.
Which is making American companies more money, so they're going to fucking start signing people like crazy.
When I asked June to come on this episode, he texted back from Dodger Stadium, where he saw scores of Ohtani fans, Ohtani jerseys in English and Japanese, Japanese beer, and a giant homage to Ohtani on a Japanese-themed hotel. This is just the beginning for MLB.
I had a conversation.
Oh my God, do you think Shohei Ohtani's on like everything in Japan? I would love to see that. Like the equivalent of how we have like Patrick Mahomes and other like quarterbacks just on so many adverts. Oh, he's got to be on like every product there. He's got to be the most known athlete in Japan.
An executive over Major League Baseball, and they said that Shohei Ohtani was their entire international growth strategy. They view Shohei Ohtani as their Messi and Ronaldo figure, the type of person who almost becomes bigger than the sport to get people in the door, to care and invest emotionally in it.
Ohtani may even give MLB an edge over its competitors. U.S. sports leagues are racing to become global leagues. The NFL is playing games in Europe and South America. The NBA is in Asia.
I think the NFL has, just as from my biased perspective, I think the NFL has a lot of weird rules that make it harder to get into, but the premise, NFL is the toughest road, but I think it has the highest potential because people like watching other people tackle the fuck out of each other. Like, it's like, the NFL, dude, even if you don't know, if you know none of the sports, you just love watching. Like, watching football is fun.
Sure.
You got rugby, though? Yeah, but, like, I don't, rugby as a competitor. I feel like the NBA is the most global, if I had to guess, out of the three big sports.
Hosting a league in Africa and talking about creating a league in Europe. They're competing to win over new fans in other countries. But nothing wins over fans in another country like a superstar from that country.
The lesson from Ohtani is that sometimes...
I think that's why the NBA is big, too. That's the problem with the NFL. If the NFL starts signing fucking random-ass European and fucking Asian and African players to the league, dude, oh my God, I feel like that'll start... Like, if you just had, like, some guy from fucking Germany as, like, an O-lineman... I feel like people would be like, I need to watch this. Like, if he's like the best, but they would have to be really good.
That means letting a player do something different.
Because Ohtani is an Ohtani if he's not a two-way player. And he's not a two-way player if he doesn't play first in Japan. And he doesn't play first in Japan if not for generations of players who perfected baseball. The Japanese way.
America invented baseball, but it has been elevated by someone who is not from the United States. He breaks all of the unwritten rules of what people thought was possible for someone to accomplish as a baseball player.
Wow.
Okay, thanks so much for watching.
I loved that video, and I'm not even that big of a fan of baseball, but I love keeping track of, like, the news in sports. Cinema. Apocalypse has a VIP section now.
This is me, New Year's Eve 1999, hopped up on Shirley Temples, waving at my uncle's camcorder like a little
Yo, Shirley Temples were the equivalent of what weed is for me now when I was 8. Like the hype that I felt in my body, in my mind, when somebody said we have, like, if I was at a restaurant and they were like, we have Shirley Temples, I was like, really? And then the lady would go, yeah, I could also give you some maraschino cherries. I'd go, really? What about a root beer float? Ooh. Oh, you said just root beer. No, root beer float, actually. Root beer float was like crack.
Maniac. But behind this wholesome family moment, I heard a lot of the adults whispering about
Y2K.
Y2K. Y2K. Will the Y2K computer bug bring about Armageddon?
Yeah, all the smooth brains. All the smooth brains. In 1999. Yeah, dude, the year 2000, all the PCs, what's going to happen? We've never, all the computers are going to glitch out. They're not going to know what to do.
Flashlights, batteries, sleeping bags were flying off the shelves.
The end of the world as we know it.
I remember thinking, why are we here if the...
I would have felt, well, I mean, I was alive. I wasn't alive for Y2K, but I was alive for the Mayan calendar. If I was older, I would have been a little suspicious about the Mayan calendar, I must say. That would have been, wasn't that 2012? Was when the Mayan calendar ended?
The world is supposed to end. It introduced me to a thought I think we've all had. If it really fell apart, what would we even do? What's the plan? Y2K reintroduced a Cold War era prepping mindset to a lot of people. But prepping was...
Yeah, and actual, dude, literally, you know what I hate about people that, like, whenever there's a natural disaster coming, everybody just go, natural disaster or, like, threat of doom or war, the first thing people go is, I gotta go buy milk. I gotta go buy milk. I got milk and eggs. That's what I gotta go to the grocery store.
Still looked at as something.
I gotta go to the grocery store. We're gonna eat what are we gonna do without whole milk? Yeah, and toilet paper. Toilet paper I get more because I don't want to wipe my ass with some other shit. But like, bro, I feel like if you're worried about like the apocalypse, you gotta buy shit that's gonna last like 10 years on a shelf.
For the fringe. It was niche, conspiratorial, DIY, kind of a punchline.
We are facing a communist overthrow.
Fast forward to today, and we've been through a lot. Today, 1 in 3 Americans are prepping for some kind of disaster or apocalypse, which is...
That's just not, there's just no way that's true. There's just no way that's true. Over 300 million people. Chat, who here's preparing? Who here's parents are preparing for the apocalypse? Take it out of somebody. Actually be honest here. One in the chat if your parents are actually preparing for the apocalypse. I know you're not. Why is everybody saying me? What are you guys doing to prepare for the apocalypse? Actually, nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Buying a can of corn. It's gonna help you. I just think like doomsday prepping is all or nothing. If you're a doomsday prepper and you don't have an actual bunker, why are you prepping? What are you prepping for? We're fucked, right? Because it maybe the apocalypse you're prepping on, like if you think the fucking zombie apocalypse is gonna happen, you don't need a bunker, sure. But like if you're prepping for nuclear war and you don't have a 300-foot deep nuclear bunker, give it a rest, buddy. I'm fucking staring up at the nukes as they come down before I die, you know? I'm not sitting here saying I want that to happen, but what are you prepping for, bro? You're cooked. You're cooked. Unless you live in Iowa, hundreds of miles away from fucking, nuclear warhead center, you're dead, right? Like, what do you mean, oh, I have a whole basement full of non-perishable goods. Yeah, for the fucking rats to eat when you're dead. And the cockroaches, because you're not gonna fucking be here. You're gonna be incinerated.
What is now an $11 billion index.
I'll hide in a fridge. Myth. I know it's in the Fallout show, and that's how the one guy survives a nuke. Not true. You actually die quicker. If you're in a house fire or anything where there's a large amount of heat or blast radius, you die faster in a fridge.
History. I spent a lot of time in the different prepping subreddits, discords.
It's like a pressure cooker. Grandparents have a ton of meals ready to eat. Guns, ammo, no homes in town I live in have basements. I wouldn't call them doomsday preppers, but they want to be prepared. That's different, right? Like having MREs and guns, that like, I feel like that you're preparing for like a government overthrow. Right? Like the way that you're describing it is like you're preparing for like a home defense situation in a scenario where there's going to be people that are, overthrowing the government and there's full collapse and now it's like every man for themselves. But like, I feel like the most likely doomsday is nuclear war. And in that sense, it's just like, why even prepare? Unless you're Mark Zuckerberg and you have a fucking $1 billion vault. Like, what are you doing? Especially depending on the state you live. I think there's a point for preparing for the apocalypse if you're far from a military base in like the Midwest. But like if you live in anywhere in the Northeast, you're dead. If you live anywhere near a big city, you're dead. You know? Like if you're like I'm a doomsday prepper and you're 50 miles away from Philly, New York City, Miami, Austin, Dallas, fucking anywhere like that, Denver, dead. You're dead.
And blogs to learn about the community.
Because they're bombing those places. DC, yeah. dead.
And their mindset that's really driving this industry. There's a product for almost every imaginable scenario, from relatively affordable basics.
What about Maine? Is there a military base near you? If so, dead. Dead. Not living. I'm saying in the actual like scenario where nuclear fallout causes a doomsday scenario where like the entirety of the world is like trying to survive and we go into like a nuclear winter, you're fucked. You're fucked. I have a gas mask. I have a gas mask. Oh great. Oh great. That's awesome.
All the way to this. And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
That'll keep you alive. That's what. But see, yo, look. Hold on.
Affordable basics, all the way to this.
That motherfucker's a multimillionaire, right? If you live in a house like this, okay, you know, now we're getting somewhere. You know, now already you have a net worth of $100 million, you know, and you live in the middle of nowhere in fucking like whatever state this is.
And you're saying that there's a bunker behind this.
Yeah.
How much does that bunker go for?
This one's about $600,000-$700,000.
Change the price for the meme, bro. Come on.
We build bunkers
$700,000
for when the whole world falls apart. Bill Gates has 11 bunkers. He put one at every property he has.
Basically, I want to know, and 8-year-old me definitely wants to know, what would I need and how much would it cost me to survive the apocalypse?
Yeah, when you're starting off, you definitely want to keep preparedness simple. A lot of people just gravitate towards guns and ammo, but the focus should be on water, food, and electricity.
Bro, the way that I'm seeing it is I feel like most people prepare for like a 3-month stand, right? And then you're killing yourself in your bunker, right? Like that's how things are going. You know, like if nuclear fallout happens and you have water, yeah, you're focusing on a water supply, limited, food, limited. You have a 4-person family, cooked, right? Cooked, dead. At that point, you got to make the tough decision. I'm not like, you got to make the tough decision of either A, everybody's dying, or B, you're pulling some, what's that game that Queso played a bunch and I played for a little bit, and you're in the bunker and you send like little Timmy out to go find fucking rations? 60 seconds. Just like the thought, like if you're in a bunker with 4 people and you got, say, 6 months food supply for all 4 of you, you cut out 3 people and now you got 2 years, you know? I'm not saying you kill your family in this situation, but I'm saying, like, why prepare for the apocalypse if now you're putting yourself in the even worse situation? Because now you're trapped in a bunker with your family and you're starving to death versus just getting wiped out in the nuclear blast. I'm taking the nuclear blast. What did I join into? Yeah, or you just start eating each other. Like, oh, God, no.
Products fall between $0 and $100. For water, there are things like these 60-gallon bladders, water purification tablets, and personal.
You had your friend over. When the bombs hit. You guys are in the bunker together. You got to make the tough decision. Do you eat Timmy? You know, family first. So it's like you had your friend John. Now John's in the bunker with you. It's like, hey John, we didn't really plan for you to be here.
Water filters.
You're also about $1.80 and pretty lean, man. That's a lot of calories.
Like this Life Straw.
Now, I could potentially chop an arm off, you know.
God damn. You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
On God, that's relatable.
You know when your vape is clogged? For food, I can of course buy...
Vape's clogged, you suck really hard and put your tongue in it. Just press play. We're going to move on.
Buy big bags of rice, beans, grains, or other foods with a long shelf life. But we're sticking to products made specific.
Yo, that out of context, bro. That's actually what you do, though, to unclog it.
For disaster preparedness. And that means emergency food buckets. Okay, I feel entirely misled by ReadyWise and the marketing of this food bucket. The packaging says just add water. Bring to a boil, stirring often, and simmer for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yo, and you know that shit is straight gruel. Gruel. Have you ever seen the videos where people actually review these? I mean, I did an MRE video. That was different because that's like for military meals. These ones are meant to be like non-perishable for like 50, 100 years or some shit. I think it says 25-year shelf life. That's, yeah, up to 25 years right there. These ones are like so much worse than MREs. Like if regular food's a 10, MREs are a 7. These are like a 2.
So let's look at this.
Like it's actually just fucking it's literally just sustenance. It's just calories.
The lens of a apocalypse. How am I boiling water for 15 to 20 minutes? Now I have to build a fire in my backyard. I think this is the perfect example of...
Or in a bunker. Now you're building a fire in an open bunker because you don't have electricity.
Misleading marketing in the doomsday prepping industry.
Could you eat it dry? Like you have like ramen, but like no water to like cook it in?
This is what we're living off of during the apocalypse. Powdered milk, orange drink mix, and vanilla pudding. Ready-wise, count your days, motherfuckers. Outside of food and water, there are a few other basic prep items you'll find in this price range. A solar rechargeable flashlight, an emergency radio with NOAA weather alerts, there's a reusable respirator, and a magnesium fire starter. So far, this is how much I've spent. There are also survival kits you can buy in this $0 to $100 price range. This one has a lot of the things we just went through, with some...
What are we prepping for? A fucking an expedition reset? Like, I don't understand. Like, all infrastructure to be wiped off the earth, now I'm going chopping down trees again? Brother, what's happening? There's still stuff, like, what are we preparing for? I don't understand. A respirator. It was The Last of Us?
Additional stuff. It's a good amount of stuff for 41.
Are there mushroom spores fucking infecting me? I don't understand. What am I prepping for? World War III. We're dead.
99, but the quality doesn't necessarily feel that great. Anyway, it turns out the stuff in this tier sells incredibly well. And since Ready.gov says I should have a 72-hour kit at home and a 24-hour kit at work, and a kit in my car, we can already see how all of this ends up costing a pretty penny for someone.
I mean, what life are we living if I'm carrying a fucking ready-to-go bag to my office job? You bring in a bag to work every day with a fucking Bowie knife and other... I mean, that's also a legality problem now because you have weaponry in your work bag.
Who becomes obsessed with prepping. And we're at the low price tier. Overall, Scott feels most of these products are
worth having for sure.
Does spending more money increase my odds of survival?
It depends on what you mean by more money.
So now we're looking at anything up to $5,000. With food, the cost scales depending on how long you're trying to be covered and how many people you need to feed. This site even has a bundle that gets us in the next price tier.
Or you pull one of those, did you see, oh wait, no, this is kind of a spoiler. Spoiler alert, the guy in the Fallout show that only bought a cryopod for himself and he killed the rest of his family. And he was like, the ticket's expensive.
For water, we start looking at larger scale and more sophisticated water filtration products. There are also larger water storage products. To communicate and stay informed, you can look at ham radios or satellite phones. Another category of products in this tier that you'll see a lot of sites selling is backup power.
We're so dependent on electrical, and the grid is kind of fragile. Most people don't do well after a few days without electricity.
A company called Jackery makes
Brother, I was doing bad with like 7 hours without electricity. I started to fucking tweak out. I was like, what do I do? Not only what do I do like with my time, I was like, bro, I'm gonna like freeze to death.
Ton of different power stations, generators, battery packs, and solar panels to recharge them all. In this tier, you'll also
Joe ain't surviving. I'm not. I think I'd survive a zombie apocalypse. I don't need to prepare for that.
Find a big market for higher-end 72.
No, I don't, because zombies are stupid, right? And I'm gonna fucking jab them in the eye with a spear.
2-hour survival kits. Beautifully organized, I'll tell you that much. This is a multi-tool. First aid core. Air filtration mask. Is this another shovel? I don't know. I feel like buying some of these things individually might make more sense than dropping $229 on this kit. When I bring up my 72-hour kit to Scott, it becomes clear that I'm thinking like a beginner, just gravitating towards a simple one-size-fits-all solution that's been really well packaged and marketed.
I do not like the pre-made kits. I think people should build their own. I believe the 72 hours is a few years ago. It's really a week. Recently in our area, Hurricane Helene came through and just wiped a lot of people out. FEMA couldn't put a dent in it.
Once you start spending more than $5,000, things start to get a little hazy. And not like, oh shit, go get the gas masks hazy. Hazy is in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house.
Like, what are they doing, bro? We have sheet metal. We have a sheet metal bunker, bro. What is this? This was probably during World War II, but I'm like, what are we? Dude, you're dead.
Gas masks hazy. Hazy is in parts of the industry get hard to read. Let me show you. A whole house generator, for example. Drive through suburbia and you'll see a lot of houses with them. Installing a Generac on your house could easily run you 15 grand. Or whole house water filtration. Something like a Culligan system could easily run you up to 10 grand. Depending on where you live, you could install motorized hurricane shutters or impact-resistant windows. If you're somewhere prone to flooding, you could have floodgates or even a custom-engineered seawall if you live by a body of water and have the dough. If you live somewhere with wildfires, you could get ember-resistant vents, fire-resistant siding, or roof shingles. If you're somewhere with earthquakes, you could get a seismic retrofit for your house or a base isolation system, which could really cost you a pretty penny. All of this stuff would increase the value of your home, and some of it—
This isn't an apocalypse. This isn't an apocalypse prepping. This is a natural disaster prepping, which could lead to an apocalypse. But like, I'm gonna install floodgates on my fucking house? What are you doing?
Could even reduce your insurance premiums. So some of the prepping in this tier blends right into home improvement or fortifying your home. But if we're talking about the worst case scenario, end of days, the collapse of normal day-to-day life, the prepping subreddits refer to this as shit if hits the fan, or Teotwaki, the end of the world as we know it. In that—
Bro, why do we have a fucking abbreviation? Teotwaki? Oh, you prepared for Teotwaki? Bro, just say the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it.
Why as we know it? Because the world's not ending, but the modern society is.
In that situation, most of these things wouldn't necessarily be helpful. A whole house generator is tied to propane or natural gas. In an apocalypse, you'll eventually run out of fuel. So you have to buy bigger and more robust solar and battery systems than we saw in the previous tier. And
if nuclear war breaks out, the sun's blocked! If the fucking Yellowstone fucking geyser volcano explodes, there's no sun! The sun's gone! Where are we gathering solar energy?
And your local water treatment facility isn't going to be up and running, so your whole house water filtration system is going to be useless. If you're prepping at this level, you probably have very little trust left in the government, infrastructure, or even your neighbors. And that can send you even further down the rabbit hole to the point where you want to isolate. I've read that Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Mark Andreessen, Steve Huffman, and Reid Hoffman all allegedly have doomsday bunkers, which definitely pushes us to the next price tier. These days, digital preparedness can be just as morning brew, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to prepping for the apocalypse. If you Google—
Joe's being pessimistic. This is a video that is about people that are pessimistic. This is literally the actual raw example of pessimism. People that think the world is actually going to end.
Doomsday bunker, the top result is— and so that's where we are right now. We're at Atlas Survival.
Atlas Survival Shelters. Just shipping containers. I need to see how thick— if that shit ain't 3 fucking feet thick of steel, I'm thinking that that's breaking.
Shelters in Sulphur Springs, Texas to meet Ron Hubbard. These bunkers can range anywhere from—
Who could have saw that coming? I wonder if God also feels like he's in a permanent game of whack-a-mole. Grab some more duct tape, we're not done. You don't need genetic modification or a time machine to go back and swap out your parents in order to get jacked. You just need a proven training template and the means to personalize it to you.
Is this an ad?
If we want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under.
Was that an ad?
It's on autopilot.
Yeah.
Forces that we're
Fuck!
If we want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under, we can't just crank up bone production. Just like with giantism and even PED use, the geometry of the tissues gets all messed up. So even though there's more of it, it's actually weaker. It's kind of like using more steel to build a bridge shittily. Now there's a handful of genes that can show improvement here.
That's what I do in Polybridge. It works every time.
You have the COL5A1 rigid variant, you have the TNC variant, which shows enhanced adaptation under load, and you have the LOX variant that increases stiffness 20 to 30%. Now, since we're just picking genetic types like they're paint swatches at Home Depot, we might as well grab a few for insertion depth as well. The further down...
Bro, but here's the thing. Like, you ever made a guy like this? He's not going into strongman. He's joining the fucking NFL. He's going to be a fucking O-lineman or a linebacker. He's going to be a fucking monster. And he's just going to hold fucking 4 guys back at once because he's going to be fucking 450, not even fat. You probably get him like 500 pounds plus. And he's just going to fucking stand there and they're not even going to be able to move him.
A tendon inserts, the greater leverage it has on that limb. So the same amount of muscular contraction is just going to lift more weight. But when you take that out to the extremes, the top 2 to 3% of the population, they may have a 40 to 50% difference in lever advantage. If you're looking at a freak of pound for pound strength and they don't have obvious leverage advantages on the lifts, it's highly likely that the advantages are hidden in tendon insertions. Apply this to the immense amount of mass that our boy's 7.5-foot frame is capable of holding, and we've got a recipe for some truly alien shit. But now we're at the point where we have to ask if the bones will even be able to handle this amount of force.
Yeah, he picks up a 2,000-pound weight and he just fucking shatters he literally shatters his femur. His like entire body just collapses.
Normal cortical strength is 200 megapascals, and that's in an untrained couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping.
What? An untrained person's femur could support the weight of a car?
Couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping in half. To put this in perspective, Neanderthals were estimated to be at 1.8 grams per centimeter cubed in their bone density, which is 30 to 40% denser than elite human athletes. These estimations are higher than Brian Shaw's bone density, which was
yeah, just an average fucking Neanderthal, bro. Oh my God. Do you think, like, I know the highest Neanderthal percentage DNA in a person is probably, like, less than 1%. But do you think that plays a factor in strength? Who has the highest Neanderthal DNA recorded? Individuals of East Asian descent generally have the highest proportion of Neanderthal DNA, followed by European ancestry. The highest percentage somebody has is around 3%.
Estimated to be 5 sigma, or 1 in a few hundred million. But all isn't lost for humanity. There is still some genetic wizardry at play. A rare genetic case involving the LRP5 gene was discovered in a Connecticut family with bones so dense they had solid white x-rays. The family's density was measured between 2.5 and 3 grams per centimeter cube, which is 50% higher than Neanderthals and Brian Shaw. This made the bone near impossible to penetrate with typical surgical drills, and none of the degenerative effects usually associated with excessive bone growth plagued any members of the family. The only notable features they had were extra wide jaws and some bony growth on the top of their mouth. And I'd say that's a small price to pay.
He's going to say that's some small price to pay to be able to lift 1,000 pounds. What do you mean? Like, if you have this bone density, you just start having weird growths just come out of the top of your fucking, like, palate?
And I'd say that's a small price to pay. If we're gonna pull a Dr. Moreau and cobble together an 8-foot human furry and make it run with 5 times its body weight, I think we're so far in that a bumpy mouth, really not a lot to worry about. Now, the odds of getting this trait organically is next to 0, let alone with all of the other features that we've insisted upon so far. But in the near future, when you're selecting your athletic destiny the way you're putting toppings on a pizza at Domino's, yeah, I'll take extra LRP5, hold the anchovies.
I love how in-depth he's getting into this. Like, I thought it would just be, like, very surface level shit. He's talking about, like, specific genes you need.
We know that muscles produce strength, and we've made sure that we got plenty of muscle, but we haven't quite unleashed it yet. See, your genes had the foresight to toddler-proof your body. By putting a governor on how many motor units you can recruit at once, it makes sure that you're not flying off the handle like a drunk teenager behind the wheel of his Camaro doing donuts in the parking lot. Now, with hacking your nervous system, we can start level 1. These are common genes that bias individuals towards more motivation and more aggression. But these are still more normie gene variations, are pretty common in the population. We're here to push the limits. So what does the next step look like? Level 2 involves the SCN9A gene. You might have seen this in a movie before. This is the genetic variation that makes it so that you can...
Oh my God, you don't feel pain? Well, one guy in Deadpool had that.
Not feel pain. No pain, no gain? How about no pain, all the gain? This eliminates one of the primary obstacles to training, and that is the sensation of pain and discomfort. Shoulders a little achy? Maybe for you.
Yeah, but the problem with that is pain is supposed to be a limiter for you for your health. Like, if you don't feel pain, then, like, even if this person's training, they're, like, at some point, they're going to fucking heavily injure themselves.
About to throw this bench press to the moon. You're praying to Jesus to make it through that last drop set of lunges? I'm listening to Spanish phrases on audiobook. And just think of how much money we're going to save on ibuprofen and DMSO. And we don't even have to worry about injury from tendon or muscle ruptures because we've already supercharged our specimen with tendons that could support the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, to bring this back to reality, this might not be as cool as it sounds. For one, these guys can't sweat, and you know, that could be life-threatening in a ball-busting, do-or-die.
Wait, if you don't feel pain, you can't sweat?
A gym session, which isn't great. And also, pain is kind of required to learn to not do things that might kill you. I imagine one of these...
Yeah, because then they have no idea what their limits are, and they would just always try to max out higher than they could feasibly lift.
Guys tearing...
Your pain lets you know your limit so you could push beyond it and then grow progressively. Like, if you have no pain, you don't know your limit. So, yeah, you could train infinitely, but you're probably just going to fatigue yourself more than you normally would want to, and then you're just going to be out of shop for most of the time, and you're not actually going to be efficiently training. Yeah, because you can't feel hot or cold. I thought if you couldn't feel pain, you would still be able to feel hot and cold sensations. Is that literally just like your nerve endings don't work?
Busting deadlift workout, pouring the olive oil on the large pizza and scarfing it down as fast as they can, only to start like biting their cheek, and they can't tell the difference between cheek and pizza, and next thing you know, you chew through the side of your face. But remember, guys, we're not here for second place. You got to risk it for the biscuit. So how about I just breed a few dozen of these 7.5-foot myostatin disabled, pain-free mutant freaks and hope that like 2 or 3 of them make it past puberty. Bob's your uncle, we're setting world records. But guys, we're not even done yet. That was only level...
Well, I want to know what you would estimate this person would lift if they had all these genes.
2. Level 3 is going to guarantee that we squeeze every possible ounce out of every single muscle fiber that we have slapped on this frame. This concerns the MAOA gene, often called the warrior gene. Now, when this thing's taking it easy, it's not doing its job, that's actually linked with higher aggression. And in extreme cases, when it's completely knocked out, you get Brunner syndrome. And while it's been associated with cognitive impairment, violent behavior, and problems with impulse control, the trade-off is, you guessed it, retard strength. I mean, look, we could have basically just manufactured our version of absolute bane, given our guy a super soaker backpack filled with trenbolone acetate, and called it good. But with Brunners, you get basically the same effect, and you just don't have to carry around the backpack. So this is what we've got: extreme height and leverages that are plausible to see in our lifetime, paired with some genetic anomalies that are less plausible. But we know that the capacity is there, and if they occur together in the right mix, we could get something that is truly mythological. But by the time we can make these genetic edits anyways, we're gonna be like the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're doing the odds here, but at some point they're just gonna be able to like pick and choose genetics. There's going to have to be laws against that, though, because that would be like a real dystopian society if you were able to pick genetics for your kids, because then at that point, there's like, I don't want to say there's no RNG, but like rich people would be able to just consistently spread the gap between the poor and the rich, because rich children would always be the genetically most advantaged, or have the biggest advantage, and then they would spread that to their kids and their kids and their kids. So just be like, if you were poor, you would just be rolling RNG on like your kids' health and what they would be able to do, versus literally just being able to pick and choose genes. Yeah, designer babies to the sense of like making them super intelligent and super fast, super strong, attractive, whatever you wanted, literally whatever you wanted to do.
aliens from Independence Day. All of our ability and our value to society is going to be determined by our completely man-made exoskeleton, and nobody is going to care about the body composition or strength levels of the sad little alien nugget that exists on the inside. And on that note, I'm off to go buy a robot slave. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Leave your comments below. Till next time, this is Bromley. I'll see you.
Wow. Somebody said literally playing God. I don't think it would be playing God, because it would be playing God if you were doing it in the designer sense of just picking and choosing traits that you deemed as most valuable. But I think if you were able to cut out genes that would cause certain health defects, I would not see that as playing God. I would see that as removing the need for thousands and thousands of years of natural selection to try and weed out a trait that is detrimental to a human experience and human life. Like, you would be able to cut out it, like, if you had a kid and they were like, this kid's gonna have is gonna grow up and he's gonna have ALS or something, it'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get that. You know, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get this like Marfan syndrome or some sort of, like, I guess, disease, you know. But then when you extend it to, like, all right, you can make your kid whatever height you want, and you can make him do this. It's like, now you're making a Sims character. All right, well, we're not watching this Mark Rober video today. We got one more video. Genetics of the strongest possible human. 1 in 10 quadrillion. I don't even know what that is.
What are the limits of human strength, and what does that limit look like?
Half Thor Julius Bjornsson. Do you think there's ever going to be, there has to be, do you think there's a limit that we're going to hit where, like, world records just cease to be broken? Like the Usain Bolts and Half Thor Bjornssons that break the deadlift world record and the 100-meter, it's just all fucking washed. You know, like, maybe once every 30 years some guy beats it, but, like, the 100-meter would be beaten by, like, 0.01. 0.02, you know, which is still big in, like, the 100-meter sense, especially world record-wise. But, like, I feel like there's going to be a full cap. Like, eventually people will stop being as strong or as powerful as they previously were. But, like, I genuinely believe, like, Half Thor is, like, a limit to, like, strength, at least. It's, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds. I'm like, how much bigger can you get as a person?
Strength means a lot of things to a lot of different people. To an arm wrestler, it looks like this. To a powerlifter, it looks like this. And in China, it might even look like this.
Was that a guy swinging something from his nutsack?
So to make sure that we're all on the same page, let's go ahead and narrow it down. We're going to use the sport of strongman, which is arguably the most well-rounded strength sport in existence. We're going to look at the absolute genetic limits of human performance and ask what is required to push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going...
I always wonder if, like, a lot of those pro athletes specifically try to, like, I don't want to use the word mate, but, like, have kids with somebody that's also, like, a genetic, like, I don't want to say freak either, but, like, somebody that's, you know, just a monster of their sport. Like, because you see a lot of these, no, genuinely, you see a lot of these strong men, and they're, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds, and, like, they could most definitely have a kid that's way stronger than them, but I feel like they kind of 50-50 their odds. Because, like, all of those top strongmen marry, like, 4'10", non in the sports women.
Push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going to build the perfect strongman.
That's what Yao Ming did. What, he, like, purposely wanted to have a kid with somebody that he thought would be able to, like, combine with his genetics to make somebody that's, like, a super athlete. I feel like that's a little weird, though, you know? Like, I kind of respect the... just going off of love more, because you're Brian, you're fucking, oh my God, what is his name? Brian Shaw. You're Brian Shaw, you know, it's like fucked up if you're Brian Shaw's kid and they're like, yeah, we don't actually love each other. We just wanted to have a fucking sports monster. And that's you. You're not supposed to do anything in your life outside of lift big rock. because that's what we made. That's what we did. We wanted crazy genetics for, no, like that's fucked. But that's what you would have to do to have somebody that's like the peak in genetics.
Now, we all think of muscle as the biggest and most important aspect of strength, and while it is certainly important, your frame is going to determine what your baseline potential is. It determines how much muscle you can hold and how efficient you're going to be when you actually go to use it. If you take a squat or a bench press, the most optimized build is going to be the ever sought after Chad Dachshund build. Most of your height is going to be in your torso.
Yeah, I felt like the best bench build is to have really short arms, where your bench is just like, and that's like a full rep.
Most of your height is going to be in your torsos, and your legs are going to look like little malformed nubs. Now,
what the fuck?
Hyper-optimized Hobbit builds have broken the sports of powerlifting and Olympic weightlifting. This actually isn't very useful in day-to-day life. It turns out that the perfect strongman build is going to be two things. Tall.
Just big as fuck. That's what, is there actually a perfect strongman build? I feel like it's just be like 7 feet tall and 450 pounds.
And apey. Tall because it's
tall and apey. Tall and apey, like big, like long arms. Like they're tall and also have very long limbs.
Easier to load to high platforms when the platform is at your belly button. It also gives you a longer stride for moving events, and it potentiates more mass. I know many of you are already feverishly typing pound for pound in the comments, but stop and think for a minute. If you had to ride a bird, you wouldn't pass up the ostrich because a roadrunner has a higher DOT score. We're talking about limits, and that means maxing out the things that push those limits further, and with strength, that means being big. Capiche? So those prototypes in strongman have already existed with Hafthor Bjornsson, Brian Shaw, Tom Stoltman, all men that are 6'8" or taller and weigh on the order of 200 kilos at their peak. Now, height is distributed.
200 fucking kilograms, chat. You can't get bigger than that and reasonably be able to fill that frame. You know what I mean? Like, genetics of the strongest possible human. When you see guys that are like above 7 feet, like NBA players, even ones that are bigger, like a lot of the time they don't fill out because they're more lanky because they're just fucking so tall. And even when you're like this big, dude, everyday life, like, yeah, you could have the genetically most strongest possible human there. They're not gonna be able to fucking do anything. They can't fit in cars. They can't go on planes. They can't fucking fit through door frames. Everything needs to be custom built. They have to order their shoes online from a fucking factory directly, where they're gonna have some guy fucking sew his shoes for him. Bro, Wemby is he's not like lanky how other NBA players are. How old is Victor Wembanyama? Or not old, tall. 7'4". He's big. Like, honestly, chat, he's thin, but he's like pretty jacked for somebody of his height. Like, but that's what I'm saying. This guy's 7'4". He would never be 450 pounds. Like, he has the tall, thin build. He's not 7'4", he's 7'7". It said he was 7'4". Is he really 7'7"? No, it says he's 7'4". He's not officially 7'7". He's officially set as 7'4" for the San Antonio Spurs. Anyways, either way, like, when you're above 7 feet tall, like, you just can't fill out your body. It's hard. Even if, I mean, these guys are on fucking copious amounts of steroids. So, you know, you could put that into part of the process. But
a bell curve.
He's still growing. Does he have Marfan syndrome?
In the population, there are going to be a lot of people centered around the average global height of 5'7.5" for men. And every inch increase in height becomes exponentially more rare. Be sure to remember this in the event that you see my wife on the street, so that you can remind her that her husband is in fact a tall man. The physical stature of the giants and strongman is very rare indeed. 6'9" is estimated to be 1 in 50,000 people. And to push that limit a bit,
7'1" is 1 in hundreds of millions. That's why I always love the statistic that if you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like a 1 in 10 chance they're in the NBA right now. Not even like a previous NBA player. If you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like literally a 10% chance they're currently in the NBA, like playing in the NBA.
You're 7 feet, you're looking at 1 in 10 million. So if you're mapping out the genetic blueprint of this perfect strongman, you might just look at the pituitary gland and think, I'm just gonna supercharge that sucker. We're going to infuse all of the gigantism that we can into this specimen. This fetus is gonna be flooded with...
But there's a level of mobility reduction to where they're not gonna be able to lift things either. Like you still need some level of speed and agility for strongmen and strength in general. Like when you see guys that are over like 7'5" run, dude, it's like watching like literally a stick figure try to like sprint. Like they can't cut like most people do. And that's why there's so much coaching for like Wembanyama. He has so much coaching for mobility and how he's able to move. That's why he's such a good player, because most guys that are his height can't move the way he does.
More growth hormone than a deceased IFBB pro, and we're going to make sure this thing makes Andre the Giant look like a pipsqueak. Now, there is a problem with taking these genetic shortcuts. The flood of hormones that results in this egregious amount of growth tends to lead to wonky bone growth, leading to things like scoliosis. You end up with nerve problems from the bones impeding on the actual nerves and blood vessels. And even though the muscles themselves are technically bigger, they're not structurally sound. The flood of hormones can actually lead to something called acromegalic myopathy, and it's muscle weakness due to the growth hormone induced metabolic and structural changes. And it's actually not uncommon for changes in joint mechanics to cause instability, especially in the knees, shoulders, and ankles. You got Andre the Giant, who at 7'4", was using braces and canes by his 30s. And colleagues in the WWF recalled that he could no longer lift opponents by the late 1980s, even though
he also, though, was an anomaly of a man that was that tall and also fucking jacked. Him and, who's the other guy that's really tall? He's in the longest yard, still alive. He wasn't jacked. Who am I thinking of? Also, yeah, he was. Yes, he was jacked. Jacked not meaning like ripped, like jacked meaning huge, like strong. Yeah, Great Khali was jacked. That's who I'm thinking of. Like, bro. This guy was fucking shredded. Actually, though. Great Khali is like more our era of WWE. He was a fucking monster, dude. Like, in a good way. Like, a fucking Great Khali height. He's 7'1", and he was fucking height and weight in prime. He was 7'1" and 420 pounds.
He was a monster. And Andre wasn't even that tall. Consider Robert Wadlow, who was a record 8'11" tall. I mean, we're not even...
Wait, what? This guy was 9 feet tall? And he was able to walk?
Even in the human species anymore. He couldn't walk without leg braces, he had no sensation in his feet and lower legs, and he suffered repeated infections from the braces, which led to sepsis and his death at the age of 22. Okay, so...
Dude, he was 8'11" at 22 years old.
Maybe we should leave the pituitary gland alone. We can get a very tall person just by waiting for an extreme outlier in the general population. We've had a 7-footer represented in the World's Strongest Man winner pool in the form of Ted Vanderpart. We can also consider giants in the NBA like Shaquille O'Neal, who obviously had the capacity for incredible size and strength. Maybe one day more NBA players will wisen up, and instead of chasing silly things like $1 million contracts, they'll join...
Yeah, they'll start picking up rocks for fucking whey protein sponsors. They'll make one fucking thousandth of what they currently make if they just go, if they fucking ship off to Iceland and start fucking lifting stones.
Us in our makeshift strongman gym that our moms let us set up in the backyard. Now, short term, I do see the talent pool of strongman expanding to capture more people that are in this category. However,
honestly, they have to make strongman more mainstream, and that would make the records shatter. Like, I love watching strongmen, but I would say strongmen is not a mainstream sport. It's a worldwide sport, but it's like nobody watches strongmen. Like, there are people that do, but it's not something that's like, oh shit, there's a strongman competition. Like, I gotta take off to go fucking see that.
If we're going to consider man-made fiddling, then we have to consider that it's not an astonishing proposition that in the near future, tall parents are probably going to engage in some genetic selection to make sure that they have taller children. And we've already seen...
We were just talking about that.
Guys desperate to meet the unrealistic standards of women in the online dating pool go under surgery to crack their legs in half and extend.
Dumbest shit ever, too. Reduces mobility so much. It's like, I think the idea of like leg lengthening surgery is just such a stupid idea.
Bend them 3 to 6 inches to make them considerably taller. Given the enormous amount of PEDs that state-sponsored sports programs give their young athletes and the fact that they seem to have no qualms with playing God, there is no reason to think that in the near future we are not going to see young Chinese weightlifters in wheelchairs while their femurs heal in service of producing a master race of gold medalist Olympians.
I don't know. It's really the problem with like strongmen too is they have to take steroids. Like if you're competing in the world's strongest man, you're not winning unless you are on steroids. Like they're crazy strong to begin with. They would be guys that are deadlifting 700 pounds plus natural, right? Like Hafthor Bjornsson is huge regardless. But for him to get big enough and strong enough to be somebody that's lifting 1,100 pounds, you have to. Why? Because it speeds up their growth, their recovery. It speeds up how much ATP they have and how much they can expenditure, their stamina, everything. Right? But it's going to kill them when they're younger. And you see this in guys like, this isn't really strongmen, but like Ronnie Coleman, for example, is like one of the most known bodybuilders of all time. Lifted like crazy, like, you know, you could argue the form and like back surgeries and everything, but he was like one of the biggest bodybuilders of all time. And like kind of cited as like one of the best, I guess, open pros that there were. He can't even fucking walk now. Like, so it's just like, it's hard to even get guys that have the natural potential to want to do this because the downsides are like dying young, being paralyzed, like, just for the straight up feat of, you know, lifting the heaviest weight. It's like hard to convince people to do that.
The average person, oddly enough, has an ape index of 1, meaning their reach is about the same as their height. But if you want...
Really? I would assume most people have longer... I have longer arms than my height. Like, my wingspan is probably like 2 inches more than how tall I am. NBA players are much longer.
As their height. But if you want to be able to comfortably wrap around 400-pound sandbags and lock deadlifts out on your kneecaps, then you need a build that is actually more similar to swimmers, climbers, and MMA fighters. Michael Phelps is reported to have an ape index over 1.05. John Jones and heavyweight Sergey Pavlovich both have ape indexes that are on the order of 1.1. And at the far extreme, you have Stuart Jamieson, who deadlifted 286 at 60 kilograms. Because
286 at 60 kilograms. Why are his arms just extremely fucking long?
As is evident here, torsos just get in the way. Even if taller people tend to have a higher ape index, the odds that we get a 7-footer with a John Jones-like wingspan is...
Yeah, doesn't John Jones have like a 7-foot wingspan, but he's like 6'6"? No, John Jones is 6'4". John Jones wingspan. John Jones is 6'4" with a 7'1" wingspan. Oh my God. He could probably touch his kneecaps standing upright. He is 6'7". No, I don't think he is. It says he's 6'4".
Going to be about 1 in a billion. Now you might think that's a long shot until our doc here puts his online biomechanics degree to use. Now you might be crying, but what about my overhead press? In strongman, that's not really much of a concern. Overhead pressing is 1 out of 5 to 7 events typically, and the biggest pressers in the sport haven't typically had very short arms. Hafthor was actually one of the best pressers because sheer brute mass is such a big driver of pressing.
Oh yeah, his arms are longer. He has a bigger range of motion, but he also has more potential for muscle to be on his arms.
Strength more so than just leverages. And that brings us to the next important piece. We've got our frame. What about the materials? There is one mammoth of a mutation that gives immediately more muscle mass, more muscle fibers, and more strength to anybody who happens to possess it. When the MSTN gene is
3 balls. Oh.
Completely knocked out, you get 60 to 100% more muscle mass and 50 to 70% more absolute force production. Now, while we've seen this in mice, we've seen it in cattle, we've even seen it in breeds of dogs, it is extremely rare in people.
Oh my God. Is that a greyhound?
The one case study that we have is a child that was born in Germany in 2004.
Brother! I mean, thank fuck they blurred it, but still.
Okay, so far we've got selective breeding to guarantee our guy's going to be over 7 feet.
All right, so he's saying there's a mutation that you could have that increases muscle growth potential. Bro, that was like a fucking picture from the 1920s.
Tall. We got the limbs cracked and reset, and we genetically edited.
Yo, editor, fucking full blur that shit too. He blurred it, but I feel like he could have fucking blurred that so much more. I know he was trying to show the leg muscles, but still.
This freak so that they are just double muscled like crazy. Yeah, I think he's ready. Let's see what we
It's called a Hercules gene. Eddie has it.
got here. Oh no.
How Shohei Ohtani happened.
Run game, the dream matchup.
It's easy to see why someone might call this a dream matchup. It's the final out of the 2023 World Baseball Classic between the two best baseball countries, the USA, who invented baseball, and Japan, whose own baseball culture has thrived for more than a century.
Isn't baseball the biggest sport in Japan? By like a long shot. And baseball's not the biggest sport. People would say baseball is America's sport like 30, 40 years ago, but I feel like what is the U.S.'s sport now is most definitely football, right? Like, I feel like people care less about the World Series than the Super Bowl. Super Bowl's big fucking event. Super Bowl's a huge fucking event in the U.S. What's Japan's biggest sport? Baseball. Often called the country's pastime with a huge number of fans who follow professional leagues and high school tournaments. Yeah, Japan, interestingly, has like one of the coolest tournaments in like baseball in general. I think it's like every high school team or like every participating high school team is like a one elimination tournament. And so it's like thousands of teams. Japan high school tournament number of teams. 48 teams from a prefectural qualifying system and National High School Baseball Championship featuring 49 teams. And dude, they get like stadiums full of people to watch like high schoolers play baseball. Like, it is huge there, and I never even knew that until like 2 years ago.
1 ball, no strikes.
It's also a matchup between the two best players.
And I'm not even like shocked, I guess, that baseball's big in Japan. I'm more so shocked that like the best baseball players in the U.S. right now, or at least the MVP, and like two of the best players on the Dodgers are not even from the U.S. Whereas you would assume the NFL, like, how many foreign players are in the NFL? Why are there not more foreign players in the NFL? It's so weird to me how, like, baseball is kind of getting more and more full of, like, non-U.S. players, but the NFL just has, like, largely U.S. audiences. I feel like it's because there's, like, very similar sports worldwide, like rugby. Like, rugby's big. Throw it in sub only. Like, rugby's big or other shit that is, like, similar, I guess, like, contact sport-wise. And soccer is one of the biggest sports in the world. But I find it weird how more people from other countries wouldn't want to go to the NFL. Because so many foreign players play in the NBA. More foreign players play in the MLB. Why would not more foreign players play in the NFL? Because I feel like the contracts in the NFL are fucking absurd. They're some of the highest paying contracts in modern day sports.
Mike Trout, one of the best American hitters ever, and Shohei Ohtani. Mike Trout, one of the best American hitters ever, and Shohei Ohtani, the best Japanese pitcher ever, the best Japanese hitter ever, and some say the best baseball player ever.
The 1-0 pitch.
Didn't Shohei Ohtani just have the best baseball game ever played, where he hit like 3 homers and pitched like an insane game?
Swing and a miss.
I'm not a big MLB fan. Like, I don't watch baseball that often, but I feel like even as a non-baseball watcher, everybody's heard of Shohei Ohtani.
A fastball at 100.
Recency bias, but I guess.
But I think this is more than a dream matchup between two great teams.
2-1. 2-2.
Or even two great players.
The count goes full.
It's the moment baseball's past met baseball's future.
Ohtani's ready. Trout's ready. 3-2.
And the future won.
He struck him out. Japan's back on top of the baseball world.
The at-bat symbolized the passing of the torch from baseball being America's pastime to baseball being a global game.
This is the story of
global game in the sense of two countries. Outside of the US and Japan, what other countries love baseball? I feel like cricket is much larger in other countries. Yeah, Dominican Republic, but outside of that, China likes basketball in terms of American sports. Canada maybe, but like even then Canada's main sport is hockey.
how Japan produced the best baseball player ever, and how he's paving the way to baseball's future.
Yeah, like global sports. What are global sports? Track and field, soccer. That's about all I would say is global. And I would say basketball is getting global. I think basketball is pretty big. Tennis, yeah. Like I'm more talking team sports rather than like singles or doubles, like solo shit. Yeah, swimming, but I'm saying more invented games. Like, yeah, there's events in track and swimming, but like it's just an athletic activity, you know, that's turned into a sport versus like a thing with rules. Sperm racing? Yeah, I heard that's on the rise.
For many years, the American pastime has been the Japanese pastime.
I hate hearing that accent. I hate hearing that accent because every time I hear it, I think about how it's not even a real fucking accent, and it's literally the transatlantic accent that was purposefully made for the effect of feeling fancy and rich rather than it actually being a way people fucking speak. Nobody talks like that. That guy, when he gets off the fucking mic, just sounds like me. Well, we have old Curly walking up to the plate, seeing if he'll hit this base. Oh, and he strikes out.
For many years, the American pastime has been the Japanese pastime.
Americans introduced baseball.
Football announcers still have that voice? I would not say football announcers have a transatlantic accent. They talk in an announcer voice, but not a transatlantic accent. That shit's fucking annoying.
To Japan around the 1870s. So it's no surprise that American and Japanese baseball share
They talk more professional. Like if I was commentating on an NFL game, they'd be like, and he takes it home. Or not an NFL game, not a baseball game. And he takes it home. Shohei Ohtani, one of the best players we've seen thus far this season. They like deepen their voice. They talk more obnoxiously.
A lot in common. First and foremost, it's an obsession.
Here's a stadium packed for Japan's high school baseball tournament, 1920. Shinto priests.
Wild, too. 1920 packed for a fucking high school football game or a baseball game. Dude, no high school fucking baseball game in the United States is getting anywhere near that level of crowd.
Blessing home plate.
There's one set of bleachers with a drunk dad and an annoying divorced couple just sitting on the side. They really want to both see their son or daughter play softball or baseball, but they fucking hate each other, so they sit fucking 4 feet away from each other. No.
Opening day, 1931. And Babe Ruth.
Little League games do? Little League games do not have a crowd. Little League games have a crowd of parents and family members of the players. It's commonplace in Japan to go to a high school baseball game to watch it because it's entertaining. If you were just a random guy that pulled up to a high school baseball game today, people would be like, why the fuck are you here?
Ruth, swarmed by fans
unless it's literally like a high-level tournament. Like, if it's like a national level, that's different. Like, if you're at, like, it's the same thing with, like, other sports, like track events. Like, New Balance Nationals, people just pull up to.
Tokyo, 1934.
That's just not true. It's because you live in New Jersey. But it's baseball, man. I think the equivalent of Japan's high school baseball turnout would be Texas's high school football. Football in Texas is so big that, like, high school games matter. Like, people will go and rep their city's high school for a fucking football game, right? Like, that's different. But I feel like that doesn't happen for, like, what state does that for baseball?
The U.S. crushed Japan in World War II, but baseball helped the two countries become allies soon after.
This isn't big league stuff yet, but someday it may be.
Japan's Nippon Professional Baseball League was structured a lot like the U.S.'s Major League Baseball. Teams were divided into 2 leagues, and some even shared the same name. But the two leagues didn't always see eye to eye.
What's the hardest baseball name? Hold up. Or baseball team? Being on the Hawks would be pretty fucking sick. Colt 45s, Angels, White Sox, Braves, Tigers, Dodgers, Giants.
Two leagues didn't always...
Is Colt 45 still a team?
Some even...
The Dragons? Yeah, that would be the sickest.
...shared the same name.
The Dragons.
But the two leagues didn't always see eye to eye. In the mid-20th century, American teams often looked down on Japanese talent. And while some American players played in Japan, they typically were near retirement. Meanwhile, Japanese players were often pressured to stay in Japan.
Part of it was wanting to maintain Japanese culture and pride.
Jun Lee's been reporting on baseball for a decade. He was on ESPN. Now he runs one of my favorite YouTube channels.
It is swung on and foul tipped by Lee.
This was kind of where Japan was.
I truly believe facing a baseball is one of the scariest things. I would not be good enough to play professional baseball, but even if I was, I would be so scared to stand next to the plate while the pitcher on the mound's throwing fucking piss missiles. just fucking straight at me. Like, you get hit in the face, dude, you just fucking break your jaw.
Politically, over the course of, a lot of the 20th century, which was culture that was very inward focused.
It all came to a head over this guy, pitcher Masanori Murakami. In 1964, the Nankai Hawks sent him to the San Francisco Giants minor league team, just for some experience. But Murakami impressed the Giants, who started him on their major league squad. Murakami became Major League Baseball's first Japanese-born player and dominated the rest of the season. But when the Giants gave him a contract, the Hawks objected. The two leagues argued for months until reaching a compromise. Murakami would play with the Giants for one season, then return to Japan. And from then on, MLB teams were prohibited from directly signing Japanese players, and vice versa.
Really? When did that fucking change?
It widened the gulf between the two leagues. American players continued to go to Japan, but no Japanese player appeared in Major League Baseball for the next 30 years. They stayed in Japan and developed a distinct style of playing. Very quickly, I want to show you something.
Do you think that's why, Shohei Ohtani and other players are really good, is because they get different training and play different than American players? So when they go against them, it's like a whole different spin of play or pitching or...
Pretty cool. Machinists at Henson
how they work.
Started out making aerospace machinery.
What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, is this a sponsor?
Your wallet too. Henson's line stays flat because when you over time, and turns out better for your wallet too. This chart shows the cost of razor ownership when you
Damn!
Differently than American people, and so they
my
have
monitor
adapted
just
the
turned off.
Japanese game
My monitor
to
just turned off. It just randomly just tried to refresh. What the fuck?
kind of suit the physical strengths and weaknesses that Japanese people have, and as a result, stylistically the game is very different than what you would see in the United States.
Great American batters have power. They swing for the fences. While great Japanese batters have consistency. They hit more singles, doubles, even bunts to get on base. Great American
playing the long game versus fucking ripping it. Just trying. That's all I would do if I played baseball. Getting a single sucks. I'd want to hit that shit out of the fucking park.
Pitchers rely on velocity, throwing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs past batters. While Japanese pitchers rely more on craftiness, throwing forkballs, splitters, and sinkers to fool batters. In Japan, baseball players are also known to train far more often and with far more intensity.
This is just kind of the culture around the sport, that the repetition builds strength. It requires this intense level of discipline.
Still, many Americans doubted Japanese players would succeed in the U.S. if they could ever get there. Then in 1995, pitcher Hideo Nomo found a loophole. The Kintetsu Buffaloes owned his contract, but Nomo simply retired at age 26. Legally, a retired player could go anywhere, so...
How are you even supposed to prepare for Jeopardy anyway?
In July of 2024, I appeared on the game show Jeopardy, fulfilling the kind of lifelong dream you'd expect the son of two librarians to have. All things considered, it went very well. I won 9 games before losing my
10th
game on a tragic math error.
I haven't watched Jeopardy since 2018, maybe. Like that, Jeopardy's a show you watch with your grandparents. And you never know the answer to any of the questions, and neither do they. So I I never understand the appeal of Jeopardy as a show. Like, I think it's fascinating to see these people know just really obscure knowledge, right? Like, Brady said, I love watching Jeopardy. Very unsurprising, Brady. Very unsurprising. You telling me you like Jeopardy is like somebody telling me that the sky is blue. That's like very unsurprising. What I do want to say is, in my years of watching Jeopardy, I have only known the answer to 3 of the questions. And it's always the questions that they don't know. Like Jeopardy contestants will know very obscure things, but get who won the last year's Super Bowl wrong. Like, they just read books, bro. They just know shit. Like, how are you just a thesaurus of knowledge? They don't teach them the topics. It's not scripted, chat. These guys are just geniuses. Like, this guy's a fucking smart-ass motherfucker. Like, somebody said autism. Maybe it's like a savant thing, but I doubt every contestant on Jeopardy is autistic. I think they just know stuff, bro. How? Like, they walk in and the topic will be like random quotes from the 1300s. Who said this? Oh, I know. Bank. The son of the king in this time. Who the fuck would know that?
Well, tragic for me. I think Jay liked it. One of the most common questions...
Bro only won $1,799.
One of the most...
Yo, that's what sucks about Jeopardy. In Wheel of Fortune, even if you lose, you still win the amount of money you ended the game with. In Jeopardy, if you're not first place, you get like $1,000. Fucking wipe your ass with $1,000 in today's economy. You could give somebody $1,000. That's a lot of money. You're flying there, brother. Staying there. Yeah, they're probably paying for it. $1,000. It's taxable income.
Common questions I got after appearing on Jeopardy, other than why did they let you?
It's okay. $1,000 individually, not as bad. What pisses me off is shows like America Says, bruh. America Says prize. How much do they win? $15,000. Whoop-de-doo. 15 grand split amongst 4 people, bruh. Are you serious? A potential $15,000. Lame. That's not, bro, like, I think if you get on a game show and win, you should get, like, a year's salary. Like, I understand America Says isn't the most popping show of all time, but it's like any of these weird fucking knockoff game shows that are on the Game Show Network, bro. The prize is like 10 grand and there's like a team of 5. 2,000 a person, maybe. Like Family Feud, you could win and still not get 20 grand. You could win and still get $5 a point and walk home with $300 fucking dollars and your dick in your hand. Like, what the fuck? That's terrible. $4,000 is life-changing money. No, it's not. What? $4 grand is not life-changing money. Most people can't even pay off 10% of their student loans. $4,000 fucking dollars. $4,000. It helps you. It's helping you in the next 3-4 months. It's not life-changing money. What is life-changing money? A life-changing amount of money to win is like $100,000. That's life-changing. That's you pay off your student loans and you could put a down payment on a car or a house. Like 100 grand's like, damn, that's money. You know? No, it's not. I'm saying life-changing in the fact that it's changing your life. Not life-changing like, oh, it's going to make you rich, right? But like it helps, it changes your life and day-to-day finances significantly.
How do you prepare for Jeopardy? Jeopardy has been around for over 40 years, but one surprising thing to me is that there are a lot of people out there who seem to believe that Jeopardy will give you some kind of study guide for what will appear when you're on it. This is not true, which is fortunate for me because I hate studying. Until you step foot on the
And how do you just know that shit? Like, what? How do you just know stuff? Like, can we look up a random Jeopardy question? Like, I step up on the Jeopardy board. The IT guy, published first. State of emergency. TV, a bill in Congress and unending. And TV isn't going to be like, which friend, what is the name of Monica's brother in Friends? It's not like pop culture quiz. It'll be like, who was the director of the original Bill Cosby show? And like, and they just know.
Whilst you're backstage, you have no idea what you're going to be asked about. Think of all those famous viral videos where contestants
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. And that's one that they don't know. What?
And struggle to
the Bills
identify basic things about
you just know that
rap music or sports. If they gave us a study guide ahead of time, don't you think somebody would be able to identify who the Dallas Cowboys are? So this raises a question.
Oh, you guys were just wrong. That's just throwing out fucking random shit. There was like 3 people that said the Cowboys. Everybody was saying the Bills.
How are you supposed to prepare for Jeopardy? I decided to make this video as a sort of guide for what I did. Keep in mind that I'm not an all-time great of the show, so take what I say with a grain of salt. With that
all-time great of the show, bro. You won how many games in a row? I think if you win Jeopardy one time, you have enough knowledge to be able to tell me how the game works.
In mind, I proudly present the definitive guide on how to win up to, but no more than, 9 games on Jeopardy.
How much money did he win? 9 games of Jeopardy? I feel like averagely they're winning like 10 to 20K an episode. Isaac Hirsch, winnings Jeopardy. He won more than 200K. He's one of Jeopardy's newest must-watch players. Yo, I wish there was like a fantasy league for Jeopardy where you could just bet on players. I feel like you could tell, bro. There's motherfuckers that step up there and you just know they're going to suck. And they're still geniuses. You ever see an episode of Jeopardy where like one guy answers one question and he gets it wrong? I love that. He's just standing up there 30 minutes of runtime. He's a placeholder. He's just... They end the round negative. You ever see that shit? Because you could go in the negative. Yo, they should make it like high risk, high reward. You have to pay Jeopardy if you end in the negative. That would be awesome. Like, everybody would be so scared to answer the questions. You're just like... And going into Double Jeopardy, we have Ryan with negative $10,000. He's just like shit himself. There's like a 7-foot security guard standing behind him. He's just nervous.
Presumably, if you're interested in appearing on Jeopardy in the first place, you're at least a little interested in learning things and you know some stuff already. Although if you're not interested in learning things and you know nothing and you still want to appear on Jeopardy, I respect the hustle. It can be intimidating because Jeopardy can ask about literally anything. While Jeopardy can theoretically ask about everything, it can't literally ask about everything. There are certain things Jeopardy simply won't ask about because they're too obscure to reasonably expect contestants to know. For example, Jeopardy basically never asks about one of my favorite authors, the British spy novelist Eric Ambler, because not many people read his books nowadays and he's just not considered that important. So there's really only a limited...
Okay, like they're still asking such obscure things. What do you mean? They don't ask about Eric Ambler. Dude, they're asking about like random passages of Shakespeare. Like just, I know he's popular, but like who knows that?
Number of things that Jeopardy will expect people to know and therefore ask about, and that limited number of things we'll call the canon, with one N, not like a weapon. There's no definitive guide as to what's in the canon, but the more you watch Jeopardy, the more you get a general sense for what it is. There are certain things that come up so often that you must...
What's like a thing that you would really need to know? History. Historical knowledge is really important. What else? Like how law, but that's history. That like encompasses history. Sports, I feel like they don't really ask a lot about. Random pop culture stuff, but like really like artsy fartsy pop culture shit.
Must know them as a prerequisite for appearing on the show. World capitals, Shakespeare's plays, the presidents and where they're from, etc.
The presidents and where they're from. Yeah, where was Woodrow Wilson born?
One way to figure out what Jeopardy will ask about is to look at what they've asked about in the past. There's a wonderful website, j-archive.com, that has
recent Final Jeopardy. This author's wish to use different ink colors to represent multiple point of views was granted in 2012, 83 years after the novel's publication. Gun to my head, that's going off 1 million times before I get that. This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess. A heroine? What the fuck? This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess. A heroine who was a commonplace spinster. Heroine. Am I saying that wrong? That word is heroin. The drug. Heroine? A female hero. They should change the name of that. The spelling of a female hero is the same spelling of a drug that people inject in themselves with dirty needles. Why are they spelled the same? Heroin doesn't have an E. Well, maybe let's change the word a little bit more than one letter. Heroin. I would have read that shit as heroin. I did read it as heroin. First Ladies. In 1941, she served briefly as co-director of the Office of Civilian Defense. Who would know that? Who would know that? That's a $100 question. That's easy. That's easy. 500 hard. On June 3rd, 1948, the 200-inch Hale telescope was dedicated atop this mountain. That one actually seems more reasonable. Let's go to a recent episode. Current season. We're going to go to the most recent episode. Midnight's Adults in Children's Literature. I'm in Sephora without my glasses. A minor distraction, rock, rap, and remember. Nothing But a G Thang is a classic collab between Snoop Dogg and this man. Like that one, there's a world where I could guess it. Nothing But a G Thang, Dr. Dre. Okay, then let's go. Rosa Parks sued this duo for using her name on a 1998 hit, but it still made Rolling Stone's list of 50 greatest hip-hop songs. I don't know a rap song that used... What was the answer? Outkast and Cameron. Empire State of Mind by Nas was a hit for Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Is a classic by the three-letter man who feud with Jay. I got that shit! I got that shit! That's $1,000. Oh my God, wait, actually, I know some of these answers. All right, let's do one that I wouldn't know. Use your sixth sense. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution says the accused has the right to a trial that is both public and this. Private? Speedy. Fuck.
As basically every game of Jeopardy that has ever been played. If you want to know whether Jeopardy will ask about a thing, let history be your guide. It's worth mentioning that the people who currently make Jeopardy have stated that they don't want people to be able to prepare just by memorizing J-Archive, and thus they continue to include more wordplay and vocabulary categories, things that are harder to study for via rote memorization. Some of the most dreaded Jeopardy categories actually have the smallest canon. Think of opera. Have you ever seen an opera? I haven't. I'm a complete Philistine. But the number of important operas and opera composers Jeopardy can actually ask about is pretty small. It's under 100 in my estimation. And once you start to figure out what those operas are, you start to be able to tell your Madame Butterflies from your Carmens from your...
Bro, but then you're just learning stupid shit that you're never gonna get asked about. Like, you're just studying, bro, like, just walking into a library and reading shit. just to mind meld, dude. Just sponge information. I'm training for Jeopardy. I'm just gonna go sit in on a 3,000 level class in college.
Or Il Scagliati's, which isn't an opera but some gibberish I just made up. One thing that separates Jeopardy from other trivia game shows is that there's a general tilt in the question writing towards things that are academically important. This means that you could learn a lot of what Jeopardy asked about if you'd just been paying attention in school the whole time. Unfortunately for me, I was too busy drawing comics where Captain Falcon and Kirby were best friends, so I had to come by this knowledge some other way. That other way was Quiz Bowl. Quiz Bowl has often inadequately been described as Jeopardy, but with teams and longer questions, and sports for competitive children who can't run good. There's a considerable overlap between what Jeopardy will ask about and what Quiz Bowl asks about. And
this guy is such a nerd, bro. Yeah, and he won $200,000 for it.
Years of playing Quiz Bowl have stuck in my mind lots of facts that were very useful for Jeopardy. Finally, there's the matter of effectively learning things you didn't already know. Intellectual curiosity is only going to get you so far. Eventually, you're going to have to learn things you don't find particularly interesting, and for that, a lot of people turn to flashcards, especially apps like Anki. Jeopardy Masters Season 2 champion Victoria Gross has said
what about Quizlet?
That she has over 200,000 flashcards in Anki, which is wild. I don't...
Yo, y'all really have ChatGPT now, bro. Cheating on homework used to be so fucking hard, man. Like, having to look up shit or, like, make a Quizlet, bro, and you used to have to reach back to, like, a guy 3 states away from you that made a Quizlet in a similar class and only, like, 4 of the questions match, and then you gotta go fucking find another one, and it was fucking so hard to, like, dude, cheating was so hard. Like, it used to be a struggle, bro. It was a grind. Yo, physics problems, yeah, you had to buy Chegg. You had to buy Chegg and talk to the fucking random guy that's trying to solve the problem in real time for you.
I did make a little over 1,000 flashcards in Anki in preparation for the Tournament of Champions on things I didn't already know. So did it work? Well, it got me a...
Hey, this is where most people would get off the cruise ship and go check out where we docked. But me? No. I'm staying on this ship. The cruise is the most empty I've seen it so far, which means it's a perfect time to take full advantage of all the things on this ship. Let's get profiting.
And what a better way to start the day than carbs and sugar.
We got pancakes, we got eggs.
All right, that actually looks like a pretty good breakfast.
We got hash browns, we got bacon, we got apple juice, and we got coffee. This is a lot of food, bro.
After deleting my breakfast, there was only one logical thing to do next.
All right, guys, we got some more food. I have a piece of coconut cake, a chocolate chip cookie, and this kind of...
How are you functioning? This is so much sugar to start the day. Just, dude, a glass of apple juice, fucking chocolate chip pancakes, then just straight up desserts.
Freaky looking piece of pound cake. Also got a sugar-free Red Bull. And
oh, okay. Watching the calories here. There we go.
Make it healthy, an apple.
An apple with the apple juice.
An apple a day makes the profiting sleigh. Wow, that was cringe. Best sound in the world. That hits crazy in the morning.
Wow. I love Red Bull, but I feel like if I chugged a Red Bull, I would get caffeine shakes. Like, I have to slowly consume that.
Thank you. Cheers.
Another Red Bull.
So I hit the gym to burn
Double Red Bull in? Yeah, having a heart attack at the gym.
off some of that disgusting pound cake.
Just some fruity pens.
Just hit a lick on the gin. What's the most, like, scrumdiddlyumptious thing you guys have?
Sorry?
Like, scrumdiddlyumptious? Like, yummy?
Sorry, smoothies and fresh...
Yo, excuse me, sorry, I don't really want a smoothie. Could I just have a whole zucchini? Thank you. I see you have a few back there. Are they washed? Do you know where they're from? Like, what season?
This is an apple, lemon, ginger, and mint juice.
You just get a bunch of phallic objects. That'd be really weird.
Looks like it would cost me $20 at a Shreddy's spot in LA. Really refreshing.
Wow. Now that I was feeling warmed up, it was time to get a little
You know where I could get some, like, hand sanitizer?
bit more serious about this challenge.
Let's see how many of these things I can get down to add it to the total. 1. 2. 3. Can you take a video of me by any chance? No problem. Hey, Mom and Dad. I know you guys said not to come home until I fix my addiction. But look, you can have fun and still have a drink. Love you guys. Hey guys, little update from in the bathroom. Might have bit off more than I can chew. Also, check out the posters they have above the urinals. What is that?
That is creepy.
But instead of crying like a little baby,
let's get surfing.
At first,
shits himself. Shit, you just see a shit streak wave. Stomach's still not feeling great. Got to get on the wave pool though, or not the wave pool. Whatever the fuck this is.
I felt not one,
the flow rider,
but twice, and might have exposed my butt crack quite a bit here. Eventually, I got the hang of it. I look pretty cool, right guys? I then grabbed 2 blue cocktails that I slammed for the intro of this video.
Absolutely crushed. Oh my gosh.
Bro, didn't eat the maraschino cherry that came with it. That's the best part. If any time I get a drink and they give me, bro, it could even be like a beer. They would never do that. Any drink you give me, if you add a maraschino cherry to it, I'm immediately thinking that's a better experience. Olives? Oh, fuck no.
I have a massive plate of Mexican food in front of me. I got some rice, a beef burrito, a little quesadilla, and some nachos that I absolutely loaded up with beef and cheese. I also got a lemon.
Another take. Nachos stress me out. Whenever I'm at a restaurant and somebody's like, ooh, they got nachos. They got the loaded nachos. And they order it and I see the plate come out and it's an actual mountain of fucking queso, chips, guac, meat, salsa. I'm like, how do you, it's stressful. It's like looking and understanding a paradox. It's like solving a puzzle. And I told my friend that like 4 days ago when we were at a restaurant and he got fucking nachos and he was like, dude, I love this. It's too much. You don't know where do you start? Where does it end? Wherever you want. That's the freedom of it, I guess. I don't know. I just don't want to look at it.
And the best drink to
I'm sick.
Pair with Mexican food, a Corona with a lime. I am gonna eat. I'm so full.
You didn't put the lime in the Rona.
I got myself a milkshake from the onboard Johnny Rockets and walked my way over to the hot dog stand. This is gonna sound crazy, but recently I ruined the taste of hot dogs for myself. I did a little something called the 999 challenge. Basically, you try to drink 9 beers and eat 9 hot dogs within 9 innings of a baseball game. And I'm proud to announce that this is gonna go on my 2nd channel. That's right, guys. I'm starting a 2nd one. It's gonna be called Pack Gembrook.
It's just the reverse of his name.
Pretty funny, right? It'll be the first link in the description. Please go subscribe and watch the video. It'll be live at the time you're watching.
I've never tried the 999 challenge, but I think the only thing that's hard is the hot dogs. I think 9 beers in 9 innings, you're going to be drunk, but that's like a very doable amount of alcohol for an average person in like 4 hours.
Anyways, I'm gonna eat this hot dog. Definitely brings me back to the challenge, but hey, the everything bun is a nice touch. Here's my unicorn right here. Don't mind me, just profiting. Nothing more. Definitely not having fun. All right, I got a big fancy dinner reservation.
That grown guy behind him looks like he had no fun on that fucking carnival ride.
In a couple of hours at 8 o'clock. I was trying to decide what I should do for the time being, and when in doubt, there's always one option.
Day
all right, guys,
drinking.
I'm here with my bartender. Let's go. What's your name?
My name is Glass.
I'm gonna take this cruise ship down. I mean, no. Thank you. Vodka Red Bull.
Yeah, if he actually went reasonable prices, like he's doing $12 mixed drinks and it's not costing the cruise ship $12, but that's what you would pay, maybe even a little bit more at an actual restaurant, so I'm fine with that.
Oh, that's so strong. You trying to kill me? Oh my God. Klaus got me right. Let's go. Bottoms up.
Oh God.
All right, I should probably be done. Nope, I'm good. Nope, I'm good. Can I get one more drink? Yes, thank you. Drinking this glass of champagne and watching the beautiful sunset made me think to myself, this is the coolest job in the world. This is the coolest job in the world. Oh, the voiceover already said that? I decided to head back to my room to prepare myself for a big night.
The tip bucket! Oh, there's gum in it!
Still?
There's gum in it!
Nothing. Oh, no, something.
Awesome!
Added a chewed
a free piece of gum. Score!
Piece of gum. That's a hate crime. Yeah?
If I get something, I will put on your room.
All right. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that so much.
Finish your dinner?
I have a reservation tonight.
Oh, great.
A fancy one. Let's go. Hey, yo, fit check. This is one of the best restaurants on board, and it's very important because this is going to be, hopefully, a massive way for us to profit. I trekked my way to the most expensive restaurant on the ship, and the
Oh, hibachi alone, though. You gotta sit with a fucking group of randos. I hate that about hibachi. That's the one thing that I despise. I would love to book a private hibachi table. If honestly, you don't even need to book a private one. You need to if you're doing hibachi, go with the amount of people the hibachi fills. Because if you go with if you go to like 2 to 5 people, you're gonna have like a couple sitting at the same table as you, and it's just so fucking weird. So now he's gonna be with a group of randos, and then you get picked for the egg toss, and he's like, open your mouth.
Only way I could explain this was, this is so fancy. Wow. Let's go, baby. Thank you so much. And now it was time to profit big.
Can I do a glass of sugar-free Red Bull?
Crispy uzimi, snow spicy, and a
Oh, he's not doing hibachi. He's just sitting at a table. Makes way more sense.
Champagne lobster roll.
I honestly feel bad for the chefs that they have to cook all of that food. Now, while I see how many plates of food I can consume, I'm gonna do a little bit of multitasking and let you guys in on one of the most OP products.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm skipping that.
I'm done. Good night. And it was going to be a good night indeed because we were just getting started. In order to not let this night go to waste, I decided to get a couple more champagnes and then
Oh, that guy's fucking hammered, dude. You can see it in his fucking eyes. Looking right through him.
In order to not let this night go to waste, I decided to get a...
That's how you know, bro. If say I'm having a conversation with you. We're just talking, I'm like this. Now, if I'm drunk, do you notice the difference? Looking at you. Looking through you. Looking at you. Looking through you.
Couple more champagnes and then decided to go even.
You're just crossing your eyes? I'm not. I'm looking past the camera.
And got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 more glasses of champagne. On the way back to my room, I grabbed a couple water bottles and somehow got myself to take down 2 more glasses of champagne. Guys, there's still nothing in our...
Well, I mean, he has it in a bad spot. It's just a random hallway. People are going to foot traffic.
Gift bucket. That's the end of day 2. I am exhausted. I just pounded 8 champagnes. If my calculations are correct, so far we've profited $856. That means tomorrow we have to go even harder. So I gotta
get tomorrow the last day?
Some sleep. Good night.
Tomorrow the last day he's got to double it?
Good morning. Today's a big day. Let's do this.
Oh my God, there's money.
Way.
Oh my God.
Something happened in our gift basket.
Okay, I would kind of feel bad though if they gave me any amount of substantial money. You know what I mean? If there's a $5 in there, you know, that's whatever. I'd take that shit. If somebody leaves you like $100, I'd be like, oh.
Here? Oh.
You just conned that person.
Oh my God. $4. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Add that to the profit, baby. With an
Go gamble with it. Now put it on the casino.
Absolutely beautiful start to what would be our most intense day yet. I went to the most fancy buffet on board for breakfast. I decided it would be a good idea to go kind of late on breakfast this morning so I can pace myself because today's going to be next to impossible. I got some assorted fruit.
Yeah, salami at breakfast, isn't it, Jack? I'm sorry. Getting a little charcuterie board here is not the vibe. An untoasted bagel, plain.
Some meat and some cheese, a plain bagel, a beautiful looking yogurt parfait, an orange juice, and a coffee. I just heard they canceled our second stop in the Bahamas due to...
Oh my God, that is like a metric shitload of cream cheese in that bagel. Never mind. What the fuck? Y'all would want that much? How much? Is that too much or too little cream cheese? That is way too much. I know people like the schmear on that shit. I think that is like eating a fucking hockey puck of cream cheese. That's disgusting.
Some cheese.
That's just right. No.
A plain bagel.
Yeah.
A beautiful looking yogurt parfait, an orange juice, and a coffee. I just heard they canceled our second stop in the Bahamas due to weather conditions, but that's okay with me because I'm here to stay on this cruise and profit. I'm hoping this food will revitalize me. Let's eat. After picking up a smoothie, I needed something that was really gonna wake me up. The Abyss. Apparently, this is the tallest dry slide in the world. Let's take the
dry slide
puppy for a ride.
Oh, you sit on a fucking carpet. Never mind. I was gonna say, imagine sliding that down. Just fucking rug burn. Just slide burn right all over your legs. Your skin just peels off. Yeah, imagine falling off this thing, though, or like your knee clips the side. I feel like that would instantly tear your skin off.
Oh my God, holy shit.
Like sliding on asphalt.
That was way crazier than I thought it was gonna be. Let's go. I think I need a drink after that one. And to pair with this drink, there was nothing better than an entire plate of food. All right, guys, we got a big old plate of food here, a fruit punch, and a mimosa. Somehow, some way, I have regained my appetite and low-key my will to live. I'm gonna slam this meal, drink these beverages, and then we're gonna get on our way because we have a lot of profiting to do. One of each dessert.
Yo, he is eating so much sugar. Nah, this is like the fucking... Dude, this is like too much. Too much. I feel like I would constantly be like worried I'm gonna have a heart attack. Like I'd be manually breathing the whole day.
Yeah, I'm a big back.
This ain't Dirty Balkan, dude. That is every dessert he said on the menu.
Cake. This one is easily the best. Then I thought, why not just slam 3 crazy strong cocktails? Bad idea.
Oh my God, that looks so bad. That looks so bad. Oh my God. I would have no fun here. Like, no fun. This woman is the vibes. Just slouched over, sitting on this fucking seat, feet in the water, like, ugh. Pool water smelled like sunscreen and pee. What percentage of this pool is pee? Yeah. I'm gonna go 5%. 5%. It doesn't look like pool water. It's very murky because of the sunscreen, but also there's probably an absurd amount of piss. Oh my God, head under the water.
And then I grabbed 2 Red Bulls before my next activity. Rock climbing. Yeah, they have a actual rock climbing wall on the ship. Give it a shot, I guess. I can't believe they actually have this on a cruise ship. I got about halfway to the top, which honestly, I'm proud of myself for. That was terrifying. My second home at this point. What's up, bro? How you doing? Good to see you. Wow. I chugged 6 glasses of champagne. All right, guys, little update. I'm breaking out in some sort of face rash. If I had to guess,
it's probably from the champagne.
Yes, I think all of the consumption is like really starting to catch up to me. I'm gonna head back to the room to prepare for tonight.
It jump cuts and his face is just fully swollen. All right, so I think I had some sort of allergic reaction to something. You can't even see. I had some sort of allergic reaction to something on this cruise ship. Might have been one of the desserts. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be the pool water.
But first, water slide.
Oh my God, it's so dark. I would go down the slides because I feel like the water on the slides is probably fairly clean.
Put already some
What happened?
money here, and I put already there on the table.
Since I've been gone.
Bro, he gave him... Oh, no, he didn't give him the money. He said if there's any money in there, he'll move it because people will just take it out of the bucket.
For my room, we made $6. And...
Score!
We got 2 rubber duckies. This is crazy. Guys, I'm back in my fits. Here's the plan. First, I have a dinner reservation at the steakhouse. I'm gonna take full advantage. Second, tonight we're commencing something called the bar crawl.
Oh my God, my fucking nose is bleeding.
Have to drink 1 drink.
No, I'm not getting a tampon yet.
At every bar on the cruise.
I love how everybody knows I'm about to grab a tampon if my nose starts bleeding. Okay, chat.
And third, I have a last-ditch plan that can make or break this entire thing. We have a long night ahead of us. Let's do this. At this point, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I got my best.
Can you profit from an all-inclusive cruise?
Most people like this guy come on an all-inclusive cruise to relax.
Jack asked me to do this video with him, and I didn't have time, and I'm really upset. Because I think I would have been a fucking team asset. I think I would have been not on the food front. Actually, on the food front. I think I could put down a lot of food, but only like slightly more average than the regular person. I think I would have been a team asset on the drinking front. I would have Googled the most expensive alcohol they had and just slammed that every time. Also, am I crazy to say every guy has a pair of swim shorts that look almost exactly like this? Like a Chubbies, like neon design.
But me, I'm here to profit.
Where'd my drink go?
All-inclusive cruises promise that food, drinks, and experiences are all included in the price of your stay. But is it actually worth it? Well, I'll be eating...
That's the thing, though. I've never, like, have you guys been on a cruise? I don't know how much a cruise experience should cost. Like, I've been to regular vacations and all-inclusive vacations so I can compare them. I've never even been on a cruise. So I don't know, like, what an average 3 or 4 day cruise should even cost.
Ridiculous amounts of food, drinking a degenerate amount of drinks, experiencing as much as
$2,000, $10K max, 10 grand, 10 grand for a cruise. How long are you gone? Fucking 2 weeks?
I possibly
more than that. 10 grand
can, and using some absolutely devious tips and tricks, all to answer the question, can I consume more than the price I paid for the cruise, equaling a profit? And our journey begins in the beautiful city of
I feel like you have to use it from a consumer standpoint of what the average thing would cost for you, though. And I think he did that last time, and I critiqued it, but I think that's the only way you're ever even able to profit. Because you have to compare, like, a shot of Captain Morgan to how much a shot of Captain Morgan costs. If you're doing it from how much they're buying it in bulk, when they get thousands of bottles of wine that cost them $1 a bottle, like, you're never winning. That's why this shit works, is because even if like half of the people drink as much as they would actually spend, they're still coming out net up.
Yeah, play that funky music. That right there is my ship, the Wonder of the Seas. I can already kind of get a glimpse of the ship, and this thing looks ridiculous. Let's go ahead and board. Enjoy your food.
I also do have that imminent fear that, you know, when you go on a cruise, you're going to end up in a Titanic scenario where the fucking boat sinks. You know, you're like fighting for your fucking life against a family of 4 to survive or some shit.
Thank you.
But I don't know. I mean, I would say a cruise is probably more safe than a plane.
Oh my gosh. Is this even a cruise ship? Upon entering, this was like a mega mall more than a cruise ship. They had everything from Gucci bags to Rolexes to actual vehicles. I headed up to the top deck to see the main part of the cruise ship. There's so much. It's everything all the time. This ship has literally everything, including endless distractions.
Bro, I feel like there's too many fucking people at a cruise, and that's why I wouldn't want to go. This is not a pool. This is a shared bathtub. This is a regular fucking pool with 35 people in it. Oh my God. Gross. Yuck. Oh, who wants to go to the hot tub? Me. Oh, there's a floating Band-Aid in the water, and I'm sitting next to a family that's for sure pissing in the water.
But excited as I am to get going, we can't lose track of our goal. Now, I booked 3 nights on this cruise, which cost me $1,500.
Oh my God. All-inclusive. That's not that bad, actually. Because there's hotels that are just like straight up $450 a night. So you're getting to go somewhere and you get to eat and drink as much as you want for basically like $520 a day.
$191. Ouch. However, included in this all-inclusive package that I purchased is free drinks, free gourmet food, free entertainment, and a boatload of amenities. Get it? A boatload? I have created the most calculated schedule to take.
I love this in the back. Jack, you better go to the bucket. The bucket at a water park. The vibes are to just lay down and forget about it and talk to your friend until out of nowhere you just get fucking waterboarded.
Full advantage of all of these things in hopes that I can eat, drink, and experience more than what I paid for this cruise, making us a profit. Because of boarding times, it's already 3 p.m., so we gotta get going.
And with time already ticking, there was no better place to start than the buffet.
There's a 50-50 poll right now of do you pee in pools, and 49% of my chat is saying yes.
Lunch has been acquired. I decided to get a burger, some fries, some mac and cheese, and a slice of watermelon. To drink, I got a coffee and...
What is the MSRP on this watermelon slice here, Jack? How are we going to calculate the price of that? 1/50th of a watermelon? What are we fucking marketing that as? That's 5 cents.
The best part, a glass of champagne. The first of many. So the way
that's gonna be like 30 cents, bro. An entire watermelon's like $10.
This is gonna work is I'm gonna assign a value to every item based on what I think is fair. I'm gonna try to be conservative with my estimates, so we'll go ahead and say this.
I gotta start a conspiracy on watermelon inflation because a full-ass watermelon uncut is like $10, but the second you get pre-cut cubed watermelon, it's like $20 for 1/3 the amount of watermelon. What? I'm paying a motherfucker that much to cut it up for me? That's so... They can't get a machine to do that in an effective manner.
Big plate of food here is $14. We'll say the champagne is $12 based on the price of the bottle that I looked up online. And for the coffee, we'll say $2. Your boy's hungry? I'm gonna dig in.
That's any cut fruit, especially pineapple. Oh my God, yeah, especially pineapple, bro. Regular pineapple's cheap as fuck. Nobody wants it though, because it's just a pain in the ass to cut a fucking pineapple.
Hits every time.
I hate how he just drinks champagne.
The food has been
or Prosecco. Because that's probably what it is. Jack, you got to finish the watermelon rind there, brother. If we're really, if we're counting, hey, Jack, you got to eat that whole watermelon rind.
Estimated. I am full. Let's keep it going. With lunch out of the way, our next step was to hit the first bar of many. Can I just get a beer? To make some early profit, I decided I would chug a couple of beers.
A fucking Coors Light? I buy a 30 rack for fucking $28. I'm gonna fucking, Jack. We gotta start immediately taking fucking tequila shots to the fucking dome. A beer? If I'm trying to win my money back, a beer ain't cutting it. Maybe an IPA.
I drank those way too fast. Already being 2 beers deep, I thought it might be smart to switch it up with a drink I've never had before. What's it called? Hey, thank you. This is Jack's drink. Hey.
It's just filled with laxatives. Yo, just make me something special, bro. I'm having my own... I'm just kind of solo balling this trip right now. Oh, God.
I reluctantly chugged my drink when I heard a loud noise from the decks, so I grabbed an ice cream and went to check it out. We have officially set sail! And while everybody keeps partying, I have a mission.
What do they do if somebody, like, poops in a cruise pool? Are they easily able to, like... Because at a regular water park, they're, like, closing off that section, cleaning it, and refilling. On a cruise ship, are they able to, like... Yeah, I know they're going to evacuate it. But I'm saying, are they... They just swim past it? Everybody out of the water! They just get a guy to scoop it up with a bug net.
To stick to.
The dude throws the bug net like this, thinking it's gonna go over the pool, extremely miscalculates it, just hits some woman in the face.
All right, I think it's about time we dabble in experiences. The zip line.
I would just be on that non-stop. Are you kidding me? Nah, this literally sells the cruise ship for me. Dude, I would just be running up and down the zip line.
Do me a favor and video me on the zip line. Yeah.
Oh, it's not a pool zip line? Never mind. I thought it'd be a zip line that I could let go of and do like a fucking gainer into a pool.
All right.
That was a blast. Let's keep profiting, baby. Oh, look. There's the bar. Just so happens to be right here. Could I get 3 glasses of champagne?
3 glasses of champagne. Bro, your stomach is like fucking Chernobyl 3 minutes before it fucking blew up.
Bottoms up.
Ew.
The bartender just gave me the craziest look I've ever seen. The sun began to go down as we drifted further and further from Miami, which was a good enough reason for me to grab a slice of chocolate cake and check out a bar called Rising Tide. And believe it or not, this bar actually rises.
Dude, the cruise ship, though, just gives me such, like, fucking casino vibes, and I despise that. Like, this looks like dystopian. It's all inside, modeled to be like a fucking city. There's no windows. I hate this.
So I grabbed myself...
There is casinos? No, I don't know.
A glass of champagne, which I
I'm saying even the non-casino bits, it just feels weird.
immediately demolished, and then got this drink. I just saw him put like 3 shots in this puppy. Well, guys, they asked if I was okay in the head, and they brought me a water, which was actually perfect because I knew this water would later come in handy. I would say I'm the drunkest person here, but look what I'm looking at. Yeah. Hey. Anyways, I have a dinner reservation to get to. Oh my.
Can I say the type of people, like, I think there's people that go on regular all-inclusives, and then there's cruise ship people. Like, you are a cruise guy. Or, like, there's people that enjoy cruises, and they only do cruises. And that's it. They still travel, and they're not taking the same cruise over and over. But they'll be like, oh, we're going to these 4 countries on a cruise. They won't just go to the country.
Gosh. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. I was immediately...
God, I'm sorry. I'm sick.
Started out with a fresh basket of bread, but I had much bigger things in mind. I'm gonna skip over all of the cheap stuff, and I'm gonna order the most expensive things they have, which looks to be the New York strip steak. Could I start with the Caesar salad? New York strip, dark chocolate custard, peanut butter caramel bar, key lime pie.
You like a
I love dessert. I love...
Bro, I was just having this conversation with Brooke, and it made me fucking remember it just now. How many entrees do you think you would have to order at an all-inclusive, not all-inclusive, at a regular restaurant before they deny you? This is better. I gotta pan out the scenario. You walk into a Chili's. You sit down alone. How many entrees do you have to order by yourself until they say no more or ask for you to put a card on file? 10. I think they're letting you order 4 at a time. I think if I sat down alone, I'm not like, yeah, let me get the steak, the pasta, the fajitas, the ribeye, the ribs. Like, I'm not, they would be like, whatever they're able to put on a table. They'd be like, all at once. I think they're letting you do 4 or 5. I think in general, I think you're getting like 8, 9, and they're going to be like, sir, this is a lot of food. Oh, 6 or 7? Oh, 6 or 7.
Amazing. Thank you so much. My side quest is to find the best item on this cruise, and so far, that pineapple cocktail is easily #1. We'll see which item ends up coming out on top by the end of this video. I hope you guys, watch to the end to see what...
He's also unbearably close to this other fucking duo here. I hate restaurants like this. I have the take, and I know it's like close and personal, and it's different types of like cultures and vibes. I firmly have the take that at most, not all, most restaurants, if I'm able to reach over sitting and touch the person to my right or left, I am too close to them. If I can vividly listen and eavesdrop to their entire conversation, I'm way too close to them. I'm way too fucking close.
Cocktail is easily #1. We'll see which item ends up coming out.
Booths don't count? No, booths because you're facing opposite directions.
On top by the end of this video. I hope you guys, watch to the end to see what happens. Which is, I learned that from Mr. Beast. First up, we got a Caesar salad. It's amazing. Absolute cinema. 1 hour later, my dinner is finally here. Got myself
an hour?
New York strip steak. I'm gonna demolish this. But first,
what's the longest y'all have ever waited for food? I think there was one time I waited like an hour and a half. Like after ordering an hour and a half. I think if it's over an hour, I'm walking out. I'm like, never mind. I get there being packed restaurants, but if I order at like say 4:30 and I don't get my food till like 5:45, they've done a very bad job. And I understand it might be packed. It's just like, that's a customer service level of thing. It's different if it's like you order your food, you order all of your food, you get your apps 30 minutes after, and then you eat, and another 45 you get your food. That's fine. But if it's like raw dog, no food for an hour and a half, that's horrible. That is genuine. Like, what are they doing?
Let's try their red wine. Oh, the more drinks that I try, the more I realize I do not like alcohol. Kind of unfortunate because for the next few days, that's pretty much my main source of hydration. Let's try the steak. That is gas. The dessert has finally arrived. I got a chocolate dessert, a key lime pie, and a caramel bar.
2,500 calories right there to the fucking dome.
I'm gonna
a day's worth of food and 3 small desserts.
Dig in. I finished all 3 desserts. This coffee is gonna keep me going for the night ahead of us. That's right.
Coffee's gonna give them liquid shits in about 4 hours.
We're just getting started. I went to the lower deck where I hit the cafe to get a tuna sandwich and a mini.
Jack, you go to an all-inclusive resort and you're trying to fucking eat and drink them under the table. You eat a fucking 3-course meal and 3 desserts and you try to round it off with a fucking tuna Sammy.
This coffee.
That's disgusting.
He's gonna where I hit the cafe to get a tuna sandwich and a mini carrot cake. Then I hit the bar for not 1, but 2 glasses of champagne. I'm deciding to call it a night. Yes, sir!
Is this guy playing in the elevator?
Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you.
He's gonna be real upset when I vomit on the keys.
Wow. After a pretty solid first day, it was time to finally get a look at my room. Let's see what we're working with.
Wait, he hasn't... Where has his bag been? He's getting into the room now?
Oh, nice. I hope you guys like that shot. It took 5 minutes to set up. Let's get a quick room tour. Upon entering, we have a beautiful couch here, and just above it, some very thought-provoking artwork here. Me looking at the comments of this video. Y'all know what goes on in here.
Why are there so many fucking sofas? Was this the goon couch? You just look off into the fucking ocean?
That's where the magic happens. Now for the bathroom. Very nice.
Oh, the cuck chair. That is the cuck chair. Hey, I heard that cruises are a big place for swingers. So that might actually be the cuck chair.
For the bathroom. Very nice. To be fair, the shower is pretty small, but it'll work. And finally, the view. Okay.
Ooh, not an ocean view. We got a inside the casino dystopian cruise ship view.
Looks like a view of some other apartments, and there's some people. But to make sure we get the absolute most out of this room, it's time for a little something I like to call Jack's Hotel Hacks. Hack number 1. I told you guys this water bottle was gonna come in handy. First, I gotta chug it. Now, just inside the shower is some...
Oh my God, if he fucking you're gonna fucking fill the water bottle with body wash. Jack, you're making 20 cents. You're making 20 cents, but you're making about a quarter. We're gonna fill this with, you're gonna fill the, dude, it's gonna burst in your bag on the way back.
Beautiful.
Oh wait, no, you're not taking a flight.
Hair and body wash, but all I see is...
Oh, dude, I just love the Salt Breeze double duty hair and body wash.
Hair and body...
If only it was Irish Springs 5-in-1, that would really fucking help.
Body wash, but all I see is profit. Oh. And that is all the hair and body wash in this hotel room. Hack number 2, stealing. Borrowing things that aren't gonna get used. Starting with toilet paper. Throw that in the suitcase. Now for towels.
One ply toilet paper.
Throw those in. What else we got in here? Couple glasses.
You could
here.
steal the towels is kind of a method. Taking a hotel towel, they don't really notice.
Now for
how much did he give himself on the toilet paper?
Throw that in the suitcase. Now for
did he even give himself money for the toilet paper?
Hack number 2, stealing. Borrowing things that aren't gonna get used. Starting with toilet paper.
$2 for the paper net?
Throw
That shit's like sandpaper.
that in the suitcase. Now for towels. Throw those in. What else we got in here? Couple glasses here. Throw those in. Got some complimentary soap here. Little toilet scrubber. Looks like I can.
You're taking the toilet brush? You're taking the toilet brush. Jack, that's a fucking used toilet brush. That's disgusting. That is no, the towels, whatever, sure. The poopy brush?
Across some clothing hangers here. Just so happens that I need a few.
Need a few clothing hangers. You came with an empty, what was he wearing? One pair of fucking clothes the entire time he's here? Just showed up with an empty suitcase.
Nice. Okay.
All right, no, this is also a level of stealing that is noticeable. Okay, this isn't pulling up to a grocery store, buying 10 items and taking 3. The maid's gonna come into your room and realize that everything's missing.
Suitcase is looking absolutely beautiful. And for our third and final hack, I went ahead and printed out this. It's a simple, just married photo. But just underneath, you can see it says, gifts are very appreciated. No, I'm not married, and I have
Was he gonna leave a bucket outside of the room?
no idea if this even works, but we're gonna give it a shot. We're all set up. Here is our little poster.
All right, so checking in on the bucket, day number 2. We have 3 pennies, a used condom, and a half-eaten Jolly Rancher. That's nice. Oh, there's also a little pee and throw up in the bucket.
And that's where hopefully the gifts will spawn. By the way, this cruise is taking us to 2 stops in the Bahamas, 1 at Coco Cay and 1 in Nassau. Tomorrow we're gonna have to pick things up a lot more because in terms of profiting, we've barely made a
Oh, you're not even touching the surface, man.
dent. I'll be honest, I'm absolutely exhausted, so I'm gonna hit the hay and I'll see you guys in the morning.
What is the most expensive drink at a cruise? What is the most expensive drink on an all-inclusive? Grey Goose? That's if they allow that. Grey Goose and high/mid-end wine. Maybe that's why he's drinking like Prosecco.
Let's get profiting. Nothing yet. I made my way up to the top deck where I noticed we have arrived in
All right, it'd be a little fucked up, but you know how funny that would be if like there was pee in the bucket? Like that's it, just like pee in a bunch of quarters.
We have arrived in Coco Cay.
Last year's Super Bowl, Fox used well over 100.
Bro, the fan. Did they show like fan clips with you guys on the TV version? Like not in person. Were they panning to the fans a bunch? They have like 100 cameras at all times. 3 rows down from me, they gave a kid a sign and kept a camera on him for 30 minutes. And he's just holding the sign, watching the game, waiting for it to cut to him. Never cut to him. And I saw the same shit like sprinkled around the crowd. Like every section, they had a camera guy like panning between. They were showing a kid that was a Patriots fan and a kid that was a Seahawks fan. Kid that was a Patriots fan, kid that was a Seahawks fan. Never showed either of them on the screen. Like, they deadass, like, you would think that they have, like, 4 guys that are just, like, kind of running around the stadium just showcasing a few people. No, they have, like, somebody every section. They have somebody all over the stadium, and they're only showing, like, 5% of the people they have cameras on.
100 cameras. And Sony added.
Why were they recording them? They're waiting for what they were doing was waiting for something to happen. Right? And because nothing happened, they never showed him. Because I think the kid had a Patriots uniform on. And so every time the ball went to the Patriots, they put the camera on the kid with the Patriots uniform. And they were waiting for the Patriots to score. And then I think they were going to pan to him. But they never scored. They were just never scoring. At least when he was there. So they just left. And so he just stood there.
An additional 250. 6,000 plus credentialed media members are at the Super Bowl. And while not all of them are operating cameras or microphones, many of them are.
They're going to take a look at that.
They are the unsung heroes of the production.
That fat ass camera. That's what it was. But I don't know. I don't think it was Fox. It was that big. There was guys with like shoulder cameras just walking around the stadium. That's what was really different. Like when I've gone to other football games, they have those guys, but not near. They had so many people.
They capture all of the important moments we see throughout the game and everything that fans tune in for. outside of those just watching for the halftime show and commercials. Speaking of which, another major draw to the Super Bowl are the commercials, which for many people are more entertaining than the Super Bowl itself. Throughout the duration of the broadcast, anywhere from 80 to 90 commercials are aired. 50 to 60 companies run these commercials, and while recent estimates aren't available, it was reported that 56 different companies ran commercials in 2022. Last year, Anheuser-Busch had the most run time, with over 3 minutes. That was 30 seconds more than what they had spent.
Yeah, 3 minutes too. That probably, in 2022, that still probably cost a shitload. I think this year it was what, like, how much was a second? I think it's $300K a second. It gets more expensive every year. An average of $8 million for a 30-second spot. 2025, some spots sold for over $10 million. So it depends on the spot. I'm assuming certain parts of the game are more valuable, and it's harder too for companies, and you never think about it, but they have to market towards how drunk people are getting. Because like the average Super Bowl viewer, not only is the Super Bowl encompassing people that are like 4 years old to like 100, but it's also like the average viewer is hammered. So you have to like somehow captivate their view, and also assume when you want to have do you want your ad shown when they're more sober or more drunk? You know, are they going to be paying attention? Or are they going to be, you know, kind of tapping out, you know? Because near the end of the game, people are really locked in if it's close, but you also have to guess if it's not a close game, people might actually just turn it off. There's so many like things involved.
In 2024.
That's why they try to make them funny. It's why they try to make them funny. You gotta have it short, sweet, to the point, and you're done. Right? Every time, dude. And I just this year's marketing was towards like older millennials because they were just like panning the nostalgia. I was watching a whole video on the ads because I couldn't see the ads myself because I was at the game, and I just always like knowing like what they're trying to market. What I'll say: Pepsi ad was good. Michelob Ultra ad was good. The Dunkin' commercial, vomit, throw up. It did well for, like, the age demographic they were going towards, but it was literally just like, hey, remember us? I'm CGI'd so I don't look old as shit. Remember me? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, and I saw the Svedka commercial. I mean, fire whoever. Yo, you put $8 million for a 30-second ad, and you fucking chat GPT the whole fucking thing? Are you kidding me? It was dog shit. I saw that, and dude, I ended up going on Svedka's account before, and they were marketing that for weeks before. I gotta show you all the ad. Wow, that's bad. Also, editor, bleep that if this becomes a video. But wow, that's bad. And then he drinks it, and it, like, goes down, like, his, like, robot torso.
Spend in mind, what do Super Bowl...
Like, you can promote AI as a useful thing and a useful product, but, like, no one likes watching AI commercials. People don't like AI content. You can't do that anymore. It was cool when it started, and like companies in like early AI days could do an AI commercial. People would be like, oh, this is actually kind of cool, right? This is like AI generated. Now it's like lazy slop.
Commercials cost. Last year, it was between $7 and $8 million for 30 seconds. That doesn't include the cost of shooting the commercial, producing the commercial, and, where applicable, paying the celebrities that are in the commercials. However, considering that there was an average live viewership of 127.7 million people last year.
Well, that's a problem the NFL's also having, is the NFL's losing a younger audience. And that's what they're trying to recaptivate. I think they're actually doing a pretty good job at it. That's why the NFL actually had their own ad during the Super Bowl, if you saw that. Because younger Gen X, Gen Z and younger Gen Z people don't watch like regular in-season games nearly as much as like millennials did when they were our age.
That level of investment somehow seems justified. The other major draw for at-home viewers and those in attendance is the halftime show. The first step is selecting a performer, a delicate and well thought out process. The first and most important factor is popularity. The person must resonate with over 100 million viewers. The next consideration is cross-generational recognition. People ages 5 to 90 years old watch the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah, you need to have, there's always like a pullback. I feel like Bad Bunny is actually like one of the newer people they've used. Like Kendrick Lamar last year, Usher the year before, who was before that? Like those two, like Kendrick obviously still makes music, but like Kendrick is known even to like people in their 40s because he was making music in the early 2000s. Yeah, then Rihanna. Like I think the best, I don't want to say Bad Bunny was a bad pick because he wasn't. I thought he did a great job and he's obviously one of the most popular people. And I think they also picked Bad Bunny very intelligently to try and pull in general or generic viewers, right? Like Bad Bunny being the halftime Super Bowl performer probably roped in an audience that normally wouldn't watch the Super Bowl. And then also people that know him because it's like his audience is also just very worldwide. I'm surprised, though, that they picked somebody so new because, like, old people don't know who Bad Bunny is, which is probably part of the reason they were complaining outside of them just being like, he speaks Spanish. I speak Spanish, right? Like, people just complaining about that for some fucking reason. Like, you don't listen to Spanish songs, right? Like, everybody listens to fucking foreign music time and time again. Anyways. Kendrick blew up in the 2010s, though? Yeah, but even then, somebody blowing up in the 2010s is going to be known by people in their 50s. No, we don't. I think most people do. I think that's just you. I mean, maybe it is just me. I think I have a more diverse music listening taste, but I think that is a little crazy if you don't listen to any foreign music. None. Like, that's, like, you're missing. I don't want to say, like, obviously it's your life. Like, you're missing out. Right? Like, I'm letting you know. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what they're saying. You can still enjoy foreign music. I don't. Yes, you did. And here's an example that broke everything Gangnam Style, you stupid fuck. Because you listened to Gangnam Style, and I know you did. You were probably 5 when you heard it, or maybe you're older and you were 15, 20, who knows. Everybody and their fucking mother listened to Gangnam Style. And that was a fucking foreign song. So to say that you've never listened, Despacito, bitch, you listened to that 3 summers ago. And I know you did. I know you fucking turned that shit up if you heard it on the radio. You heard Despacito, and you went, that shit's heat. Now it's, turn that bitch off because that shit's overplayed as fuck and it sounds like ass now. Despacito's terrible. I would never want to listen to that song now. 3 years ago, though, fire. And guess what? 6 years from now, Despacito's going to be heat again because it's the 10-year effect. 2026 back to 2016. Music that sucks 2 years ago is fire now that was good 10 years ago. So when you hear fucking you go, Panda. You hear Panda, Panda, Panda. And you go, maybe that song wasn't that bad. 3 months from now, it's going to be ass again, right? But there's a good span. It's like that Minecraft week phase, but it's longer span. I'm really rambling. The edible's kicking in. Sorry.
The person performing should be recognized by the large majority. And, of course, if the person is internationally recognized, that is a huge plus as well. After sifting through dozens of options, a performer is selected 3 to 6 months in advance. Then
like, who would be another really good Super Bowl performer? Somebody with worldwide, The Weeknd. But didn't he already do the Super Bowl? When was that? 2021? 2021 he did. I don't know. Pitbull would be really good worldwide and just also known. And that's what I'm saying. Nobody would complain if Pitbull did the Super Bowl, bro. I'm not gonna try and rant right now. Who would be another one? I mean, like, if you're going rock, you could do like Radiohead. Like, I feel like people would all know Radiohead. Or Creed. Radiohead, Creed. If you're going like vibe shit, who would also be good? Rihanna. I mean, I feel like they use everybody that's really good. Britney Spears. I could so see Britney Spears in like a year.
the performance is...
Even country you could do. The problem is, like, country Super Bowl shows are boring because you can't really do like most people are going to go with like hip hop, rap, pop because it's always going to captivate a larger audience. Like, I'm not saying country music's bad. It's not. It's just like a country performance is going to be a lot less TV pizzazz than like a hip hop show would be. You know, it's just going to be some guy with a guitar just, and I wanted to go down. Like, it's going to be good, but it's not like a show. It's just a good song.
No different than a regular halftime performance.
Like, halftime shows now feel like music videos. 10 years ago, it was just a concert, right? But now, like, a halftime show, that's what I'm saying. It's like TV shit, bro. Like, it's all like, hey, we need this to be a big thing that people talk about.
Still has tight time constraints, and the show typically runs about 13 minutes. An additional 10 to 20 minutes is needed for teardown, and then we're back to the action.
Yo, and they ran those motherfuckers out, though, dude. They, right when halftime was called, it was dead ass 15 seconds, and I heard a guy, because it was like quiet, some guy was like, go, go, go. And they all started running, all the Bush people that were like literally, you thought they were just props, but they were people wearing Bush outfits. Fucking, dude, you saw them, and in unison, they all ran in a line, like, just sprinting, full speed. All got lined up. Then they had to fucking assemble that house or whatever. They disassembled that house in like 30 seconds. Like, right when it ended, they just got everything off. That was the coolest part of the halftime show. Watching them haul ass to set up a movie set, film live for fucking 12 minutes, and then put it back down.
Beyond the timing, the cost, however, is where things get really crazy. The shows can cost anywhere from $10 to $20 million to produce, and we have seen a ton of great performers. This year's performer is Bad Bunny, but icons like Michael Jackson, Prince, Madonna, and recently Taylor Swift, who set the record for most costume changes last year with 7, have at one point graced the stage. The wild thing about selecting a performer is almost no one gets selected twice as a headliner. Only Gloria Estefan, Beyonce, and Justin Timberlake have headlined multiple times. It's an exclusive club.
Be a Justin Timberlake halftime show. That motherfucker just gonna be holding the mic up to everybody. You see him do that shit? Dude, the amount of artists, the amount of like white guys in their 30s that like sing, and whenever they do a concert now, they just get the audience to sing the whole thing. I'm like, yo, we paid to see you sing it. Hey, if I wanted a listening party, I'd just get in a room with, 10 of my friends. Like, what are we doing? I sing the song. Or like rappers too. When rappers do that, like, I get you doing it for like a popular line, but like, I mean, maybe once or twice.
Twice as a headliner, and a true testament of a performer's popularity. The game and the halftime show are obviously the major draws of the Super Bowl for those in attendance, but the Super Bowl is a one-of-a-kind experience. And how much does it cost? The cheapest seat last year on resale markets just before the Super Bowl started was anywhere between $2,200.
That's what it was this year. I saw a TikTok of a guy, he got one for like $2,205. The average cost of a ticket this year, I'm not sure about average, but like a normal section, like non-nosebleeds, was about like $5K.
And $2,600.
Like day of. Weeks before, maybe like $8K.
The average resale ticket price last year was $8,076. Tickets for first row in the 50-yard line, upwards of...
That's not that bad. Oh, no, it's extremely overpriced. It's extremely overpriced. It's because resellers know they can get that value, right? It's like the average person that's getting those tickets isn't reselling them for, like, they didn't get those tickets for that amount. The NFL's not making the money on that. Like, they're not the resellers. The NFL is not making the money on the ticket sales. Like, the NFL's not getting the 8K. Josh, with 3 kids that's reselling his tickets, is getting the 8K, right? It's like somebody that's reselling the ticket.
$56,000. Insane prices. But they are nothing in comparison to the suites. The tiers are normally as follows. Upper Bowl run around $2,500. Lower Bowl can run between $4,000 to $10,000. Club level tickets are between $8,000 to $15,000 and offer super unique experiences. 50-yard line and sideline tickets range between $5 and $20K. And
yeah, anything directly behind an end zone is going to be a lot cheaper than I think corner views actually might be the cheapest. Most people want to buy seats on the sides here, and then you have club level. Then people do like being in the end zones to support their team on, one of the halves. And then just nosebleeds nobody wants.
The Super Bowl suites are crazy. Super Bowl suites last year ranged between $750,000 and $2.5.
Well, and a lot of the Super Bowl suites they're not getting bought by individuals a lot of the time. Like, you might have a Super Bowl suite that's just owned by, you know, Morgan and Morgan. Like a bank or a brand or a company is going to reserve this for $2.5 million and invite investors and invite famous people and invite things like that. So a lot of the people that are in these suites aren't actually paying to be there. They're getting bought by a company or a brand that's then sending, you know, 30 people to be in this suite.
Million.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Speed and Mr. Beast were in the same suite or some shit. I wasn't in a suite. I was in the stands. Section 231.
That is one expensive game. Of course, there are a lot of perks that come with it. At least we'd hope so, for the price.
Suite seats are definitely the best way to view the game, in my opinion. I think outside of being on the field, I think being on the field is a better fan experience. But the best spot to watch a game is the suites. You have your own fucking it's the all-encompassing aspect. It's not just the view. The view, I think, is one of the best. You have your own fucking bathroom. That's everything. Not only do you have better seats, like more comfy seats, you have probably a fucking open bar. You have your own fucking bathroom.
The suites include anywhere from 15 to 50 seats, depending on the size. They also come with buffets of gourmet food prepared by expert chefs, multiple flat screen TVs, service staff.
TV shit's stupid, dude. If you're watching watch the fucking game. Why are you watching on the TV? Only spot, you know where they need to put the TVs? The fucking bathrooms. I think the problem with that, though, is then people would stay in the bathroom and not miss shit, and then that would cause, like, clutter. Only spot where I was watching the game on the TV was when I was in line to get a drink. Yeah, two Bud Light seltzers. Tap my card. Yeah, thanks, boss.
Many packages offer meet and greets with players, field access before the game, and exclusive parties only for suite holders. Is that worth the price of admission? Speaking of money, gambling during the Super Bowl is huge. Last year, it was estimated that 1.3...
Chad, I'm not going to lie. I may have lost some of the winnings that I won betting on the game on DraftKings, like last night.
$9 billion.
May have bet on an Olympic thing randomly that lost, and then I kind of tried to win it back playing Hold'em poker.
Was gambled on the Super Bowl. According to the
$1.39 billion was gambled on the Super Bowl?
According to the American Gaming Association. Other estimates indicate that overall gambling was a lot larger, totaling over $6 billion. Who placed the largest bet? And how much did they place? Mattress Mac, who you may have heard of, still holds the record for...
I think... Okay. There was an old man that looked just like him who got Fan of the Year this year. Ed Callan. Oh, no, it's not him. Ed Callan was on my plane. Or Ed Callahan. Oh, he was the Eagles Fan of the Year. Yeah, this guy and the Eagles player was on my flight home. He sat right behind me. What a guy. Not Mattress Mac. I was going to say Mattress Mac is worth about $10 billion. Some bullshit.
For the largest bet, when he waged $5 million on the Cincinnati Bengals to win Super Bowl 56, breaking the previous record of $4.9 million set in 2002. That bet is still a drop in the bucket compared to the $1.39 billion that was gambled. So
there's definitely a higher bet than $5 million. I think $5 million on record. There's guaranteed been people that have put like 50 mil on a game. For sure.
What are all these people gambling on?
No, there isn't. Yeah, there is, bro. I feel like there's got to be... Bro, you're telling me some billionaire's never been like, y'all put 50 mil on this. Because it's just throwing money out, bro. Who cares?
The winner, of course.
Like, at that point, like, you're worth fucking $10 billion. You'd be like, yeah, 50 mil.
But more importantly, the prop bets. And believe me, there are a ton of crazy prop bets. Obviously...
Coin flip. Gatorade color. Will there be a quarterback to score a touchdown? Is there going to be a scoregami? What else? Is there going to be a streaker? That's only on certain things.
You can bet on players' yards, touchdown scorers, and others. But the Super
Those are the random bets. Yeah, but you could regularly do just same game parlay.
Bowl offers a unique menu. The most famous are the over/under for national anthem.
Ooh, I was saying that. I think Charlie Puth did a short one. this year.
And length, the color of Gatorade poured on the winning coach, and the result of the coin toss. But some sports books get really creative. Props offered on some sports books in the past have included crazy things like whether or not a player will propose after the game, whether or not an octopus, a touchdown and 2-point conversion by the same player will happen, if there will be a power outage, this happened during Super Bowl 47, if there will be a wardrobe malfunction, also happened before, and a host of others. The craziest prop bet that actually hit was whether or not there would be a streaker during the Super Bowl, although this one was removed for hilarious reasons. In 2021, a fan placed a $50,000
Yo, this video was made before the Super Bowl, and then the same guy did it this year.
bet that there
The odds were only like plus 300.
would be a streaker during the Super Bowl at plus 750. So what did he know? Well, apparently a lot. The fan then
That's not the same guy.
attended the Super Bowl and made sure his bet hit in the most hilarious way possible. He was in line for $374,000 payday, but the sportsbooks obviously found out he gamed the system and
Yes, it is. That is not the guy that Super Bowl streaked this year.
voided the bet. Wild. Once the
It is. He lost weight. Dude, he looks so much different.
game is over and a champion has been crowned, the bets have been cashed, the cleanup
If that's him, that looks like an entirely different person.
begin. This may seem like a long drawn-out process, but the host city and stadium normally has a ton of help. Within the first couple of hours, most of the trash inside of the stadium is actually removed and thrown away. After all of the fans have left, the deep clean begins. This is completed by stadium staff and special workers hired just for Super Bowl cleanup. Deep cleaning is completed over the next 6 to 12 hours. The workers power wash floors,
Oh, that wasn't him. It was, Alex G did it most recently before.
clean bathrooms, remove field markings, logos, and NFL markings, amongst a litany of other things. By the next morning, almost everything inside the stadium is cleaned up. But the trash and mess left behind outside the stadium is the real problem, and takes much longer. Over the next 2 to 3 days, volunteers help tear down and pick up all of
People just throwing out trash on the side.
the fan events and trash that are left over from the massive event. All told, it takes roughly 72 hours to clean up after the Super Bowl, which, if you consider the sheer size of the event, is actually quite impressive. From there, audits on spending and reviewing of finances begin. These take quite a bit of time, but they are really the only thing left to do after the cleanup has been finished.
All right, I don't care about any of that.
And Super Bowls.
20 of the most watched Super Bowls. 23, 24, 25 in a row. And then it was just bouncing around, though, after that. That's kind of weird. Why was 2018 so low? Who played in 2018? Wasn't it the Eagles? That was the year the Eagles won. Why was that so low? Why was that a low? Dude, that was a great Super Bowl. Well, I mean, I thought it was a great Super Bowl. Anyways, I have to piss, and then we're going to watch the next video. That's